What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Happy Monday and welcome to the best place to kick off your week. It's Series Z Halo Infinite. My name is Yeso. I will be your host tonight as we've got another week of awesome action here. Of course, we're kicking off another open night competition here tonight, and I'm looking forward to all the fun, as I hope all of you at home are as well. Now, for those of you that may be new, I want to break down just how things work here for you all so you are up to speed on what's coming here today, okay? Series Z is a professional esports open circuit that absolutely anyone can join across multiple titles. We've got Guilty Gear Strive, we've got Apex Legends, and of course, Halo Infinite. Now, the way things work is players and teams come out and compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best make it into Series Z. Now, what it means for those teams is that they get to sign a contract, they get drafted by one of our partnered brands, they get paid a monthly salary, and they get to compete weekly for points and prize money. In Halo Infinite, it's every Monday night in an open bracket against other up-and-coming teams just like they used to be themselves. And then every single Wednesday, we have an invite-only professional exhibition bracket. So if you and your friends want to get in on the fun, head over to matchareno.com/ESA to sign up. And if you have any further questions and are looking for more info, head over to esportsarena.com. Now, of course, as we turn towards tonight's competition, the focus is certainly heavily towards what is coming here at the end of the month. The Kansas City Major is almost at hand, and a lot of people are very much looking forward to it. A lot of teams trying to prep for that event. Of course, we saw the FaZe Invitational last week that saw Cloud9 falling. Interestingly enough, Optic taking the event. Of course, I've talked about it on just about every Halo show we've had over the last few months, that it is the C9 era, and while that has not changed, maybe some openings for other teams to get in there. We'll have to find out how things play out. We will see some C9 here tonight. Definitely looking forward to that. They'll be a part of our first matchup. But before we jump into the Halo action, I want to tell you a little bit about something we are doing new at our esports arena locations all around the country. It's called PvE. Now, we do all kinds of awesome tournaments in different games, but I know a lot of players don't necessarily have 3, maybe 4 hours to commit to playing through an entire bracket, but PvE answers that for you. No longer do you have to dedicate all that time. If you want to compete in more bite-sized pieces, PvE is what you need. Now, the way it works is we have 4 different leaderboards running every week from Wednesday all the way through Sunday across multiple different titles. Come in, compete in the games that you want, and put up your best scores throughout the week, and you can have a shot at winning each of the $500 prize pots for each different leaderboard. All you have to do, come into your local esports arena, purchase some tokens to enter, and then enter in the games that you want. And the nice thing is that you can put up a good score on a Wednesday or Thursday night, head home, and maybe on the weekend you check our 24/7 leaderboard stream on YouTube, and you see maybe your score's falling down the leaderboard. Well, you can come back in and compete once again. Now, my good friend Spirit Z is hanging out inside of Studio White right now, taking a run at one of the titles you can compete in this very week. So let's go check in with Spirit Z right now with a little bit of Valorant here. He's in the range right now, looking to stack up some kills here with the Phantom. So you can come out to your local esports arena today and try and put up a score that maybe can even beat Spirit Z. You know, if you go for your dreams, man, if you dream it, you can do it. That's what Spirit Z would say. That's an H1Z1 Pro League top competitor on your screen right now, and he's got a pretty good shot here, looking to hit that high score. Clean shooting here from Spirit Z. Just trying to control that spray, take out all these bots. 19 remaining, 45 seconds on the clock. We'll see how close he can get here. About 10 seconds remaining, or 10 targets remaining, I should say. And so, come out to your local esports arena today. If you use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now, you can find your nearest esports arena and come out and compete today. There you go, a little bit of a spin from Spirit Z. 66 seconds to get his score in. So well played from Spirit Z. So if you think you can beat Spirit Z in Valorant, or maybe just the other competitors in your local area, head out to a local esports arena today and compete in PvE. We would love to see you there. Now, to turn back towards the Halo action, of course, we're ready to go. We got a bracket set and ready for some fun. We got a couple of casters that I know are itching to get into the action, so I'm going to go away right now. I'll be back in between sets to talk about all of the fun, maybe hit some cool replays. A special guest will be joining me today, but right now, let's kick off another week of Series E Halo Infinite.
Snake bite, begging for help. You have to think someone is going to be near him. And here comes the collapse with Frosty pushing into the big door right now. He's going to look. He's going to snipe the ball guy, lands the body shot. The double kill comes through, and now wow, when it comes to their opportunity here in Halo Infinite. But right now, Sentinels have no concern who their opponent is. They're every bit of the opportunity to call it. They only have 3 seconds to
We're back. Series E, Halo Monday. It's Excedrin week, by the way. So if you got a headache, we've got the cure. We also got a grand down, by the way, for top players to compete for. We'll see how that goes. I can't wait to get in the action. I'm Shyway. I've got Tony with me, so you already know we're bringing the energy today.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be here. We have another Esports Arena open night here. I got, like you said, I got great company, but also some great competitors. I took a look at some of these rosters. There's some star-studded ones, including a half C9 and a half phase roster.
I can't wait to get it. Are you already repping the jersey? So does that mean that there's already a bias coming into the cast here, Tony? You can't do this. We are. There's no bias for commentary. We are even. So anyway, we'll see. I think FaZe and C9 is probably the biggest team to look out for, but there's some very high-level competition to get excited about. First, let's get excited. Sorry about the format. We got, of course, 1,000 down today. That's split between three teams. First place 600, second place 300, of course. Third place $100. Today's format is a little different than usual. We've got a single elimination until top 8. So if you want to drop into lower, I mean, who wants to drop into lower bracket realistically? But if you want to do 2 chances, you're only going to get 2 chances if you make it to top 8 today. So what that means is a faster tournament, but it also means that only the best will prevail to the end here, Tony.
Yeah, gotta love what Esports Arena is doing with Series E. I mean, a semi-professional league where you can compete $1,000 every single week as an open. If you qualify to be one of the semi-professional teams, you guys get yourself a contract, get to play on Wednesdays with some pros as well. So it's just really cool. Happy to be able to play with this every single week. So if I'm a competitor, there is literally no reason not to sign up for this. You get to compete against some of the best and some of the most hungriest players that we have in our league, and possibly get a little bit of extra money in your pocket.
Right, especially now, more than ever, Tony. We're, less than 2 weeks away from Kansas City, so every opportunity to grind matters even more. And speaking of which, Tony, the grind has already begun. We've got Cloud9 X FaZe up against Sintenegra to start things off today.
I'm gonna call them Phase 9 from now on.
Phase 9? That works.
Gonna start off with Stellar Phase 9, almost getting a little frontside ninja to start things off. Takes down 1, but not able to get the double kill. So already starting off hot. And we have Sintenegra though fighting back. They're not gonna make it easy on the boys in red.
Just a little breakdown on players on these teams. Of course, half FaZe. You got Falcade, Bubudubu, and then half C9, the Stellar and Eco. Hell of a squad. On the other side, we've got some very talented Latin American players I'm recognizing here, Tony, between Joan, Noble, and Guardian. Dolan seems like a new one to me. I wonder how long he'll last, though. You can see Stellar's already got himself a double here.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Johan from back in Halo 5 he used to always be messing around with the free-falls and playing 2s with Guardian Flies. They even competed in some of the 2s tournaments here in Halo Infinite. Noble, let me tell you, Noble has a smooth shot, and when he's playing at his best, he can go toe-to-toe with anybody in the lobby, and that includes Phase 9 that they're going up against right now. But like you said, I personally don't know if Dolan, if anybody in the chat wants to let us know, put me on notice. I want to know more about this young man, but I also want to know more about Stellar, who's putting in that work.
And I mean, not to put him on blast, but if you look at the stat lines right now, they ain't looking too good for Dolan. They ain't looking too good for Sintenegra as things start to barrel a little bit out of control. It's not out of the running yet, but note that we are well into this series. Tony, it's already 1-0 for Cloud9. Cloud9 now leading in Game 2, and it's a best-of-3 series. So if Sintenegra let Cloud9 pull away, then that might be it already.
I love how you started that sentence off with I don't want to put him on blast, then
But I
proceeded
did.
to roast him.
Well, I didn't call out the numbers specifically. I just said that they ain't looking too good, and I let we fill in the blanks on that one. Whatever, man. Let's see if Noble can even the odds.
A 5-kill lead going in favor of Cloud9 times FaZe that we're here with, and back on board with Stella, who's currently showing off 12-6 right now. Clearly he's not happy that they didn't get the big win just yesterday, so looking to take it out on Cincinnati. I'm sorry, guys. You just happen to be within his warpath.
These boys are just getting started. Only expect them to continue to heat up as the evening goes on as well, and you can see they're already starting to pick up kills through center map. Stella going to fly straight out to chow his way into window. And he's got the space to do it with their numbers limited. Looks like Falcated does pick it up, so make it 39-32, a 7-kill advantage here. And with that timing, you can see they know where the spawners are, too, in blue.
Stella decided to take high, ends up getting the assist. Another player comes in, but ends up running into the bait and switch. We have 3 members of FaZe 9 running in unison, single file line over there. Noble tries to take a perimeter here over toward the car side, but then meets another 3 coming in. They're literally just roaming together. You have Stella kind of doing his own thing on the P side, and then the rest of FaZe 9 just running together towards the perimeter of the map. Really fun to look at, and it ends up netting them a 10-kill lead. Now make that 11, excuse me, 12. 13, in fact.
You can't count it because it's going to keep going up, Tony. It's like they're doing like a little relay. What's that little warm-up that you do in sports with like a red light, green light, where you run to one side, run to the other?
Suicides. Yeah,
They're doing suicides, right? Because they're running as a team, wiping out the spawns, and by doing that, it flips the spawn to the other side, so then they run to the other side of the map and then wipe them out again, and then it flips. So it's literally just back and forth, a little bit of a ping pong, you could say, from 47 at this point, and 3 more to close the game.
I wish this game was back and forth, but to be honest with you, it's been a minimum of a 5-kill game for FaZe 9 literally this whole time, and now they're just 2 kills away from not only taking game number 2, but possibly the series here in the winners quarterfinals. Falcon get 1 kill, ends up getting the double kill to end this. Falcon absolutely out of control, dropping 16 kills. Stella right behind him with 13, but also chucking up 12 dimes as well. FaZe 9 are nothing to mess with.
And we sort of expected it, I think, coming in here, Tony. FaZe 9 may be the team to take the tournament today, unless somebody can shut them down. Of course, they're looking beautiful for now, Tony. But I'm curious to know who will be their main competitor. Any ideas off the check-in on, who we could maybe point to give them a tough time? Like, do we have Pioneers in the running? I saw we have ESA Blue in the running today, as an example. But that's a single elim, right? So that series is over. That's a 2-0 in the series, and unfortunate for Cincinnati, they're out.
Yeah, I'm looking at ESA Blue. I'm looking at, Oxygen Esports. I didn't get the chance to see the full roster, but there's plenty of hitters that are looking to prove themselves. And, hey, you're not going up against a fully loaded Cloud9. You're not going up against a fully loaded FaZe roster, so maybe you can catch them off guard when not having the exact chemistry they would have if they were competing with their normal roster. So, hey, Oxygen Esports, Esports Arena Blue, all the rest of you guys, maybe try to come at them. Even Cincinnati came close. I mean, they only down by like 4 or 5 kills for most of that game right there. That's one good squad wipe, and then they're right back in it.
The Slayer is probably where you got to hit them hard as well, right? That would be the biggest opportunity for these teams to bounce back and gain some sort of momentum, because I think when it does come to objective, they can typically find ways to coordinate and overwhelm. Just looking at these teams once again, Tony, there's BBG in here. We got Bohm, Nemesis, Mines, and King J. Solid roster as well. It's going to be a battle of chemistry at the end of the day. Like we said, of course, 4 very talented players, but they don't typically play duos together. So maybe there's little gaps in their timing to take advantage of. Either way, Tony, I'm just looking forward to any close series that we can get.
Yeah, and not to mention, I don't want to forget about Torrid as well. Torrid's another team that qualified for Anaheim.
Right. There's a good one.
And Oxygen Esports have kind of had their numbers, so I'm going to be really excited to see if they go up against each other, because Aperture and the boys are the real deal. And I think they're looking to catch some fire, catch some momentum leading into Kansas City, so I wouldn't be surprised they put up a good fight. I think they're actually matched up against Built by Gamers as we speak, so that's going to be a really good matchup for them to kind of say, hey, look, we're a top 16 team. We're here to prove, Built by Gamers are they really are the gatekeepers, and they've been actually playing even better since they snatched up Bohm from that Esports Arena Red roster.
Right. Speaking of other high-powered teams, Tony, remember need an org? It looks like they got an org, I think. There's Red Wolves. Have you heard of Red Wolves?
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go. Kyle Groovy, Alex Shock, Parzelli, Precision. We've been witnessing this team and their growth throughout the entirety of ESA, and now I guess they've got themselves an org on the way to Kansas City, so maybe they are in position to, perform a little upset here, hopefully. We'll have to see. We got a matchup coming up on screen, of course, Tony. We got Oxygen Esports up against 06 Kobe Bryant, which had to be one of the best. What would be one of Kobe Bryant's best years, Tony? Do you know any basketball history here? Good year.
I mean, 06 Kobe was deadly. He was deadly.
Deadly.
I mean, any time you had Kobe combined with Shaq was absolute news. And don't get me wrong. I mean, Pau Gasol, that's my man right there. Pau Gasol, one of the best international players that we've seen in the NBA league. But man, when it was Kobe and Shaq, they were deadly.
See, my worry here is that doesn't that put your expectations very high for this team? If you're going to call yourselves 06 Kobe Bryant, then hopefully you got a stacked roster to compete with. And I'm not sure who this is, Tony. So I'm trying to do my research.
Squad. It's actually Secluded that captains the squad. Looks like I just found it, made up of Secluded, Breaking Shot, Reburst, and Despiteful. I haven't got the chance to see Reburst and Despiteful play too much. However, I do know that Breaking Shot has been absolutely doing his thing. I see him all the time in the sauna, getting his reps in with the 8s and lobbies. So I'm really not surprised he's playing with 06 Kobe Bryant, because Secluded is also always playing 8s in the sauna as well.
Right. Secluded Halo 5 player as well, right? Am I thinking Secluded, or maybe I'm mixing it with Suppressed? Who's
yeah. Secluded does have a brother that does play Halo. I don't remember. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do know that he's actually a former military as well. So thank you very much for your service, Secluded. There's a lot of military tournaments that are popping up here and there, whatnot. I think he actually participated in one over in California, which was a big one.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how it goes. Of course, Oxygen Esports, they're no stranger to any form of competition. This team has been leveling up week after week. So, Tony, I'm very curious to see where they land, especially as we get close to KC. You expect any gaps in their defenses, any weaknesses to be ironed out, hopefully, at this point. We got our series layout on screen as well. We got Strongholds Recharge, Slayer Aquarius, and Oddball Live Fire if we get there. Any thoughts coming into this one, Tony?
Yeah, this is going to be big. I mean, Oxygen Esports are the real deal. This is a team that really likes to up the tempo, that really likes to take control of the game. So Strongholds usually is kind of their bread and butter, because they can dictate the pace of game number 1. I heard that there was a crash that happened in the middle of that game. So I'm trying to find out exactly what are going to be the parameters of, who was up, down, left, or right. But either way, if I had to pick a favorite going into this matchup as far as game number 1, I think I'm going with Oxygen Esports as the favorite for Strongholds, because they are that fast of a team.
On top of the fact that you can't doubt these well-coordinated, well-practiced teams at this point, it's the more time the more time you spend together as a team, typically you exponentially improve, especially with Infinite. Teamwork is so necessary. So you can only expect them to perform well. I think it's up to 06 Kobe Bryant to give us, some surprises, give us a shutdown. Looking for updates in the meantime, though, Tony. I know this matchup was underway. We had a little reset on it. So here, because of the lag out, we are still in game 1. I don't see it. Oh, wait, no. It looks like Oxygen needs 100 points, and Kobe needs 250, Tony. So we had a 100-point advantage, apparently, by the time of the lag out.
Okay, all right. And a quick 4 down, a full squad wipe going in favor of Oxygen Esports right off the rip. That's going to net them a trip cap. And as they're trying to go after A, they're already receiving pressure from Oxygen Esports. This is not looking good if you're a fan of 06 Kobe Bryant, which, let's be honest, we all are.
I mean, we all are, but unfortunately, that career or this, at least, tournament life might end here if they can't snap into action. We've got Cherished, who's got a shock as well, and the combo of it all might be pretty damn deadly. You can see the map completely locked down. Spawners up in long haul. Cherished, is he aware of all the victims below? He's already got one that's secluded down. Maybe a bit of an opening for somebody on Kobe Bryant to make some damage happen here, Tony. They're running out of time.
Yeah, Oxygen Esports already were able to accumulate 54 points, and again, they only need 100 to take the win. Maybe Rebirth can make a play with the shock rifle that might be able to grind them forward. And we do have a player going up over towards shock rifle spawn. He doesn't find the power weapon because it's already in the hands of Rebirth, who's trying to put it to work but hasn't found the perfect kill just yet. And that's another 3. Make that 4 down for 06 Kobe Bryant. This and now that I'm thinking about it, if they need 250 to win, at that point, that means that they were probably already winning 150-0 before. Now they're winning again 76-0. Oxygen Esports showing why they're one of the better strongholds teams that we have in the league.
And why this game is essentially over as well. Tony, they only need 100 points to close this out, which means just over 10 seconds. We need to see Rebirth or somebody get into a hill to stall the timer here. Breaking Shot will try to do it. Can't quite win his fight. And there's that teamwork we talked about. You had Cherished up above with that perfect angle, full map control, and utter domination out of Oxygen Esports to kick off our series today. I mean, look at this. He's just flying without a care. Wild. And something you'd expect to see from a team like this early on.
Yeah, I mean, Oxygen Esports, this is a top 16 team when it comes to playing in the regionals, and we're going to see what ends up happening as we start to mix in some of the international teams. We have plenty of top seeded teams coming out of Europe, out of Latin America, and even ANZ, so we're going to see if Oxygen Esports can hold on to that top 16. But as far as in North America, they are top 16, and 06 Kobe Bryant found out quickly. Hey, they might be 06 Kobe Bryant, but as of right now, this is 2022 Oxygen Esports.
Right, and they're built different at the moment, apparently. But that's some good info that you kind of laid down, right? If you are Kobe Bryant, or if you are this team, it's weird to say anyway, you get it. If you're this team in this situation, then you should know the capability of Oxygen Esports and not let your defeat get you down, right? This is a very well-coordinated, high-caliber team. If you can put a dent in them, it can be a big deal. It should be a source of confidence for you to, kind of come back, get some momentum here. So, yes, very rough game one. I'm pretty sure that was a perfect shutout. But in Slayer, anything can happen. And because this is a high-caliber team, you shouldn't expect to. Anyway, I just think they should bounce back. Hopefully don't let it hurt the mental.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously good enough to make it to the winner's bracket quarterfinals. So obviously they know that they have the capability to make something happen. So even, losing a stronghold against a team where that's their bread and butter, a top 16 team, you shouldn't hang your heads low at all. But now going into Slayer, at the same time, I'm going to say, bring that energy. Bring the energy to say, hey, you know what? We know we're punching above our weight class, but anybody can get knocked out in a fight. So know that you have the capability. Okay, you know what? We'll give them strongholds. Now it's Slayer. They may not be the best Slayer team. This may be our opportunity to just keep things close. Play it one at a time. Taking the objective out of it really makes the game a lot easier. And that's why you see a lot of teams, whenever they put a dent in a team like Cloud9, whenever they put a dent in a team like FaZe, it's usually in Slayer where you can slow things down and not let your opponents dictate the pace. 06 Kobe Bryant, I'm looking at you to go MVP mode. You might have got robbed for that MVP back in 06, but here's your time to get it this time.
Right. So you can't let it batter you. And at the same time, I think being an underdog in this situation gives you just a convenient opportunity. There's a lack of pressure that comes with being an underdog. We're not expecting this team to defeat Oxygen Esports. We're expecting Oxygen Esports to kind of run them down. So when they do start to perform well and Oxygen starts to falter, then the pressure is put on them instead. So when you don't have that pressure on your shoulders, play as well as you freaking can. Steal the spotlight. Let's see it happen.
And if I'm on 06 Kobe Bryant, you kind of know the formula how to beat Oxygen Esports. Oxygen Esports want to put the pedal to the metal. They want to play at 1,000 miles per hour, but you can use that aggression against them. Keep your feet planted, hit your shots, take that individual 1v1 or take that 2v1 gunfight and just get the advantage on them, because Oxygen Esports will still apply pressure even if they're down a man, and you can turn the tables against them, but you have to make sure that your reticle is set up. You got to make sure your placement's on point. Make sure you're hitting those shots. Do not allow Oxygen Esports to run away with it, and they already have a 2-kill lead to start things off.
Tony, at this point, I feel like we should just hop in their Discord and give them the full motivational speech. That's been our conversation leading into this game. Let's finally see what's taking place here. Looks like 06 Kobe Bryant. Maybe they hurt us a little bit, right? A lot of confidence off the rip here. 9-5 to start things out. An overkill and a breaking shot. We don't get to see it, but definitely he's making plays.
Breaking shot, breaking the meta right now, absolutely ripping up the paper. Says forget the stats, forget the papers. Starting off the game 5-0, and we see Secluded still actually going in and actually working that little 1-2 combo with his teammate, but overextends just a little bit. Is not going to be able to get away with his life. Haynes going to fall as well, though, so that's going to be another 3 down for Oxygen Esports. Luckily, Chris Comic comes in to pick up the pieces, but they still have a little bit of a mountain to climb here in the early game number 2.
Can 06 keep up this momentum is the big question, right? When they've got those numbers advantages, continue to play confident, continue to hammer them on the spawn, because the moment you let them breathe, you can see Breaking Shot actually doing exactly that. Control the Dynamo, so crucial here. Getting that chip damage, going to force him off a high ground and opening up space for his teammates to hopefully fill in the gaps. You can see everybody's in blue base. They got to start to fan out a little bit to contest the camo.
Breaking Shot currently 8-1. The entire Oxygen Esports roster has 9 kills as a unit, and he ends up finding the backsman onto Cherish while Ret the Sweat finds his kill as well. So 06 Kobe Bryant are not just going to roll over. They are fighting back here in this game number 2. In their minds, all they have to do is take it to game number 3, and at that point, it's about who wants it more. And as of right now, Breaking Shot wants it.
It's their game to win if they keep this up. And we talked about it. Slayer is the opportunity for these underdog teams to bounce back and gain some sort of momentum, gain some control here, get confident coming into game 3. We'll see what Common can do to avoid the relentless pressure we've seen so far. There he goes down. Bit of a chow out from Kobe Bryant coming in. Looks like, what is it? Ret the Sweat. Won't quite get his kill. We'll see if they can keep the damage up here. You can see very slowly Oxygen are trying to close the gap, the deficit here.
And this is where 06 Kobe Bryant are really going to be tested. You know, they obviously were riding that momentum. They had a great early start, and plenty of teams have been able to do that. But now with Oxygen Esports have finally caught a second win, they finally caught up, and now they got their round of slaves. The question is, how would they respond? And they respond really well, putting Oxygen Esports 2 down right off the rip. Breaking Shot still 11-2 at the moment, so still having the game of his life. You know, some people crumble under that pressure, under that spotlight, but it seems like Breaking Shot is thriving off of it.
Oh my God, he is on one too. He gets real aggressive into yellow. Looks like he did just enough damage for his teammates to pick up off of it as well. So you gotta love the timing out of 06. They are not allowing themselves to miss crucial opportunities. Haynes right now in a bit of a rough situation. They'll take that trade to the bank. You got Ret the Sweat with the aggression here too, just to hold them down in utility. So as long as they keep this up, they're looking good. Still a 9-kill advantage here.
Yeah, but 06 Kobe Bryant have just gone 3 down, so Ret the Sweat needs to play his life, and when that camouflage is coming up, that's a really big opportunity for Oxygen Esports to steal it away, and it looks like they do just that. Ret the Sweat still trying to apply pressure toward the 50% portion of the map, but the nades are going to clear up out of the car side, and now that's going to leave Reburst by himself over there. Breaking Shot and immediately recognize that, so he immediately takes a direct angle over towards the mid-map, starts to apply that pressure. 3 down go Oxygen Esports. What a play coming out of 06 Kobe Bryant, specifically Breaking Shot. For him to recognize that his teammate died, that left Reburst by himself over the car side, and for him to have, you know, pardon my French, but the balls to take that direct angle to help him out. That was a beautifully played by the boys in blue. They're up double digits right now, Alex.
And exactly the kind of confidence you want to see out of these guys. Oxygen Esports, they need to check themselves before they wreck themselves here, Tony. And maybe slow things down just a little bit because they are bleeding resources. 37 and counting, make it 38. It just seems like they're in their heads at this point. Whether they spawn blue or yellow, they're caught in the pinch. Caught in some dedicated map control here, too. You can see the full perimeter is breaking. Still getting aggressive here, and he's got his teammate with him.
Breaking Shot, the entire 06 Kobe Bryant starting to pinch Oxygen Esports within their base. They've done the impossible. They've slowed down Oxygen Esports. That's another one that's going to fall. Haynes somehow, though, ends up answering back with a triple kill. Almost able to get the overkill, but he did not have the shields in order to do so. So doing everything he can to fight back in that situation. But the boys in blue have already put 43 on the board. They are 7 kills away from sending us to a game number 3.
You know, Tony, I expected them to step up, but not this much. This is a little bit of a surprise for me, and one hell of a performance out of 06 KB. We'll see what else they can do to close out this game. At this point, it just seems like a matter of time till they do so. Only 5 kills.
Nade starting to fly here for Haynes here over towards the utility side. Looks like there is a player that drops car one, having no idea that Haynes having an angle on that. So that's going to be an easy kill. And then more, Haynes is sitting towards the middle of the map, and somehow the most efficient, like not even top mid, he's sitting bottom mid and still able to put down massive damage on 2 different players. Didn't get either one of those kills, but ends up earning himself 2 assists and map control for 06 Kobe Bryant. And once again, 3 kills away are Oxygen Esports, but 06 Kobe Bryant having an opportunity to maybe fight back and at least gain some momentum going into game number 3.
At this point, the damage is done. I'd be very surprised. Oh, you know what? I say I'd be surprised if they came back, but there's a quick little round of slays and map control once again. So Oxygen, they have a perfect opportunity. They can lock down spawns. Looks like blue is the spawn location. How do they play it? Just a couple trades is really all Kobe Bryant needs in this situation, and it's still their advantage. But Tony, things could go wrong very quickly.
And this, if I'm 06 Kobe Bryant, you have a lead. Don't get too cocky.
Throw it away.
Especially when
Don't throw
Breaking
it
Shot
away.
ends up going down. Reckless Sweat ends up getting caught out of position toward the bottom car side. And that's an excellent grenade coming out of Cherish. So now we see back-to-back kills going in favor of Oxygen Esports. And Cherish is sitting here over toward the P side. 06 Kobe Bryant needs to just play a very simple brand of Halo. Pushing twos, bait and switch, traded out because Breaking Shot ends up finding the kill. Luckily, his teammates right there. This is exactly what I want to see. But he ends up going down. That's going to leave one by himself. 2 quickly go down for 06 Kobe Bryant. And just like that, it's just a 1-kill game shot way.
What is happening? Kobe Bryant, despite the dominance in this game, they're very slowly falling apart here, Tony. Just 2 kills on each side. And all of a sudden, it's Oxygen Esports' game to win. We get 49 on the blue. They just need 1 kill to close it out. 1 trade will do. Ret the Sweat, will he be the man to find it? Camo's up top mid. They lost 1 to 49. Oh, and 2 die. Wait, no, it's a tie. It's a tie game. We're replaying this, Tony.
Absolutely incredible. Oxygen Esports having the mental fortitude to fight back when they were down. Look, at one point they were down 12 kills. I don't want to say that was a choke by Kobe Bryant, by 06 Kobe Bryant. I mean, Oxygen Esports really stepped it up when it mattered most. But if you're 06 Kobe Bryant, at some point you have to recognize it's 47 to 41. Why the hell were you not playing in twos? Why are you not just flying in towards P side or car side, literally holding hands and forcing a 2v1, forcing a 2v2? At that point, your only goal is to play for trades. How are you allowing Oxygen Esports to even play that perfect brand of Halo to put down those shots and stay alive when your only goal is to trade out 3 kills? Like I said, I don't want to call it a choke because Oxygen Esports really had to step up. They really had to play near perfect Halo, but that was your opportunity, 06 Kobe Bryant. And hopefully you guys can bounce back from that.
How about this, Tony? I'm gonna put you in that situation real quick, and you let me know how you perform. So the pressure, they were playing scared. I think that's really it. In the end of the day, right? Like they were winning 47 to high 30s, and they lost a full team wipe, and they slowed the game down to a crawl, and it seemed like they started to hesitate. There was one interesting moment there too, where Secluded was in one base, they had 3 in the other. I'm wondering what type of play they could have put together there, right? Because they technically had like a perfect little split for Secluded to maybe bait and play his life carefully, and for them to get aggressive off of it. It's just all their timings kind of fell apart. And I think it's because they were worried. They were worried that they would make a mistake and things would fall apart and the team would come back. So that's just the issue in the end of the day is the pressure that you're receiving from a well-coordinated team when they finally get their act together. It's wild that we tied it in the end, though, because now I'm curious to see what's next. Like, with a tie, I assume we jump back into the game once again, but is their confidence shattered now? Do Oxygen Esports come into this and just obliterate them?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I wish I don't even know if they were playing scared. To be honest, I wish they were playing scared. I feel like if they did, maybe they would have bundled up together. There's no way you can allow Oxygen Esports to come back in this one. But you know what? This is where you're going to be tested. You allowed them to come out. You allowed them to tie things up. Now Oxygen Esports had the momentum. Although it was a tie, they still had an incredible comeback to put that in. It looks like 06 Kobe Bryant answering properly with an early lead, but they weren't able to get away with the camo. That's going to fall over towards bottom mid.
Definitely not the result you wanted from game 2, but 06 Kobe Bryant, Tony, they got to forget about it and move on, focus on what's next, and hopefully maintain some semblance of confidence control in this one. So far, so good, though, right? 6-4 to start. Got some great pressure coming out of Reverse as well. He's up on top. Matt looks like he wants to chase someone down below, but he's chasing Ghost. Oh, he is a ghost. It's a camoed player. You'll take him.
Ooh. And Name putting the commando to work immediately, clearing out the car side. He does have a teammate with them with camo on the top mid side of the map. So quickly 3 down go 06 Kobe Bryant. And once again, Oxygen Esports are able to take control on Aquarius.
All of a sudden, we've got a slight lead at Oxygen to start this one off. And this is my worry, Tony. Is this the snowball, right? Is that the straw that broke the camel's back in the last game? And the things start to kind of barrel out of control as Oxygen very clearly have gained some momentum, some confidence coming into this. I think the biggest thing was that wake-up call that Oxygen got early on in Aquarius Slayer. And it kind of reminded themselves, okay, we need to focus up. We need to treat these players like a high-level team because they definitely are at this point. But now that they've realized this, things are changed, right? It's like downloaded. You got an adaptation, basically 101.
Yeah, and the one major difference that I'm seeing here from the first version of game number 2 and the second one is by this point in the game, Breaking Shot literally was 11-2 at this point. Breaking Shot, well, they were winning, but Breaking Shot was literally single-handedly taking over. He was just 0-4 at one point. Obviously, just put his first kill on the board right there. But that's the major difference. 06 Kobe Bryant needed someone to be that Kobe Bryant-like player and kind of lead the charge by example. And as of right now, Breaking Shot hasn't been doing the same thing, and now we're seeing an 8-kill lead going in favor of Oxygen Esports, and they're not slowing down whatsoever.
And honestly, Tony, this is the thing that I've grown to appreciate in Infinite so much more as time goes on, is the skill gap in this game is subtle, right? It's so team focused, it's so mental, like little advantages that you gain, or just like tying up that game and what that does to a team's chemistry and confidence going into the next round. It's just, these are where the skill gaps lie in Halo Infinite, and you're seeing Oxygen Esports take full advantage of the momentum they gained in Game 1. Or, what is it, Game 2 off the reset.
Common going to try to use the yeet wave, but sadly he's going to be taken down. Breaking Shot trying to find the angle here over towards top red. Sadly, that player going to hunt him down, drops down, ends up getting the kill. So Breaking Shot quickly goes down, and once again, numbers advantage going to Oxygen Esports.
Wow,
Haynes goes down, but he drops a nade right before he hits the black screen.
29-18, very different looking reset, and unfortunately, at a best of 3, this is their final chance on 06 Kobe Bryant to bounce back and stay in the tournament, right, with our single elim. We'll see if they can still find their footing here. 30-18 now. You can just see the map locked down by Oxygen Esports. They're playing in 2s. They got a pinch into yellow right now, and multiple dying on the feed as well. Everything looking perfect for Oxygen. They found it.
Big kill coming out of Cherish, and another 3 down for 06 Kobe Bryant. 34-18 lead going in favor of Oxygen Esports, and Chris Common already getting the information that there's 2 players here towards the utility side, so taking it a bit slow, gets right behind enemy lines. One quickly goes down, Secluded gonna join him, and that's exactly what Oxygen Esports looks to do. They feed that information to each other, they react to it immediately, and then they collapse on you, make you feel that pressure. It's really funny that the name is Oxygen Esports because they do not allow you to breathe.
Maybe they're pros when it comes to breathing. I don't know, right? They managed to turn that situation that was unfavorable around, and now they're just focused and shooting laser beams, apparently, here. Rhett did have a little moment of brilliance a second ago. He's 9-9 on the board, only player positive, or at least going even on his team. And they need some sort of dedicated round of slays, like 2 or 3 dead, so they can get the freedom to get the map back. But you can see everything is just completely locked down here by Oxygen.
Haynes quickly ends up getting the assist, but more importantly, did not give up his mid-side position. However, there are multiple players started to collapse from the car and the P side, so Haynes had no choice but to back down and play his life. Chris Common gonna be the first one to fall here for Oxygen Esports. Cherish ends up taking down one before going down, so that's gonna be a crucial kill, because at this point, with Oxygen Esports playing towards a lead, they understand they need to do exactly what 06 Kobe Bryant didn't do in the version 1 of this game too, and that's play for the trades. Literally all you have to do at this point, and forget about putting shots and prioritizing your life, just play for these trades and you're gonna come out with the win. There's no chance that 06 Kobe Bryant can win unless they're getting clean 2-0 wipes, 3-0 wipes, or even full squad wipes, and that's very hard to do against a team of this caliber.
Exactly, and I think the perfect example was Oxygen Esports' ability to, despite being at such a deficit, find their footing and put the fear into 06 Kobe Bryant to completely turn the game around. Now, Kobe Bryant are in that similar kind of position. Like, they could technically ice up and create that same scenario against Oxygen. You just don't expect Oxygen to falter because they've been here. They've done that before. And at this point, they have far and away taken this thing, Tony, 47-29. We're practically in stake territory here.
That we are. And let me tell you, I'm
we are
kind of hungry right now. 1 kill needed for Oxygen Esports. Cherish putting in the damage, and that's going to be it. 06 Kobe Bryant going to be knocked out here in the winners quarterfinals. Oxygen Esports doing exactly what we thought they would, win and move forward into the semis.
But not exactly how we thought they would win. Tony, what an interesting series that was, though, right? Because we had an unbelievable performance out of 06 Kobe Bryant in the first Slayer. They were popping off. He was breaking shot, right? Breaking shot. What was he, like 11-2 to start the game? He was cracked. He was making plays. Everything was lining up and working out. And then it just, unfortunately, it all crumbled, led to a tie. And then we see the complete reversal that comes from a team like Oxygen once they adapt, once they, take a second and say, wait a second, we're a top team in this tournament. Let's just obliterate these guys. So a stake to close it. They're going to move on in the bracket, and just very wild series of events we got to witness there, Tony.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that I love about Esports Arena and Series E. You're going to find a lot of hidden talent within the competitive community that are even during the low times, they're grinding the game. They're putting in the work in the 8s lobbies. They're doing what they need to do to be noticed. When I think of players like Suppressed, for example, who currently plays on Excedrin, how did he kind of get his shine? It was literally doing exactly what Breaking Shot and the boys are doing, playing those money 8s lobbies, putting in the work, grinding as much as possible, and eventually his skill set gets noticed. He starts playing in some of these, kind of Esports Arena like tournaments with pros, and people start saying, "Hey, this guy's the real deal." He's hanging with Penguin, he's hanging with Renegade, and eventually gets picked up against a team like Excedrin, and absolutely doing amazing things. Him and Suspector are two of the best slayers that we have in our league. That's the hidden talent that comes out in a league like Series E. So if you're out there, you're thinking, I'm not getting noticed, I'm not getting my shine, but I know I have the potential. Going to the sauna, playing those 8s lobbies, playing these tournaments and whatnot, and get your name out. I promise you, talent gets noticed, and eventually you will too. Put in the work, and I promise you, you'll get there.
Very well said, Tony. I like how you said he's hanging with Penguin. He's hanging, with some of these top pros. I think, as important as individual skill is, it's a people game in the end of the day too, right? Your ability to kind of get along with people and network and play that perfect role on these teams, as powerful as individual skill is in Halo with Halo Infinite, and the kind of shift away from the individually focused meta we saw in H5. I think you really got to be a good teammate this time around. You got to be likable too. So there's so many different gaps here, and I wonder how these players will navigate them, rise to success. But a great way to do it is with Esports Arena. For now, at least, let's send it back to Yeso, see what he says.
I could not agree with you gentlemen more there, honestly, Shiaway and Tony. While I don't necessarily have the experience competing at the top level, I think you make a good point talking about, being able to network and get along with these guys and fit into that team environment is certainly very important if you do want to compete at the top level. So well played from those teams. And of course, Oxygen now moves on. The C9 phase roster, as Tony lovingly dubbed them, phase 9 move on as well. I believe we will be looking at their next matchup very soon here. But let's talk about what we just saw. Of course, we only saw the tail end of the phase 9 series. They took care of business as everybody expects them to. So well played there, and we'll hopefully get to see more of them as the day continues. But Oxygen and 06 Kobe Bryant there, and the tie. And I will have a guest joining me a little later in the show to talk about a lot of different things here in the Halo Infinite scene, break down some replays and all that. And I'll definitely have a question for them when we get to that. But I just want to talk about the fact that we saw a tie in that Slayer matchup. And I want to highlight a couple of things. One, at one point, that score was 41-27 in favor of 06 Kobe Bryant. So that is a 14-kill lead with 9 left to go to grab the win, and Oxygen brings it back to force the tie. I also want to note, because we didn't see the kill trade happen on stream. It happened, in just a different part of the map. It was a melee trade. It was 2 players melee trading kills at the end, both at 49 points, that forced the tie and got us the reset. Of course, credit to Oxygen coming off of that, of course, they were carrying a ton of momentum considering how strong they were in the back half of that Slayer game. The fact that they were able to make up a 14-point gap and force a tie when 06 Kobe Bryant was on the verge of winning it all is incredibly impressive, and they just played very clean and calculated Halo there up until that 50-point mark, and they just strung that right into the next game and absolutely dominated that next Slayer matchup. So, they obviously move on, and, I would say it was closer than they would have liked. Of course, there still would have been a deciding game 3, right? That wasn't for elimination, but I would say Oxygen would probably prefer that second game of Slayer is just what happened the first time around, but they can work on cleaning that up later. But they do move on in the bracket, will jump up into the winner semifinals, and things are going to start to get a whole hell of a lot more fun. Now, of course, I mentioned we are likely to see that Phase 9 roster here once again very soon. Production, of course, will give me the thumbs up when we're ready to hand it back to the casters. So we'll get that matchup set up very soon. But one thing I do want to mention is it is, of course, Excedrin week. Shyway was talking about it right off the top of the show. So maybe, if you're gaming a little too long, you're getting that eye strain, getting a little bit of a headache, Excedrin has what you need. They've got a lot of great tips, too, before you even need to take some Excedrin to deal with that headache. A lot of great tips that they have over on their website that are very worth checking out to help, prevent you from getting to that point where you're having headaches when you are gaming. So make sure to check them out. And you can check out, awesome little shot here in the studio. We've got a very cool giveaway going on this week that if you want more information on, check out our Twitter at Esports Arena if you want to get in on a very cool giveaway. So big shout outs to Excedrin, of course, one of our sponsors and partners here at Series E. And we appreciate their support of us and their support, of course, of all of the players and teams in Series E. They're why, a big reason why we are able to put on all of these awesome events and tournaments, pay the salaries for these players. So we certainly appreciate their support and love. Now, right now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we've got plenty more action coming, Phase 9, and more Halo Infinite on the other side of this break.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars in the place. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go! coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme, the true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance. I was so born for the goal. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Let's go.
Esports Arena Series E Excedrin week, by the way. So if anybody's got a headache, we've got the cure. This is the second time I've said this, Tony. At this point, I need some Excedrin to clear my own mind. How you doing, Tony? How do you feel about the game so far?
I'm feeling good. I think we had two great series that we caught at the middle of the Cloud9 and FaZe roster. And obviously, we saw Oxygen Esports come out with a big win. And now we're going to see them again going up against Esports Arena Blue. But instead of Eli Elite on this roster, we actually have Chrisley. That looks like, I believe, is also filling in for Serial, who was playing. So plenty of, they just keep grinding with a new four, trying to find that one player that's going to send them over the edge.
Right. We've seen a different player every week, so I wonder when they're finally going to lock things in. Of course, with KC drawing near, they really need to find that chemistry, especially if they're going to jump in the fray. I expect them to. But early on here, Tony, I expect the competition to be pretty steep against Oxygen Esports. Looks like that it's a pretty evenly scored game. Anything can happen still, but off of what we just witnessed with Oxygen, they mean business today.
Oh yeah, Oxygen Esports are definitely here to go the distance, but so is Esports Arena Blue. This is their home turf right here, and they've always kind of been the ultimate underdog in a lot of these fights. And now we're going to see how they react against Oxygen Esports, specifically, like I said, with Chrisley. I mean, Chrisley, formerly known as Rexley. I remember he played a lot of SWAT tournaments back in Halo 5, but he's been grinding. At one point, he was actually the #1 ranked player in Halo Infinite, actually beating out Lucid within the first few days of when the ranks reset. So he's definitely been grinding, and look at him, he's 6-6 with 3 assists. He's already keeping up with the boys.
Maybe a bit of a sleeper hit in this tournament here, Tony. Somebody to keep an eye on, and hopefully we get time to do so, right? Single elimination, best of 3. This series could whip on by if you're not, or if you are making mistakes, I guess. Hopefully you don't make any. You'll see Cherish just completely wipe out Floriously. He's got a shotty for the second. Name will deal with it, and that gives them coverage of B. They got A held down, so high ground looking pretty locked in, and it's just up to whether or not ESA Blue can find an answer, an opening here.
And JK coming right up the B stairs with Gold Star. VR with a little 1-2 combo. They're able to take down one, and somehow Cherished having no idea that there was 2 players breaking it over toward the B Street side despite one of his teammates dying. That just seems like a momentary lapse of either awareness or even communication coming in, and Esports Arena Blue gonna clearly take advantage of that. Now they're stealing away A and B at the same time, so a double cap still in favor of them, and they currently have the lead over Oxygen Esports.
Quick and efficient gameplay out of them too, right? That little opening translated into high ground control, A and B held down immediately, and that's the type of transition you want to see out of ESA Blue to get as much time as possible off these openings. You can see Haynes going to step back into the A stronghold. It's actually right outside it. He waited, I think, to step into it, split second, just so he could finish off that kill and not draw attention to himself. Now they got coverage of A and C, and they still got lives to work with here. This is perfect for Haynes.
Ends up getting the kill on Chrisley. That's going to put Esports Arena 2 down. We do see JK now forced to rotate all the way over toward the C side while they lose A and B at the same time. So now a double cap going in favor of Oxygen Esports. You're seeing Esports Arena Blue. They're now stuck here over toward the subway side, and we know that's exactly where Oxygen Esports want to put them. They want to put a team, lock them into a base, watch all sides, and make you feel that pressure. They already go 3 down once again. JK is able to break through, able to come through the red side. That's going to be a big kill by him. His teammates were 3 down, but they might have found the opening they needed with JK's pivotal kill.
JK getting super aggressive there. You got to respect it. Unfortunately, he runs into 2, and he will die. But something so powerful in this game, that thrust forward, right, Tony? The ability to just get right up and close and finish him off with a melee, I find much more effective than baiting melees with the thrust in this game. Looks like Cherish going to get himself a kill back A as well. The entire map accounted for. Now, two, he turns it into a double. And with that type of lockdown, you can see he's now predicting spawns on PD as well. So Oxygen Esports completely aware and able to dominate if they can keep this up.
And Esports Arena Blue able to take down the former Apex player in Cherished, but we do see Haynes somehow having position here over towards the B side, ends up catching a stray grenade from across the map, so that's going to be another 2 down for Esports, for Oxygen Esports. JK now going to try to use that numbers advantage to slide it over toward the B side, but Oxygen Esports answer back, putting them all 4 down and gaining mid-map control once again.
Oxygen ultimately winning their team fights in the end of the day here. As long as they have that numbers advantage, it's so much easier to lock down these sections of the map and block down weapons like the shotgun. You can see Common doing exactly that. What a shot, by the way. I think he just took a second to remember where that player was, thrust it back, came back to it. And you can see the devastating damage these boys are doing because of it.
Former #1 ranked player doing a great job of clearing out the B side of the base. Looks like him and Ivan going to be able to take away B. There is a player sitting up over towards top heaven that's raining down shots, but JK off the screen ends up finding the kill. Now Cherish actually backing down towards Cafe, able to take down one, not able to get the second one, so numbers advantage not in favor of Oxygen Esports, but looks like that might change real soon if he keeps using this Stalker rifle.
Yeah, Cherish is hitting shots, especially with this weapon. That is a deadly combination to have. We'll see. They got them locked down bottom map here as well, so the sightline going to be so crucial to hold on to Rockets. Looks like he will join his teammates. Double back for Rocks. Does he have timing for it? You can see the aggression coming in out of ESA Blue. That's JKV who flies by. They'll pick up the Rockets here. They got a numbers advantage and artillery as well, so this is ESA Blue's chance to turn the momentum around.
Oxygen Esports going up against ESA Blue. C9/FaZe going up against Built by Gamers, and the winner of these two are going to make it to the winners bracket finals. This tournament is really starting to heat up, and especially with Esports Arena Blue getting a momentary trip cap, but then immediately losing Charlie, and now we're seeing Oxygen Esports start to work on Alpha right off of the Cafe spawns.
I like the recognition out of Floriously, though, in that situation, right? Noticing there were multiple over on A. He had 2 teammates back to C, so he decided to ignore the fight, focus on controlling C. Instead, though, looks like he's still focused that direction. He'll somehow turn and still get the kill, despite not having first shot in that engagement. So Floriously, massive life out of him. We'll see if Oxygen can take advantage of B, though. Got Common with Name working together to try to secure it. Can he get the kill? Unfortunately not. And the team help coming in out of ESA Blue.
2 down go Oxygen Esports once again. Fluriously getting right into the action, able to steal away B once again, but they don't have the double cap just yet, and it takes 2 plots in order to put some points on the board. Oxygen Esports still having the late game control here, and now Cherish gonna break out over toward the C side and immediately push B Street, which there's not much presence here coming out of Esports Arena Blue. This might be a really good play by Oxygen Esports, but they've just gone 3 down, Shyway. They've just gone 3 down.
Exactly, and you can see how Cherished is playing because of that, right? Just slowing his life down. Last thing he wants to do is force an engagement where he's at a disadvantage because of it. Now he's getting back into B with a little bit more resources to do it. You got Krills coming in to maybe clean him up. Unfortunately, cannot. Cherish with a teammate. They'll work together, bait and switch their way through B. They've now controlled A because of it as well, and you can see that time just ticking against ESA Blue. They got to act, and they got to act quickly, and that's exactly what Cherish wants. He's got Driver locked down. We got Rockets up. JK dead as well. Goldstar's going to dive in. A desperate play. They got 4 seconds to do it, but it looks like they won't make it in time. Oxygen, they'll lock the map down for 250 to 185 to close game 1.
And that's really surprising me. Esports Arena Blue, at least when we had them on screen, it looked like they had a firm grip. They had a firm control over the map, especially when it came to the Slays department. They were going toe-to-toe with Oxygen Esports, but they just must have been a lot more objective, efficient to be able to win by that margin, despite not getting that many of the Slays going in. And I say it all the time, Oxygen Esports are a deadly stronghold squad. They're a top 16 team that literally play like a top 8 or a top 6 team when it comes to strongholds.
Yeah, I mean, hard to say, right? We saw a lot of great moments of brilliance out of ESA Blue that made it look like they could have turned that around and maybe closed it out, but I think just as many or more out of Oxygen Esports to ultimately clutch up the game. I think one of the biggest things is just not having solo deaths, right? Cherished that important play at the very end, recognizing 3 of his teammates had died. So instead, he just kind of sits back, red room, picks up the thrust so he can survive a little longer, tosses a couple pre-nades in, but ultimately waits for a teammate to spawn nearby. Then he pushes up for the 2-player push into B so they can bait and switch their way through fights and ensure they do come away with the cap and a numbers advantage. So little things like that, not splitting off from your team or recognizing, situations of disadvantage like we saw at a Furiously. So ESA Blue are doing this too, right? Furiously noticing he's compromised on A side of the map. He's going to help out with C, but then having that internal timer in your head, knowing when they will rotate from A to B. So you are ready to turn back and face the music.
Yeah, understanding how to play your numbers and and an advantage or a disadvantage can make or break multiple situations. And we saw Excedrin Esports be able to turn lemonade out of lemons. And we're going to see if they can do that again going into game number 2, Team Slayer, which so far since we've had them on screen has kind of been their Achilles heel. We did see 06 Kobe Bryant actually almost beating them, actually even holding on to a 14-point lead, and eventually ending in a tie against them in Slayer. And they're, in my opinion, Esports Arena Blue are a step above them. So if you give Esports Arena Blue that kind of leeway, they're going to take over, and we're going to see a game number 3. This is, to me, this is a statement game coming out of Excedrin Esports. They need to prove that they're a top 16 team when it comes to regionals. They need to prove that they can even do that when we bring in the international teams as well. If they want to hold on to this spot, they have to pull off 2-0. Otherwise, Esports Arena Blue might get a lot of momentum going into game 3, and maybe, dare I say it, make a winners bracket finals. It's not impossible.
Definitely not. And great point that you brought up, right? Excedrin Esports, as great as it is that they won 2-0 in that last series, there was a weakness in their gameplay for them to have to clutch up and just barely tie the game the first time around, right? These boys, they can bleed. And ESA Blue is a very fast-paced team on a very fast-paced map. So this is the game you'd like to see them bounce back. Of course, it is their only opportunity to do so.
And as we say that, it'd be Chris Common opening up with a double kill immediately, giving the numbers advantage right off the rip to Excedrin Esports. We do see name on screen with the heat wave, looking to heat somebody to the black screen, sends one down, gets the assist on the second one, and looks like there's one more available, and Common gonna pull off another double kill, starting off the game 4-0, and the team starting off 6-0 for Excedrin Esports.
Couldn't have asked for a more confident lead, Tony. With all that space clear to the map, they spawned them all on A side, and here's where the aggression comes in. You got Common with a sniper just to play in the back. They got the heat wave to move up close. Haynes already picks up a double as well, so just completely obliterating these boys. If they all commit together, they'll flip the spawns, and you can see Name and Common aware of this. Let's see how they play it. Oh, so beautiful.
Almost getting the headshot, but I love the recognition by Chris Common to quickly back down over toward the A side. Meanwhile, his teammates holding his back. He does have 2 teammates that are wrapping in towards the B side of the map. It looks like Gold Star BR ends up finding one, and a double body shot coming out of Chris Common, but the kills will not be cleaned up. That's going to be his first death of the game, but Esports Arena Blue now need to take advantage of these numbers and the map control.
Exactly. ESA Blue, they knocked away the sandbox a little bit. No more power weapons in the favor of Excedrin, an opportunity to maybe regain their footing. You see Krillsy gonna hightail it out of that fight. Cherish in the meantime, beautiful little nade shot to clean up Gold Star, earn some positioning off of it. You see he's got the heat wave to work with. Can he take a fight? The confidence out of him too to take Furiously, despite Furiously having the cover in that situation.
Excellent shots by Chris Common to deny access over toward the A side so easily, but it looks like there's a player toward the sandbags that was able to find a bit of a different route. Now Name gonna try to stay alive, force to play his life because he doesn't have Chris Common with him anymore. Looks like he does have a teammate coming in for the flank. Chris Lee doing a great job of holding that height advantage, dropping down right when it matters most. 2 down for each of the teams, and only a 5-kill game. This is still anybody's ball game going into game number 2.
And that's what you want to see. Nice individual picks out of players like Krillsy just to get the confidence back. The deficit not so large anymore, just down by 4. Coverage onto A as well. They're going to get aggressive. Got to do it in pairs, too. You got Furiously with an opening already. It's Name with one in the feed. Krillsy going to work his way through to hopefully pick up a couple more here. He'll get lit up. So trades drop in your left and right. Tony, just a 5-kill advantage for Excedrin to still work with.
The problem is that was a fresh squad wipe. That was a momentary forward down for Esports Arena Blue. So Oxygen Esports play it right. They're able to influence the spawns exactly the way they want to, but they do end up going one down. Nave not able to pick up the kill, and now he has 2 players flying towards him. Luckily, his teammate coming from across the map to get an assist. It looks like he's going to come back over for the reach out, and Name in a disadvantageous position somehow turns it into an advantage. And now we're seeing Oxygen Esports once again flip the script.
Oxygen just locking things down. We got to see JK put the fear in him with the snipe here. He's got 7 bullets to work with. Let's see him line something up. Oh, of course he'll just 180 no-scope Cherish. There's a way to start. So you know this man's already hitting shots here. Keep it up, though. He's in a rough spot. It doesn't seem to matter. My God, the accuracy out of him.
They're gonna feel that in the morning. We'll make sure to leave them a nice little care package of Excedrin on the nightstand for when they wake up. As Furiously now gonna have his turn with the sniper rifle, quickly rotating over towards the B side of the map. It looks like there is a player on Sedest that's gonna cut off his angle immediately. And right as the overshield's coming up, Esports Arena Blue really needed to find those slays so they could take advantage of this power up. And sadly, it did not go their way.
Look at the coverage here. They do get to the power up, though. Looks like OS on the body of Cherished here. Gonna work with Haynes to keep that OS 30 to 25 at this point. So still got an advantage to work with. Common coming in from behind with a bit of a flank here, too. We'll see if he can catch somebody off guard. His whole team just died. He'll take the trade, which is huge. Throwing all of his nades out into cuts, but he's alone in this situation.
Common having the heat wave, trying to put it to work. Sadly, if you can't stand the heat, you get off the kitchen. That's exactly what ends up happening. Gold Star BR dropping a well-placed drop wall to try to provide them any kind of advantage. And Furiously, absolutely Chris rocking that player onto the black screen. Ends up getting a double kill right off the screen. Furiously really starting to heat up. And just like that, Esports Arena have taken the lead.
ESA completely flipping the script in this game. Furiously going to lock down the angle from Nest as well. Great vantage point. You can see JK and Goldstar working off of it. The entire map going down in the kill feed here. Furiously going to stay up and pick one of his own, too. And what the survival out of him. Common still finds it. Can Common stay up, though? Beautiful nades coming in out of ESA to keep the trade and keep the 1-kill advantage in their favor. They got the map control they need here, too. Tony, it's their game to win if they hold on.
Goldstar BR is playing his life, slowing things down just a little bit, and right as that happened, he jumps right up with Flurcy, ends up challenging 2 players to quickly go down for Oxygen Esports. Name gonna equalize the situation a bit by finding a kill, but now his job is simply to stay alive and not to give up his position while his teammates spawn up. I love that recognition coming out of Name, but JK finding a cheeky angle here from top mid to bottom mid, and he has the heat wave, so he wants to get that close range engagement. He wants to put that one-shot melee to work, and Dividing One gonna take down Name immediately, but he loses all of the ammo out of that heat wave.
But so well timed, right? Because the entire game is going to come down to this OS, and looks like ESA Blue, not only do they get 2 kills, they get the OS for free, and that's the confidence they need to get aggressive on the spawners. Common going to catch 2 off guard. He does pull a trade out of that situation, but here we go. Furiously with the OS and with a mission on his hands. Delete the enemy team.
Only 5 kills away from taking game number 2, but we've seen Oxygen Esports in this spot before, and they've clutched up in this very tournament, but the sniper shot gonna come in. Goldstar BR able to take down Common, and a beautiful collapse coming out of Furiously and Goldstar BR. Chrisley absolutely pinging, chasing a player down. They're only 1 kill away from taking the game and sending us to a game number 3.
Furiously looking to lock this one out with one final shot of the snipe. Here it is. Shotgun v shotgun, basically, at the end. And a trade is all he needs. 50 to 44, and ESA Blue, they are back in this series.
Esports Arena Blue, they needed that win right there. They were fighting for their winners bracket lives right there, and now the dream is here. You know, Oxygen Esports are probably the favorites on paper, but Esports Arena Blue know that if they're fighting at their best, if they're playing to their potential, they can beat Oxygen Esports on any given Sunday, or I guess Monday now. Now we're going into game number 3. It's gonna be oddball on recharge. We're not talking strongholds, which is one of Oxygen Esports' best game types. We're talking about one that's kind of a wild card here. Esports Arena Blue might be able to pull off the upset.
I think if they keep the teamwork they had in the end of that Slayer game, ESA Blue are in a great spot coming into this, Tony, right? Because what a well-executed team play to close that final game. We saw the start of it. We had Gold Star like up on top mid, one shot left in the heat wave, right? The cheeky spot just hiding there. And he's listening, right? Is sound whoring the right word to use, right? He knows somebody is below him, and he's communicating with his team on the timing of that collapse, right? The moment he drops, they are all moving together in unison. He picks up that crucial kill. That gives them the numbers advantage, and they kind of coordinate. They get him 2 down, force the other 2 back, and get the free OS because of it. So those little moments of map control or just like teamwork communication when it matters most around the sandbox, I think that is where ESA Blue can pull away. Hopefully they can find that again when we come up into Oddball, because of course you've got a lot more to deal with Oddball on the map.
You need the individual skill to get on a top team, but then you need to get that teamwork in order to beat other top teams. And that's kind of going to be the story of this series right here. We know Esports Arena Blue are highly talented. We know they can win some of their individual gunfights. You know, JK plays on max sensitivity and somehow still is able to put out absolute bombs. It's crazy. You know, Chrisley, that former #1 ranked player when it comes to Halo Infinite rank, we know that they are really good individually talented players, but now I want to see them come together. Now I want to see that small talk come into play, putting shots, staying alive, playing your numbers advantage, and beating out a team like Oxygen Esports. Mind you guys, Kansas City is what, just 10 days away, less than 10 days away. If you can pull off a big win against Oxygen Esports, break out the champagne, break out the red panties. At that point, you got to celebrate, because Oxygen Esports are that good.
Tony, save that for the end of the tournament, all right? Relax, my guy. That is one team, a stepping stone to the eventual champagne. I'm all for the champagne. Just save it for, win the tournament first, okay? And then you're good. You're good to go. We got, 10 days, like you said, till KC, so everything ramping up. This is a big deal for ESA Blue, and if they do win the series, maybe that means Krillsy sticks around, right? Because, they're still looking for that 4th player, still looking for that full team chemistry that maybe they haven't quite found just yet. I know Krillsy was a sub-in for Serial as well, so there seems to be a bit of a rotation on that last player. We'll see if this is the squad that locks in for KC or not. But of course, the final game in this series, Tony, no matter what way you look at it, we got to see one of these teams ice up.
Well, you know what? The best ability is availability. As of right now, Chris League is here, and this is his opportunity to put in the work, and he's going to do just that. The Oxygen Esports going to start off the game 3 down. Esports Arena Blue already not only getting the ball, but rotating it over toward the C side of the map. So if they get pressured, if the kills start to go in favor of Oxygen Esports, Esports Arena Blue will play that ball off the map and not allow Oxygen Esports to put in any counterpoints. So this is good free points for ESA Blue if they play it correctly.
And so far, they absolutely are. Krillsy's still getting kills, by the way, as he's locking things down. That ball was played off the map, 16 seconds to start, and not too shabby right off the opening to get a short hold. You don't expect in Halo Infinite long ball holds, right, for like, let's say 40 to 60 seconds. Very rare in Halo Infinite. Those holds are going to break as long as you have counter attack planned and a ball play. And you're good to go. You can see Fluriously right now picking up the second ball for a second hold opportunity for ESA Blue.
And that was another 3 down coming out of Oxygen Esports right there. Esports Arena Blue playing their advantage as well, putting down that damage and also being as objective efficient as possible. As soon as the slays go down, they're hopping right on the ball, but now Fluriously in a not advantageous position is also going to rotate the ball all the way toward the attic side, get it towards Long Haul, and somehow he's still alive, and that ball will find its way over towards the middle of the map, making things very hard for Oxygen Esports. We've seen how objective efficient Oxygen Esports are in strongholds, but Esports Arena Blue bringing that same efficiency here on Oddball Recharge.
Unless, of course, they all die to Cherished BR. That dude just picked up a triple and picked up some free time for his team to work with. Camo about to spawn as well. Cherished in a sneaky position here. Probably got some insight on a player nearby. Can they get to Camo? Though going to be so important to break through the setup. You can see Haynes is on top of it already. Name picking up some ball time in the back of C. Well, that happens. I think Haynes might have died. I'm not sure if he burned that camo or not. You can see them flying in the bottom mid still. Cherish going to go for it. He's now dead, so Name, he's already getting into play position.
And that's really what Cherish was brought onto this roster for. You know, they want him to bring that slaying ability, but they also want him to bring that speed. Oxygen Esports want to speed up the gameplay. So when they needed that triple kill, Cherish was able to respond, and that was some good ball time coming out of them. But they've just gone 3 down once again. Now we're seeing JK holding on to that height advantage. Luckily, there was a slay that went in favor of the boys in red, and JK still trying to find where Chris Common went. He was playing cringe right in the corner, camping it out, had his s'mores ready, but ends up getting the kill, and that's all that matters.
I mean, at least he had a commando and not a mangler in the end, though, right? I don't mind as much if he's at least if he's got a more difficult weapon here. We'll see. Gold Star not worried about hiding. He's going all in for the melee trade, and he gets the kill. 2, 3 dead. ESA Blue immediately pick up the ball. You can see Krillsy getting tagged up by the last player, but not enough to stop the hold. So great efficiency out of ESA Blue. They continue to collect time off this.
And Esports Arena Blue are simply winning the Slays battle. Oxygen Esports are having a tough time winning those individual gunfights until Cherish comes in with the VR, but it seems like he's the only one that's able to win these pivs. He's currently 8-4. He has the gold side of the map, and now it's going to quickly take place of Haynes, who has the ball. So this is really important for Oxygen Esports. They need to get a clean round of Slays. They're able to take down one. Cherish getting another double kill. Cherish is starting to go off. Chrisley finally able to heat check up a bit, but 2 crucial double kills is netting them in free time right now, and he's the reason why Oxygen Esports are still in the game.
Well, it's a combination of things, right? Because Cherished, beautiful play. The fact that he got a double is massive, but what's almost more important is the fact that the ball carrier dropped the ball to help return fire and still do damage, right? Such an important role as a ball carrier is knowing when to do damage, knowing when to rotate. Oxygen pulled 54. They brought the seconds to 54 off that single play. So it's the combination of factors, right, that allowed it. Looks like the ball did not play off the map, though, so maybe ESA Blue can get things back. Cherish actually collecting the ball again, though, so the man is just putting it together. You got Common with a bit of an escort, some help here.
We talked about it before, and it's going to take a full team effort to come out with this series, and that's for both of these teams. And Oxygen Esports playing very well in that sequence, and they're still putting ball time on the board. They now have taken the lead. Now it's Chrisley going to show what he can do to break onto this setup, and he's not able to win that 1v1 gunfight. Gold Star BR still trying to get some information on that player. Finally finds him hiding in the corner, ends up getting the double melee. Luckily, JK putting his body on the line. Gold Star BR was one shot right there. That should have been an easy kill for Oxygen Esports, but JK playing that forward player, putting his full shield and being a shield for Gold Star BR, and because of that, they were able to pull off the full break. Big plays coming out of Esports Arena Blue to answer back Oxygen Esports.
Right, big individual slays for sure. Gold Star just completely cleaning up shop and control in C, but ultimately no ball time off of it. Hopefully, at the very least, map control is what we see. You can see Common back Gold here, just looking to lock it down. Slides back for the nades. 3 of his teammates dead, though. The man is alone and trapped in pipes. What can he do to milk his life? Hopefully bait. Whoa, I love the attempt. Had he turned and got the back smack, I would have lost my cool, Tony. But not today. ESA Blue, they rotate ball.
Chris Common trying to make some ultra rare plays right there. Camouflage coming up in less than double digits time. It looks like Name was able to pull off the remote detonation on the kill feed, but Flurcy moving in position over towards bottom control to try to go after that camouflage. Both of these teams have to battle not only for the power-ups and the power weapons on the map, but also have to be mindful of the time. There's less than 2 minutes on the clock, and either one of these squads needing 20 seconds or less to pull out this so important round number 1.
ESA down by 6, but slowly whittling away at Oxygen Esports. You can see them get kills as they... Oh my God, Gold Star's popping off. Man got himself 2 back-to-back. He'll shoot the shields off another, and the ball in their hands off of this. Gold Star about to close this game out for his team. He is still going, Tony.
That he is getting the slays, putting another player down to 1 shot, and that's gonna be it. Esports Arena Blue taking round number 1 of this game 3. They are now 1 round away from pulling off the upset and making it to the winners bracket finals.
What a way to shut them out. We had moments of brilliance out of Oxygen Esports, who controlled the ball, managed to rotate it a few times for just great coverage. It just wasn't enough in the end. In a battle of attrition here, ESA Blue, they found the timing they needed. They found Gold Star. Maybe that was the answer. You can see this man just living on B. Look at the damage that he does. I think he red barred that player before dropping. And hopefully ESA Blue can pick up off of it.
Living on batteries and living on a prayer right there. Cherish taking that perimeter side of the map over towards the Whirlpool side of the map. Meanwhile, JK slowing things down with the camouflage. Doesn't want to make his presence known. He wants to net himself at least 2 kills, but an early shot does end up coming in to force him to back down. Luckily, Gold Star BR was there to get the cleanup kill, but there's still 2 more players in front of him. JK challenging one, ends up getting the perfect kill onto the first one. The second one ends up going down as well, but so will JK. While all of this happens, though, Oxygen Esports go 3 down. Esports Arena Blue are still putting points on the board. Good for them.
Not to call you out, Tony, my man, but there's no way he is on max sensitivity anymore. He was in Halo 5, but just watching that gameplay, right? No way he's on max sensitivity. I'm expecting that reticle. Is he still? I'm gonna be analyzing that in detail next time we see it. But max sense would be so hard to control with the BR. We'll see. I mean, he's a demon in his own right. It just didn't look like it in that moment either way. ESA Blue, they are hitting their shots is what matters most. They got 24 to start here. Krillsy trying to get into the fray. He's going to have to drop down below and maybe lose his life.
I mean, I asked him a few weeks ago, and he said yes.
Okay,
I mean, maybe things might have changed since then, but I don't know, man. He's been doing it. He's been doing all the Halo 5 and going into this game. Maybe you're right. I'll ask him again for you. I'll make sure I get confirmation on that one. Meanwhile, Fluriously also plays on a fast sensitivity as well. Fluriously be whipping around, putting down the shot, stays alive. 4 down, go Oxygen Esports, and now we see the shock rifle in the hands of Razors. Fluriously holding down the bat. Ends up taking down one, goes in for the second one, body shots the player all the way towards control, and while all this is happening, they still are putting points on the board. Shyway, we might just see the upstate. We really might just see the upset.
ESA Blue, you can tell they're feeling themselves at this point, starting to hit shots. Things are connecting. JK, he's losing his teammates. Quick little rotate with the ball to get it away from the enemy, and what a beautiful little rotate. He sends it out into a baitable spot, and I think he still stays alive. So that play, so efficient out of JK, he does finally die, but it nets an opportunity for his team to try to keep Oxygen away from the ball. You can see Name picked up off of the damage on Krillsy there, so, sorry, Fluriously picked up onto Name. Either way, Oxygen can't quite get the time that you'd think they deserve in this situation.
Chris Common taking height onto one, ends up getting the assist as Haynes was able to pull off the cleanup kill. And Chris Common gonna clean up Gold Star BR, so numbers advantage going towards Oxygen Esports. He tries to play backwards, but the ball's forward. Just quickly gonna grab that ball and rotate it over back towards his spawning teammates. And Cherish having a very important position. He has to defend the control side, and sadly wasn't able to do so, wasn't able to take down even one. So Esports Arena Blue breaking through control and will try to force that ball off of the map.
I feel like every time you jump in this game, it's like, are you a gambling man? Right? Like, it's so risky. Like, Cherish, he was looking good. His movement was snappy at the start of that fight. He got into about half shields and then jumped backwards, and it's just like, that's where the risk comes into play. Like, you better hit your shots because you're an easy target. The Gold Star iced up, cleaned it up. Oxygen still finding time despite the action here. You can see they're up in Attic. Fluriously down below. Looks like he's waiting out for Camo. Camo about to spawn here. Fluriously closest available to it. Can he stay up and get it, though? Not quite. And I don't know if he burned it in time.
Name now going to quickly grab hold of this ball. They still have a gold side setup, and while Esports Arena Blue are 2 down, it's them that have to try to create some offense, but it looks like they're able to do so. Gold Star BR taking down one, and JK going to go after the second one, and just like that, 3 down go Oxygen Esports, and they need to be careful. All 4 members go down, and now they're in danger of letting this game get out of hands. We have 60 points in the county here for Esports Arena Blue. Luckily, they're able to take down one, but JK going right after Name. Chris Common getting the cleanup from across the map, but he's not in position to stop this ball just yet.
Cavalry incoming. Yeah, Fluriously, nice shot out of him, but just too much destruction on all sides to take him down. Nice little grapple on the ball, too. Oxygen, so efficient off of that play. They'll bring the ball back up into Attic. Krillsy with a couple nades to try to deal as much damage as possible, but Oxygen at this point set up. Haynes ready to delete a player, but he does trade. A situation I think he should have won, and maybe that weakens the defenses of Oxygen. You can see Common somehow, despite it, he's found his way behind enemy lines here, looking to pick up 2.
The melee kill will come in. Common taking down Gold Star BR, so 2 down for Esports Arena Blue. Common looking to take advantage, but he's still one shot, so he couldn't overextend. Throws a nade and trust his teammates to come in for the cleanup. So now they have the numbers advantage. They have the setup. They need to tie up this game or take an early lead before Esports Arena Blue are able to break them. If they're able to get 1 or 2 rounds of slays, that's gonna be a round, and we're going to a 3rd round here. But it looks like Name gonna start off by taking down Gold Star BR. Cherish off a screen going after Flourishing. JK takes down 1. Cherish goes in for a second one. 3 down go Esports Arena Blue, and that's exactly what Oxygen Esports needed.
So far, this is perfect. They got coverage on ball. Cherish getting aggressive. I love the slide, too. Teammate in position to clean that up. Camo popping up as well, so double dilemma. You got Haynes up on top, still rotating the ball. Less than 10 seconds to do it. They kill him. He does not play it out center, so ESA, they'll immediately take it. And I'm not sure who grabbed the camo in that situation, Tony, but it will be so important. You can see Common trying to get back to that ball. The entire team of ESA, they are on top of it. 10 seconds to make an impact, and Common, he's getting started.
Big play coming in at Common, but he's not able to find the second one. Every kill matters at this point. Gold Star BR just chilling here, and that's gonna be it. Esports Arena Blue able to take down Oxygen Esports. They're going to the winners finals and are guaranteed a top 3 placing and a little bit of money in their pocket. This is excellent for ESA Blue. It really is.
Right. Excellent for ESA Blue. Heartbreaking for Oxygen Esports, because are we still outside of top 8 territory, Tony? I'm not sure. I haven't checked the bracket, but that might be it for Oxygen in their tournament life. We are in top 8. Okay, so it's not. They're going to drop in a lower bracket. Oxygen, they can bounce back. What's heartbreaking about the end of wait, Tony, what do you... Oh, I see what you're doing. He's changing teams halfway through the broadcast, except I can't fault him for it. It's an ESA shirt, so, I mean... Rep it, Tony. Do your thing. Welcome back. Looks like you changed your costume. What's up?
Oh, I've been Esports Arena Blue all day.
This whole time?
I never swayed one bit.
Oh, my, that's my
mistake. To the day I die, baby. Winners finals, baby. Get winner to get out.
The moment ESA Blue loses, watch this. He's going to take the shirt off, and then he's phase again for the end of this, I guarantee. Tony, one thing I wanted to mention before we move on to the next series was the end of that game and the fact that Oxygen Esports were about to win it. And what happened at the end there? They didn't drop the ball out to bottom center. They got suddenly killed. Ball dropped top catwalk. ESA Blue picked it up, rotated it to C. So I think, not even to just call out that one moment, but that might have been it right there. They didn't play ball to center. Had they done that, at the very least, it would have been scrappy to get that ball back to his setup.
Yeah, if you can't play the ball off the map, which happens a lot of times in Halo Infinite, like almost pseudo playing the ball off and into the middle of the map, putting it into a baitable position for you to come right off a spawn and make it hell for the opposing team to get it can be almost as good as getting the full reset. So both of these teams are well aware of that. Maybe it just didn't find its way over there. But you're right, though. I mean, these moments matter, and that could have been the difference maker of them ultimately losing the game and maybe sending it to a round number 3. Where maybe they're able to come back and make it to the winners finals themselves. They're gonna have a little bit of a tougher time now in the lower bracket, semifinals now, so they'll have to win 2 series in order to make it back into the grand finals.
In the meantime, Tony, we've got a very interesting series on our hands because apparently this one is already underway. And look at the score, Tony, it's 1-1 in this series. Cloud9 X FaZe has lost a game, I assume the Slayer, to BBG. So we talked about, some of these sleeper hits, some very high caliber players in this tournament that, might pop up and show out almost out of nowhere here. And so far, BBG is that team. This is the final game in the series. The winner here going to knock the loser to lower bracket.
Shots ringing out from across the map. Falcon able to take down King J, and then goes in for the double count to Nemesis, but just barely gonna miss. Luckily, Stellar comes in for the cleanup, but 2 down for each of the teams. We have another game number 3 on our hands. Hey, Alex, you know how much I love me some game 3s.
Oh, I can't complain. Give me last chance, last second, very sweaty, heated situations, Tony. They're always the best in Halo. I want to see players under pressure. That tie game we saw in Slayer was already, I think, like a highlight of the broadcast. I can't wait to see what else we got coming up.
Stellar trying to make sure nobody's coming in over towards back gold. Eco does find the kill onto Mines off the screen, and Stellar finally finds King Jado is trying to creep on over to break that setup there, but Bomex can neutralize the situation. Now Bomex taking height immediately, formerly of Esports Arena. Red found a new home for Built by Gamers, also found a new home onto the black screen, as Mines might end up joining him, taking down Falcator before doing so.
Got players dropping left and right on these POVs. Will land on Eco. Looks like this man's got a shock. He's got a grapple, too. Convenient little combination. It gets the ball back to Pipes. Eco likely going to hand that off and use the shock. In the meantime, Boo Boo Dubu with a bit of a flank. The man's got a sword to work with here, too. This is great positioning. The moment that BBG gets aggressive is the moment you expect him to pounce. I don't think he connected with that stick, but I think now they know he's here.
Bomex trying to work a 1-2 combo with his teammate, and sadly both players gonna hit the black screen here. King J somehow though able to get a hold of that shock rifle. Big plays coming in, and not many points on the board though, despite multiple times these teams going 2 and 3 down. It's so hard to control recharge, especially with these top players here, but Boo Boo Dubu having the difference maker in hands. That's right, the sword coming into play, but not able to get the double kill.
His downfall was right below him, I guess. I don't like. I find those situations where you got to look straight down are some of the most difficult fights in Halo Infinite, like ever, Tony. So Boo Boo Dubu, unfortunately for him, even he was thrown off by the positioning of that player. And we'll see what BBG can do off the little openings that they're getting. Not much just yet. Ball still rotated back pipes for Cloud9. Mines does have the sword in this situation, so it looks like at least he's going to get something.
Easy kill coming in for the sword, but not able to pull off the BR kill. Luckily, his teammates were there to get the cleanup, and Built by Gamers now putting their first few points on the board. We do have a couple players spawning here over towards the Whirlpool, trying to immediately take that advantage on gold side, while 2 players quickly push from A towards control. 2 go down for Built by Gamers. Bone gonna try to deal with this next one. Ends up getting stuck and put down. That's gonna be 3 down for the boys in blue. Eco getting back the shock rifle, getting back control. We see phase 9 in their seaside setup.
Eco once, okay, I was going to say once again with the shock, but apparently the nade is the tool of destruction. We'll see if he can line. Oh, he knows that player's there now, too. Just peeks it a little bit, changes his mind. Instead, Eco going to turn back and not quite connect with this. Did he kill him fast enough to play? Oh, he doesn't stop the play ball, so not ideal at an Eco and C9 right there. Big play at a BBG to just get the ball out of that sticky situation. Eco still has the weapons at the very least, but now C9 have to commit to center map.
Boo Boo Dubu doing a great job of holding the tower side. Meanwhile, off the screen, Eco ends up peeling Mines in half with the shock rifle. Beautiful insta-splodes coming in out of Boo Boo Dubu, and once again, Built by Gamers going multiple down. Phase 9 doing everything they can to clear out the map and get themselves in position to grab the ball. But the question now is, do they even have to? With a minute and 40 seconds on the clock, they can literally play a little bit of Slayer 2.0 and run the time down with just 42 seconds worth of ball time.
Tony, I assume you're laughing because you saw that happen, right? Boo Boo threw a perfect nade. I don't know what kind of swindle that man pulled off behind the battery, but he lived, and Boo Boo, he did a double take. He's like, wait a second, that guy's not dead. And then he died because of it, so little survivability opportunities, I guess, out of BBG. Like, little moments like that are the way that they can pull away with time. Unfortunately, they are dead in this situation. You got King J up to maybe slow down the time collection here, but he doesn't have resources to do it.
And we are seeing phase 9 finally find that ball in hand. So 53 seconds and counting coming out of them. Boo Boo Dubu holding on to the gold side, ends up cutting off King J's angle, and then gets the double kill from across the map. Has the third one in front of him over toward the bat ledge, puts him down to 1 shot, but not able to get the kill. 3 down go phase 9, and Eco, the final player alive, but still applying pressure, ends up finding a plasma grenade as well.
Boo Boo's so confident in his ability to hit the shot there. I don't even think he strafed. He just stood still and took it like, full confidence. Instead, BBG, they had a different plan in mind. 62-15 in the meantime, though. So slowly but surely, phase 9, they pull away with time here. And Tony, time is of the essence. We got 52 on the clock. Ball back in the hands of phase 9. We got to see something out of BBG.
Yeah, not only is the scoreboard against Built by Gamers, but so is the timing right now. So everything going towards phase 9, at least in round number 1. Stellar They're missing that Plaza pistol, but smartly gonna back down and play his life out. Kid is still having that ball and 14 seconds away from taking the game. Built by Gamers need to find a way to get the ball out of their hands, and nobody in position to do so.
They got it locked down. I don't see them breaking this setup. You got Bohm coming in straight through the center, but look at the coverage on the Turbine. He gets a kill, but it is futile. That's 100 points to how many was that, Tony, early on? That was a dominant opening. Must have been about 17. It was 15. 100 to 15 to close that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Phase 9, we're talking about
Yeah,
we're talking about Cloud9, which were back-to-back LAN champions going for the 3-peat, and then you're talking about Phase, who are constantly in top 4, and probably one of the most dangerous teams that we have in our league. With two of these teams coming together, I would not want to play against them, but Built by Gamers were able to force this game number 3. They've been in it so far. Maybe, just maybe, they could take this round 2 and make it anyone's game.
Right. Even with the roster mix-up, you expect instant chemistry with these boys, and we're witnessing it on screen. Of course, they did lose the Slayer, though, so BBG, they can definitely do damage once they get things together. You can see the ball in the hands of Bohm. He does not manage to toss that up to Nemesis. Mines does have shock, though, so maybe Mines can make a big play here. Try to take advantage of nades. King J out his right-hand side. They can't get ball time. I think that's the biggest error here, right? Because they died in their efforts to pick it up. All of this is really just, prolonging what might be their deaths in a couple seconds.
Phase 9 do go 3 down, so we do see numbers advantage going towards Built by Gamers. Nemesis able to find another kill, because that's going to leave Stellar by himself and in an individual gunfight. But we already know Stellar simply wins those, and Nemesis going to find out as well. That might be the opening they need, but Mine takes down one in Falcon, and it looks like Stellar going to join him, so another 2 down, and numbers advantage once again going towards Built by Gamers as he takes down yet another one. 3 down go Phase 9. Built by Gamers are making a statement.
Here are the plays you want to see out of Mines and BBG. Mines not only getting the headshot there, but the team cross as well into control just to light up that player on Phase 9. You can tell they got to think twice about this approach. Trying to avoid the shock, but you can't do it. Mines going to take Stellar once again. Man, it's still going in. And look at the time because of it, 37 and counting. Camo about to spawn. Mines getting a little ballsy with the plays there. Looks like they all drop off that.
And Mines was really starting to feel himself right there. I mean, rightfully so, though. He was dropping perfect kills with the shock rifle left and right. But now Boo Boo Doo Boo having a hold of the sword. He has a very important role now. This control center side is all him. And with him taking some heavy grenades, he's not able to defend it. Eco not going to be able to get the kills as well. Stellar somehow winning another individual gunfight against Nemesis. But still 4 down go Built by Gamers. This is going to be some excellent timing coming out of Phase 9.
Yep, multiple dead and immediately transitioned into a setup, but a scrappy one. You can see Falcated is alone, so he does play that ball early. His team is already in position to set up for the new spawn ball, so that's the beauty of this play. If Fal lives, that would just be icing on the cake, but looks like Mines does take the kill. Can Mines stay up? Unfortunately, he will not. Stellar on the chase. King J in trouble down bottom mid as well. So this is the beauty of that setup at a Phase 9 is they still have high ground. They can still get to the new spawn ball.
Plaza pistol in the hands of Stellar. Staying alive, going to be forced to rotate here over toward the BR side. There was a player on top A, and Stellar looking to take the fight, grapples right towards him, and quickly going to deal with Mines. Now that player trying to rotate that ball over towards safety, but not going to be able to do so. Cut off short. 2 down for Built by Gamers, and they have the information on where the final 2 players are. Eco not able to get the kill, but the entire Phase 9 roster now focusing on the final 2 players here on long haul. They're going to get the 2 down here, so that should be some more ball time coming out of Phase 9.
Oh, Falcated is going in, Tony. This man just hitting shots. Tossing out all his nades, too. Look at this cross map on a Nemesis. New spawners up in Attic, and they're already getting obliterated, right? Where do you go? Where do you look? You get tagged up, and then you get predicted on your routes, too. Falcated coming in the pipes. He's got Stellar with the pinch, and just lighting him up. There's a double. Stellar will clean it up. And this, in quick succession, is going to put BBG way back to the black screen.
Yeah, but somehow it is built by gamers that still have a lead right now, despite FaZe 9 being able to get all of these kills. Finally, the ball will find the hands of Boo Boo Doo, but we need to see more of that. And he's like, look, I got Campbell. Someone else gonna have to take this ball right now. Stellar doesn't want to grab it. He has shock rifles, so once again, we don't see points going in favor of the boys in red. But finally, 3 down for Built by Gamers, all 4 down. They're having no choice but to finally find that ball, and we should see a lead change going to FaZe 9.
Despite the time not immediately going in their favor, you can tell that they're feeling the effects of dying over and over by this team, right? Like, that's the biggest thing, is just getting squad wiped back to back. It's got to take a toll on you. King J, he's going to try to fight back, but he can't quite get the kill. I think that was Boo Boo Doo who slipped away with the shock. Actually, it's Eco who's got it on the feed. Ball still in their hands, still collecting time, taking the lead at this point. Your Minds with a big pickup. Can't do anything else with it. So Cloud9 x FaZe, they'll keep the continue to prosper.
Stellar going all the way down to 1 shot, but more importantly, he's able to stay alive. That's one thing that Stellar does so well. Like, not only is he able to win a lot of his individual 1v1 gunfights, but he always finds a way of staying alive, making these high IQ plays, and Define the one immediately whipping his shock rifle, almost able to get the double kill, but once again being so slippery and being the hardest target. The repulsor gonna come in again. Should have died multiple times while being 1 shot, but able to prolong his life for as long as possible. FaZe 9 now going 3 down. Mine's gonna try to put the 4th one down. It looks like he's finally will join him, but that ball still towards the middle of the map, and Stellar making his presence known immediately off of spawn.
Yeah, Tony, quick peek at that scoreboard, by the way. Stellar is 14-7 right now. You got Falcated with 17 kills, so the 2 of them just going in the Slays category. We've seen it all game. Here's Falcated back on POV. Gonna have to contest the camo. Taking on 3 different players to do it. He'll kill Mines narrowly. He tries to narrowly evade the fight. Can't quite do it. King J will get the best of him. Jay getting very confident. And I think both of them stood still on that challenge, just waited to die.
King J not able to keep his position over towards top glass side, so Mine's going to try to replace him here. Meanwhile, his teammates are spawning over toward the C side of the map, so they have a long rotation to make if they want to make it towards gold. It's 74 to 40 point lead in favor of FaZe 9. And mind you, there's only 30 seconds left in regulation, so they really need to find the Slays, and that's exactly what happens for Built by Gamers. Able to take down 2, but not the 3rd one. Mine just holding on to that angle here. Stellar hiding in the box and able to get his shields back. So it's like now they need to get the ball out of the hands of Built by Gamers.
This is for the game right here, Tony. There's 26 seconds left on the clock. BBG need to get as much time off this as possible, and Mines needs to keep making plays. Still doing damage cross map as well. His positioning so annoying for FaZe 9 here. He's still trying to live. Not sure the outcome of that fight. Looks like it was a trade. And a trade will slow them down. Is it enough? They got the ball rotated to a play position. They've taken the lead here as well. But Bohm with a kill from behind. He'll take a second. What a double out of Bohm. Are you kidding me?
Built by Gamers. I mean, they were down, what, 50 points, and there was only 30 seconds in regulation. It was looking almost impossible for them, but they do the impossible. Now less than 10 seconds, they're playing Slayer 2.0, and it looks like FaZe 9 going 2 down. They need to get their hands on the ball, but Mine's going to deny access. The nade does end up coming in. It looks like one more able to find the ball. Mine's going to get the melee, and then the ball. It looks like they were able to do it. And oh my gosh, that was scary. Mines needed to get that melee and make sure they got it right before he was able to get 1 more second of ball time, and it looks like he was able to do it. This is round number 3 of a game 3. The winner of this advancing forward to the winners bracket finals. The loser will have to fight out towards the elimination bracket and join the likes of Oxygen Esports.
You got to respect the confidence at a BBG here, Tony. That was a wild series of events, right? From Mines in that opening coverage and that perimeter to slow down the team to get to ball. They rotated away to C, but then Bohm went huge. Like, what a series of plays. You saw the desperation out of FaZe 9 to get back to the ball at the end. And that was really curtains for the second round. Tony, we got a full round left to play here, and I guarantee you FaZe 9, they are not going to slip up this time.
Yeah, I still can't help but believe, though, like, you know, phase 9, there was a lot of opportunity for them to put some points on the board early, and maybe that might have just caught up to them a little bit, where maybe they could have ended it with 25 seconds worth of scrappy ball time in the early game. However, Stellar making sure that he gets his kills quickly, and phase 9 now making sure that they get their points quickly as well. 23 points in counting, not a single bit of points going to waste here, and their setup is locked in. Eco now trying to deny access over towards bottom control, and now going to combat evolve that sword right towards himself. Well played here. Eco now having sword and control, ends up slicing one, but there's one right behind them, and Eco now going to lose his life and the power weapon as well.
He does die, but what a great way to get that sword for so many reasons, right? Like, he holds his positioning, can still get the angle he needs, and he also tricks up the timing, too. Like, from the moment that sword is picked up to the moment he is in your face with it, it's way faster than it would normally be. And it can take you by surprise. Of course, it does only end in a trade, but look at the time on the board here as they approach 50 seconds. The round feels like it's just started. Mine's about to shut this down, though. What a triple. Making it, not quite going to be an over. He's shut down, too. So that's a good way to avoid. Oh my God, what the heck is going on? Falcon's getting the hell out of this fight.
And that's what happens when you try to sword slash, and you're able to play that block, and like the wall, the block like blocks the sword slash. It makes it look kind of wonky, but it's a way to avoid that lunge. And I love how he talked about getting that combat evolve medal, how important it is. Quick flex, I have the second most combat evolve medals in Halo Infinite, so quick flex right there.
Wow. How do you even know? Is that like a Halo stat tracker stat?
There is.
Wow.
Second most in Halo Infinite.
All right. So, who has less of a life, Tony or Shyway? In the chat. Nah, you're good. You're good. That's good to hear. I don't even think I have. I think I have like 2 combat evolves in total. So I have been slacking. I got to get on it, especially with the sword. I got to take notes of some of these plays out of mines too, man. Just living in these situations. Ball still in their hands. By the way, they're creeping up.
Falcon and now grabbing hold of the shock rifle, immediately flying at Boo Boo Dooble, but not able to find the slays there. And I just noticed that we're talking about Falcon, and he has the shock rifle, taking down one, almost ends up getting the body shot across the map. Boo Boo Dooble still putting points on the board here, a 60-27 lead. And again, there's no more chances. This is round 3 of game number 3. The winner of this is going to the winners bracket finals.
And right now, Val and he might be set up to win. Val looking for a second on this, and you know he was about to get it. King J, the confidence to shut it down. Can he get the ball out of that situation, though? Nice throw, honestly. That's the best he probably could have done there. Got a teammate nearby to maybe collect it, but Eco up above, looking to get involved. He gets deleted, though. Ball gets rotated, so off of that clutch little maneuver out of King J, Nemesis going to get some time in a play ball. You got to love the teamwork at a BBG, just doing what they can to fend off this relentless pressure.
And PBG going forward down, though, so that's going to allow Boo Boo Dooble free access here towards the camouflage. And he also has a Needler in the back pocket. We do have one player that was able to break through over towards bottom A. Boo Boo Dooble now taking a bit of team damage, but it finds the kill either way onto mines. Needler and camouflage, and low-key is a deadly combination. I'm not mad at Jesse whatsoever.
Well, this is why, right? If you catch somebody off guard with Needler, there's not too much they can do, especially now that you don't have a thrust in this game. Like, you were just screwed. And Boo Boo exhibit A as he gets that kill. They're still getting time despite it, though, right? 44 at this point and counting. Scrappy time. Don't quite have their full team to do it. You can see 2 dead currently. Mine's going to have to back out of this situation, but there's no way he will. And a 2-man push up into Whirlpool, going to not only secure the ball, but a couple kills along the way.
Yeah, with them only needing 25 seconds with the ball time and then immediately putting Built by Gamers 4 down, that really puts a clock on BBG. They have to spawn up and somehow overextend and find the slaves, but looks like they're able to do so. 2 down go phase 9, and Boo Boo Dooble down in non-advantageous position. As I say that, Eco finds a double kill. Boo Boo Dooble stray nade finds the 3rd one, and it looks like that's going to be game over. Phase 9 taking this game number 3 and advancing forward to the winners bracket finals. And Eco gonna give his teammate a nice little butt slap, nice little GG's, and a butt slap as he moves over to the winners bracket finals. Big ups coming out of phase 9.
What a game, first of all, and I'm sure a great series is. Yeah, there you go. He took the shirt off. What'd I tell you? Immediately, right? ESA Blue are still in the tournament, by the way, so just keep the shirt beside you so you can put it back on when they come back on screen. I know how you work. But despite everything that happened, BBG, they played valiantly, right? Like, they won a game in Slayer. We didn't get to see it. They won a round in Oddball. That was incredible to clutch up. At the very end of that round, though, respect to the play at Abubu, though, right? Tony, he was in pipes with the ball, and he just yeets it straight out into B. What a smart way to end that game. Like, everyone on his team had angles, lit up everybody in B. That gave him easy access to ball to close it out. So many little great things to point out that these teams are taking advantage of.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that when you're the ball carrier, you're not just a sitting duck. You have the ability to drop that ball and to put down damage over towards the enemy team. You have the responsibility to make sure that you're not only putting points on the board, but if you're in a non-advantageous position, you have to get that ball out of dodge. If you don't play the ball and the enemy team gets that break in your setup and ends up stealing that ball time away, it's your fault. You're the reason why they're getting 15 to 20 seconds worth of ball time, because your awareness wasn't on point. Either way, Phase 9 coming out with the big win. They're going to be going up against Esports Arena Blue in the winners bracket finals. Why don't we send it over to Yeso and a special guest to break down all the action?
Guest now joining me on the show. T Squared is here. Tom, it's good to see you, my friend. How are we doing today?
Doing great, man. How are you? This got some great games. Back-to-back game threes, back-to-back round threes. It's been pretty exciting so far.
Yeah, it has. Honestly, I'm doing great. I've been enjoying the show so far as well. There's a ton to talk about, but I want to jump back actually to the segment prior to this one, because I was dying to ask you. Of course, you have casted and watched a ton of professional Halo in your time, but of course you had a lengthy and prestigious career as a player. So I have to ask you, have you actually ever run into a tie in a Slayer game as a player? How rare is that?
It is. It's really rare. It hasn't happened for me in Infinite quite yet, and we all know that, and typically it happens with melees. We've seen it with grenades, but for the most part, it's going to be that one-on-one trade at the very end right there. You're never going to really see a tie where someone was getting a kill on a different person and on the other side of the map. That's just not really how it works. It's always coming down to a trade situation right there. But what a comeback. Holy cow. I mean, what was it, 41 to 27?
Yeah.
I was over here eating. I was like, all right, they have steak dinner. I have steak dinner. I was pretty excited. I had a baked potato, a side salad. I'm sure you guys saw me behind the scenes on the camera over there, just engulfing my food. But yeah, for real though, what a comeback. And I believe that was Oxygen that ended up making that comeback. And once you get a win like that, you would assume that you'd continue to steamroll the rest of the lobbies and the rest of the players. But realistically, ESA Blue came out and did a really, really good job. There was a couple minor mistakes towards the tail end, which Shyway and Tony touched base on, not playing the ball over towards Catwalk, etc. But you really just got to give credit to someone like Goldstar BR, who was the guy that got the kill on the ball guy, coming around the corner like that and preventing them from playing ball. But when you watch the difference between a team like C9 FaZe, Built by Gamers, you know, these teams are there. They're putting up really good fights, but there's just little nuances in the game that really make a big separation, you know, because the shots are there for a majority of these players, the decision making, the teamwork's there, but it's just these little moments that end up making big differences, and I thought that was definitely one of them in that series.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, those better players and those more experienced teams, they just iron out those wrinkles, so it's less likely that they're going to make those little mistakes because they have ironed out those parts of their game. They don't have to necessarily think about it, and it means that there's just so many less opportunities for that less experienced team to take advantage of those higher end squads. So of course, you know, credit to Esports Arena Blue, and well played from them taking down Oxygen. That's certainly an upset, and this is one of the best results we've actually seen from the team as of late. They have struggled very much over the last couple of months. They've had, you know, some performances where they've kind of charged up into top 8 in, you know, the HCS Open series, but have never been able to really deliver on that potential. They'll have a huge opportunity here, but it is going to be a steep test up against this C9 and FaZe combo roster, which is, you know, absolutely stacked with talent, and, you know, they definitely have a mountain to climb in these winners finals.
Yeah, and you can just kind of use an example of what Built by Gamers was doing in round number 2 of that ball game. What happens when you are able to beat a team like that is you can't play scared, and you have to control the weapons. So I thought that's what Mines did a really great job of, you know, controlling the shock rifle, making sure that nobody was coming around the corners when they were flanking C, going down on over towards the long haul. But you can't play nervous. You have to play extremely confident. And I think that the more and more wins that you're going to get under your belt against these type of teams, the more confident you're going to be going forward. So we'll see if ESA Blue is going to be able to do that. But going into round number 3, you would see them, scrappy time was a word that Shyway and Tony were using a lot, but whenever they get scrappy time, they would all die afterwards. So your scrappy time plus your bad start to begin with, and you give them, 40, 50 seconds to begin with, that's just not a recipe for success against a team that's going to be, on paper, stronger than you. So you're going to have to kind of clean those little things up, figure out where those things went wrong. And as much as you want to scrap for time, you have to have full control. You have to, you're not going to be able to, pick at these players. You have to dominate. Otherwise, they're going to dominate you. They're going to get the weapons. They're going to get the sword. They're going to get the shock rifle. They're going to take separate angles. They're going to win a lot of their fights, and they're going to steamroll. And you kind of saw that happening in the final round right there. So it was a great fight from Built by Gamers. They're not out of it yet, but it's definitely not something that you want to do in terms of, giving up deaths for a little bit of time. You want to be able to get control, and it's almost better to just not grab the ball in certain instances, get your slays, and then let that kind of come to you.
It's already a monumental task to take down a team of that caliber, and every mistake you make does, kind of compound on that difficulty, because these teams are so good at taking advantage of every little opening that you give them. I do want to take a quick look here at, something that Esports Arena Blue can look forward to in this series, and it's just the incredible play of these players on C9 phase. We have a highlight here from Falcated in this last set, and just how clean these players can be and how they can take advantage of just those small little margins. A lot of grenades here into the hallway, and this is where this second round really started to snowball in the favor of Phase 9 here. Of course, they do end up losing this round, but one where, you talk about Built by Gamers trying to get that early pressure and build that lead early. They're lucky to have been able to force a third round, because when Falcated is able to come out and get multiple kills like this and really open up the map for his team to take control, things get really bad really fast.
Get the triple kill right there and continue to steamroll. But look how he just ran across the map, right? He started over towards Seaside. He ends that clip on over towards the pipes. One of the things that you watch Boobadooboo play, his movement is just so clean. And I love watching him just constantly go around, and while he's clambering up, he's taking and looking at angles over towards the side, or he's going and checking the high ground. He's checking his back. And when you're able to have really good communication and awareness, if you're able to eliminate those certain things, you're going to be able to set yourself up for battle a little bit better in terms of hitting your slides, holding your reticle in the right spot. So that's one of the things when you watch Boo Boo play that is just really special, right? He's able to constantly, watch certain things. You have so many great talented players on that squad. I love watching each individual really work, and you didn't really see amazing individual plays from Built by Gamers. You saw some great teamwork, and we saw Mines kind of pop off again when he got the weapons in his hands. But everybody has to be able to really hold their own, and that's why you see a scrappy squad like this with 2 people from one team, et cetera, coming together and doing a really good job. So I love the way that they're able to move, gather information, and then react to that information instantly.
As we prepare to throw back to Shyway and Tony for our next matchup, of course, we do have Phase 9 and Esports Arena Blue coming up soon. We will go to a great break first, but I want to ask for your thoughts real fast, T-Squared. How confident are you here that maybe Esports Arena Blue can take a game off of this team, get into that scrappiness, and come out with it, at least one game in this best of 3?
I think they could take a game, but you can't be satisfied with that. You have to be ready to go the whole way, right? No one's coming and waking up today. No one's playing this game to lose, right? Everyone's coming to play to win. So you have to have that mindset, and these players on the opposite side are going to have that mindset and confidence, and just being able to feel good about yourself going in is absolutely huge. That's why you saw the fall apart in the Aquarius Slayer, where they started shaking a little bit, and it's like they couldn't even close out and get a couple of kills, and the other team was just so confident. Oxygen was so confident the way that they were moving around. That's a huge part of this game. And if you're able to, again, if a team is able to beat these guys, it's going to give all of the other players that haven't gotten to their level professionally yet a ton of confidence. It was the same thing when 3D and STK were dominating for a really, really long time. We're the first team to beat them in 2005 after they won 13, 14 tournaments in a row. And then they really, stopped winning as much. It was kind of like they won maybe, 40, 50% of the events. They weren't winning 100% of the events. So you have to come through and just shut people down and feel like, okay, we're putting just as much time in, but it starts there. You have to kind of just use those building blocks to continue to go on, and you have to have the mentality of not just winning one game, right? Everything has to go, winning your individual battles, winning your opening strategies, winning every little thing comes into winning the entire series.
T-Squared says this opportunity much bigger than just this single set or this single tournament. We'll have to see if Esports Arena Blue can take advantage of that opportunity here. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we'll have winners finals of our Series E Halo Infinite tournament. Don't go far, folks. We'll be back in a few.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
And if you're just tuning in, you picked a great time to do so. It's winners finals. Tony, the winner of this, going to jump into grand on winners side. We've got phase 9, half C9, half phase on one side. And then we've got, who am I blanking on? ESA Blue, of all teams, Tony, to face off against them. This should be a hell of a series.
Yeah, really excited for both of these teams. I mean, obviously, Phase 9, you expected to be here. They're the heavy hitters when it comes to this tournament. But ESA Blue defending their home turf here on open night. This is big for them. Now, the question is does it stop here? I mean, if they can get a win off of this star-studded roster, that would be absolutely insane. But we're going to find out right here, right now. The game number 1 is already underway.
Gotta love it. Find it immediately. Was that Gold Star on the feed, by the way, with, okay, it looks like 2 kills to start the game. So ESA Blue come out with a pretty strong opening start here. You can see Floriously with the Rockets as well. So getting aggressive off the rip. One thing we've noticed from the last series, Tony, is with FaZe and C9 split like this with two members of each team, they are bleeding a little bit more than they would be as a full squad. We saw that in the previous series. Now we're seeing it with ESA Blue. They already got a flag out. They got coverage on it too. Maybe this is an early cap.
Well, that flagpole's already underway here on board now. And Flurry throwing the dynamo grenades to try to slow them down a little bit, getting maximum damage out of that one. Meanwhile, Chrisley was able to take height and clean up at least one. Eco wanted that grapple. Sadly, it was not up just yet. So to hold on to his mid-market control. Meanwhile, the enemy team spawning over towards Thrust and one dropping down on the double doors as well.
And unfortunately, that cap goes nowhere in the end, right, Tony? Like, what a beautiful opening. They coordinated to get the first round of slays, but that flag did not make it past mid. And I think it's something we see time and time again with these teams is, maybe a little bit of desperation, trying to speed run that flag through instead of guaranteeing that second round of kills. Instead, here's a bit of a counterattack that we're witnessing out of Phase 9 here. They got a flag out. Krillsy going to come back for it just to see if he can get involved in the fray. Looks like he will take Boo Boo Dubu. So Phase 9 not going to get far with this one.
Shotguns in the hands of Chrisley, trying to avoid that damage while also simultaneously putting down shots across the map here. Somehow Chrisley's alive here, but his teammate does quickly go down. He's able to clean up a one shot, ends up getting the double kill. Beautifully played. That's going to be a killing spree by Chrisley, and while that happens, that's 3 down. Make that all 4 down for Phase 9. Esports Arena Blue need to take advantage.
They will do just that. You can see Gold Star just trying to stay up in this situation despite losing some teammates. Fluriously with a massive kill while he's out by his lonesome here in Treehouse. Still got the combo to work with. Takes Boo Boo. You got JK with him. So presence on the flag. They could look to pull. You're going to need numbers to get this across safely, though. You know Phase 9 are going to be in position to slow them down. They got one waiting on double doors already.
And looks like Flurry was able to advance that forward onto the BR, then quickly drops it to help apply pressure on the opponents here. So now there's only one more player alive, not anymore, as the team are going to come in. Esports Arena Blue now having the opportunity to run this flag home, but that fumble might be deadly. He's now going to be taking damage as he gets it toward the double doors, and that fumble might be the reason why they didn't get an easy cap. They can still fight for it, though. JK getting the assist onto one. The second one going to come in for the cleanup. Ghost Star BR now dropping down, but sadly he's going to hit the flag screen. Luckily, Chrisley gets the touch on the flag, avoids the rocket. Flourish now has the touch, but he needs to slay out here. This is going to be a lot harder than expected.
Well, now that he's gotten the rockets, now that they got teammates spawning nearby, I think they've done just enough. As I say it, 2 do die. Gold Star going to get on top of the flag. He'll collect it, and he'll get a kill as well. What a double. As they plant that one in, they'll delete some of the resources of Phase 9 in their hopes to get a counter. You can see one member up. It's Stellar. He is last one alive for his team, so I like that he comes back to center map, going to give his team easy access to get aggressive and maybe pick up a counter here.
But that was still a lot more dangerous than it had to be. That momentary fumble, we're talking about just like a nanosecond worth of a play, made that stop short coming from Flourish, and they really had to fight for that. But if that was a cleaner run, that would have ultimately been a cleaner cap. Either way, Stellar able to find one and also getting the flagpole, but they don't have the numbers available for them to grind this flag forward. In fact, he doesn't even have his life anymore as he ends up being taken down. Eco now going to try to apply pressure here with the overshield in hands. Boo Boo Dubu going to momentarily lapse to get the grapple and then fumble right into action, taking down JK, almost able to get into the flag, but looks like they're able to stop him short.
Beautiful display of kills out of Phase 9, right? But ultimately, it was sort of one at a time that they made their challenge there. Eco flew in with the OS, but he flew in largely alone. Boo Boo stayed behind to pick up the grapple. He tried to get that timing to get there, but by the time he did, he was also kind of solo in the fight. So center map we go once again. 2 big pickups. This time, Boo Boo and Foul, they're working together to Slay 2. That's going to put ESA Blue back on the defense. Once again, Foul in position. Boo Boo already ahead to get to the flag. We'll see if he can stay up. Here's Foul with the collapse. And so many defenses on ESA Blue to make it slow.
Yeah, Boo Boo Doo Boo was already onto the thruster side of the map, so Falcated would probably normally would have played a little bit safer toward the palm trees, but he wanted to overextend and get towards Boo Boo. Sadly, overextended right into 3 BRs. Both players end up going down. Luckily, Stellar still finds the slays, and look again, high IQ, puts shots, relocates, stays alive. I love Stellar's gameplay, especially here in Halo Infinite, and because of that, Esports Arena Blue end up going 3 down. Falcade and Boo Boo Doo Boo now having the opportunity to try this 1-2 combo once again, and the flag already being pulled, but they need to get a second, maybe even a third round of slays before they're able to run this flag home.
We'll see if they can do that. The defense holding strong here for ESA Blue. JK sits on it, just gets it down to a sliver away from return. He'll go for the kill center map in the meantime as well. It's a big pickup on the Foul. Frees up some space on the map to get the Rockets here. Crucial moment in the game. You can see just 4 seconds till that one comes up. JK locking down BR. Just going to be a line of defense to ensure it's a free rocket grab. He does die, but look at what they've gained off of his dead.
Excellent shot from Gold Star. BR ends up running into 2 nades. That's going to completely deplete his overshield, but with that 3 down, and now about to be a fresh down coming out of Phase 9. Gold Star BR in a perfect position to run this flag once again. You would think Phase 9 would be up 1-0 in the series and about to run away with the second flagpole, but Esports Arena Blue teamwork is looking so dangerous. The winners bracket finals, and we may just see a 1-0 lead in favor of Esports Arena Blue.
Unreal. ESA Blue coming out hot in game 1, and hopefully it's some momentum that they maintain throughout the rest of this one. You can see the flag has not quite made it to pedestal. JK trying to stay up in mid in the meantime. Looks like he doesn't quite win the fight. That flag will be planted in, though, so job well done. 5 minutes left in the clock here. Furiously in a bit of a heated situation. Looks like Phase 9 are back on the challenge, but can they finally get one here?
Yeah, I guess the good thing for Phase 9 is that there is 5 minutes on the clock. The bad thing for them is that Bazaar is one of the hardest maps to cap a flag on. You need multiple rounds of slays. You need a clean run to go through, and we haven't seen that coming out of Phase 9 just yet. As I say that, Esports Arena Blue do end up going 3 down. Falcon is now having the flag in hands, but here comes the Spartans out of the boys in blue.
Phase 9 getting a little bit staggered. They do get a pretty good checkpoint with the flag. You can see he's collected one more time just to keep it in play. JK wants to get his feet on it, but he can't quite get close without getting naded. What a melee! As they get aggressive, they'll fly into Treehouse. Krillsy here to just get the last seconds on the return, but he's not able to do it either. Falcated with a clutch save. Sends that flag out bottom mid. Stellar lighting them up in the meantime. Can he save this flag last second? Oh my God.
Well-placed grenade by Stellar to take down Furiously, but he's quickly going to go down as well. 3 down for Esports Arena Blue. Boo Boo Doo Boo not only having the flag in hands, but also having the overshield. This should be enough to make this a 1v2 as far as the scoreboard. So Phase 9 right back on the board, and with less than 4 minutes in regulation and a possible sudden death opportunity, we could see Phase 9 tie it up. Esports Arena Blue are truly going to be tested for the rest of the game.
Well said. It is definitely winnable for Phase 9, assuming Boo Boo Doo Boo is okay. He has stopped moving. I don't know if he's lagging or what. He picks up a nice double, and that's all we'll see of him for now. Hopefully he comes back into it. Looks like they might be pausing the entire game here, 2-1 on the score, Tony. So we'll keep that in mind and get a last update on the timer as well. Not sure what went wrong there, but looked like they were about to mount a comeback.
My first thought was that he was actually looking at the chickens over towards Bazaar that were running loose. That was my first thought, but the fact that the game ended makes me think that maybe there was a game crash that was involved. I remember there was a little over 3 minutes on the clock. It was a 2-1 lead going in favor of Esports Arena Blue. I'm actually wondering if maybe we should drop the timer down as opposed
definitely.
to going into the start with 12 minutes. Because, I mean, I think the time really was a factor, especially when you talk about Bazaar. Again, one of the hardest maps to cap a flag on. You really need to be on your P's and Q's to get multiple rounds of slays. So either way, I'm going to leave that up to League Ops because, that's above my pay grade, if you will. Let them decide exactly how we're going to go further on this. Esports Arena Blue, we're up 2-1 in the game no matter what, and this was game number 1 in the winners bracket finals.
Like you said, Tony, the timer is a huge factor in this. The fact that they got as far as they did and held on to 2-1 with maybe like 3 to 4 minutes left is a massive kind of checkpoint in that game. So hopefully they do get that type of advantage coming back into it. Of course, like you said, we'll get the final tally. Based off of what we've seen so far, though, Tony, what do you think out of ESA Blue? I mean, what a confident way to start this series. So coordinated on their play. They've already taken 2 flags, already putting Phase 9 kind of backs against the wall.
Yeah, it almost sounds like a cliche, but you need the full team to be firing on all cylinders when you go up against a star-studded roster like Phase 9. Your small talk needs to be on point. You need to be knowing exactly what your teammates are doing and thinking as well. So and that's why I really counted that small talk. Not only calling out the enemy's team positioning, but calling out, what perimeter you're taking, where you're going to run that flag to, where the enemy team is spawning, and if you're in position to collapse or not. Esports Arena Blue were playing an excellent team game, and that was the reason why they have an advantage. And in fact,
he's putting it back on. He's changing teams mid-broadcast, mid-game 1 even, Tony. This is an early prediction out of you. I need a FaZe jersey just so I can counter real quick. FaZe, if you want to hit me up, please, by all means. He's back. Tony, have you changed teams? You got to change your heart.
I mean, I've been on board with Esports Arena Blue literally all day. I believe that they're going to make it to the winners finals. I had complete and utter faith that they were not only going to be up 2-1 in this game, but also going to lead the series and possibly make it to the grand finals through the winners bracket. Their teamwork is that good. Chrisley has filled in wonderfully, his slays, and also just the overall glue of the team. Esports Arena Blue are really starting to catch stride, and again, we are less than 10 days away until Kansas City. This is the time to do it.
All well said. I agree with you. ESA Blue, they're looking good so far. Tony, let's have this conversation again at the end of the series and see if you are still on their side, see if FaZe can find their footing. Looks like we're back in the game. Not sure of the timer. We'll get the update on that in just a second. Looks like there's 3 minutes, 30 seconds actually to work with here, Tony. So 2-1 is the score. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to make an impact for Phase 9.
So I guess that would be the 8-minute and 30-second mark is what we're looking to play until. And if I would imagine if the flag is out for Phase 9, they would have an additional, maybe 30 seconds or a minute worth of time in order to cap it if the flag is out according to sudden death rule.
Oh,
but
no
hold
way.
on,
Already.
wait, there's a flag. Oh wait, what is going on here? We already see a 1-0 lead, and just like that, we are tied up here with both of these squads. We are technically tied up at 2 apiece. What just happened?
Blinking, you might miss it, but a good opening strat leads to a flag already out of Phase 9. Thankfully for ESA Blue, they are not out of the woods, or not done, I guess, yet. They're still going with that flag. They got it down by double doors, but can Gold Star stay up and get it just a little bit farther? You can see he's got a 1v1 with Boo Boo Doo. He'll take him. Flag still out. Needs to get a touch on it, but doesn't have the safety to do so. That's massive that he picked it up. Gets it past the doors, but there is Phase 9 waiting to defend it.
Stellar going down to half shields, but still fighting back. Excellent shots coming out of him, but he's finally going to get caught by JK, and that flag will end up being relayed. Boo Boo Doo going down to one shot, the final line of defense.
Nice.
Not able to get the kill before that flag cap goes in. So the scoreboard does look like it's tied, but as of right now, it's technically 3-2. But we will see a counter pull opportunity coming out of Boo Boo Doo and using the drop slide to avoid damage from the spawners and also get that flag just that much closer. Love that drop slide technique coming out of Boo Boo Doo, and that's a large reason he's going to run this flag in without being touched, despite starting the flag run while being one shot.
So ESA Blue, they counter to cap a flag, and then Boo Boo says, haha, you activated my trap card, right? And then he just pulls a counter to the counter immediately. Now it's 3-all. And this timer, of course, going down to 8 minutes 30. Tony, I don't know if you want to do like a hypothetical overtime, or if we just keep going. If it stays 3-all, we'll have to see, because the pressure's still on, though, from Phase 9. They're about to pull another flag. They don't care about that timer. They're going all in.
Yeah, I guess once we're 8 minutes and 30 seconds, we will see next caps at all. If Phase 9 capped the flag before the 8 minute 30-second mark, I'm going to imagine that a 30-second overtime or minute overtime could come into play if ESA Blue have the flag pulled. But technically, we do have a one up lead for Phase 9. I know it gets a little bit confusing. Try to stay with us, chat.
You got 15 seconds to stay with us anyway, because ESA Blue, they need to move, and they need to move now. 4-3 on the board here. Gold Star with, is it a desperation play at this point? They got no choice. They got to get aggressive. Furiously will take his, but less than 4 seconds to make an impact. Grizzly with 1 and maybe 2. You got JK to help him out, but ultimately no flagpole, no dice, no dub out of Esports Arena Blue. I still see him playing, and, maybe FaZe, I don't know if they'll keep it going. Tony, we can cast it as long as it stays, but I think that might be curtains for Game 1.
Well, I think we just saw some of Phase 9 actually stop moving. I'm not exactly sure. No, actually, Boo Boo was already extended over towards the opposition, so they're playing this out. And as long as I see gameplay, I'm going to continue to cast. So Boo Boo ends up finding the kill, and now another poll coming in, I believe, in favor of Phase 9 here. So, hey, if they're decided to play this out completely, hey, who are we to stop the players from doing so as long as they both agree? And as of right now, Phase 9 are playing this out. Stellar not only playing this out, but also having overshield in hands and getting right into the faces of ESA Blue.
Phase 9, like true gentlemen, they say, why not, Tony? Let's just play it out to 5 caps and take this dub for real. You can see they pulled the flag. They're taking it out to Ali this time. Stellar got somebody up above. Not sure who that was in the feed there, but he got the best of Stellar. He got furiously chasing the flag carrier down. Not enough to stop him. Boo Boo with a kill. A couple trades down bottom shoddy. Falcon is still up, and you got Eco to help out as well, so that flag might stay in play if they keep getting killed. What was that? Was that a 360? Did he backsmack him? Mind blown is all I could say to that. That's 4 flags.
Well, that would be 4 flags in this game, but they did cap a flag before this V1, so at that point, I mean, I think we have no choice but to end the game here. At this point, Phase 9 are saying, look, we're not going in for a 5th flag.
Yeah.
That's 4 caps here. They capped one beforehand. Phase 9 gonna go up 1-0 in the series.
All right, Tony, I will give you a good 10 seconds to change your shirt one more time if you'd like. How you feeling?
Oh, not just yet. Not just yet. The game is not over here. As of right now, FaZe have a 1-0 lead, but I believe in ESA Blue, especially when it comes to Slayer. They're a well-coordinated squad, and Recharge really does favor the well-coordinated. So I'm going to hold on to this jersey for at least one more game.
Tony, I got to say, mad respect to you for just being ready for this. If I got to be FaZe, I'll be FaZe. If I got to be, you're a GOAT, is what I'm saying. We're just being flexible here. I appreciate you. For the sake of our entertainment, Tony, we will continue to be entertained in this series, by the way, as well, because it looks like Phase 9 are heating up. It's a best of 3. ESA Blue, they don't have much time to answer, and they got to answer in Slayer.
Yeah, as much as I love my own antics, this Winners Finals does not need me to be entertaining. Phase 9 going up against Esports Arena Blue. This is one hell of a Winners Finals, especially when you saw Esports Arena Blue go up 2-1 early in that version 1 of game 1, and then Phase 9 immediately capping a flag within 40 seconds of the game starting. That might have been one of the fastest flag caps that I've personally seen in Bizarre CTF, and ultimately Phase 9 just riding that momentum to a 4-1 win over them. And now we're going into Recharge, where ESA Blue, I mean, they're going to need to be firing in all cylinders. They're going to need to be playing at their potential if they're going to beat this team out. But usually when it comes to fighting out against a star-studded roster or a top team, it's usually done on a Game 2 Slayer, which is on its way right now.
Is right here, right now. We're already in the mix. You got JK already picking up a couple slays as well. Make it a double and a hot start for him. The only 2 kills on the feed. That's a triple already. They're just flying into his reticle here. It looks like he will fly into his death, but a good start for him.
And Gold Star BR using that timing, that opportunity to take a hold of top gold, and now he has firm grip in it. But Stellar, the final line defense over this very important position. If you have somebody here towards top gold, that top addict, they can watch the crossfire from anybody trying to cross over from control to A or vice versa. It's a very important position to control, even if you only have 1 or 2 players here towards the side of the map, and Stellar has done just that. JK now going to try to peek in towards bottom control, putting down shots toward the B-box player, has another player in his sight. JK putting shots on multiple players. I don't know how he's alive right now. Finally, they're able to take him down, but starting off 5-2 against the likes of FaZe 9 is well suited. Well, job well done for JK.
Right. Tony, I still don't know what sense the man is on, but no doubt about it, the dude is cracked. He's hitting his shots with whatever sense it is. It's working, and we'll see if it stays that way. Right now, the game is tied 13-all. Stellar, he's going all the way back for the sword here, and if he plays it well, this could be devastating for ESA Blue.
He does have a teammate with him, but that player one shot going to try to play his life. Gets over towards the controller. I can tell he might have expected at least one player to be there. Instead, Esports Arena Blue all the way toward the opposite side of the map with the shock rifle. Beautifully played. That's going to be a headshot onto Stellar. And I wonder if ESA Blue know that there's a sword just sitting down in control side with nobody having their hands on it just yet.
And I wonder if, wait a sec. We're meleeing the floor, which is not usually the objective of the game, Tony, so I'm going to guess that we're going to... No, apparently not. I've tried it a few times, didn't work out for me, so I assumed had to change strategies. Either way, Tony, the final tally on that, I'm going to take a look at the board. I guess we can't really go off of this, right? Because I don't know the moment when they decided it was game over. But we'll get the update in just a second. We'll come back into that one. Very even Slayer to start, though. Great confidence on both sides here.
Yeah, got to give a shout out to Esports Arena here. I mean, the admins are really being tested. That multiple crashes throughout the winners finals, and they got to go watch the replays, figure out what makes things fair and whatnot. And ultimately, I mean, and even when we put out a ruling, I mean, if the players are willing to agree to another one like we saw in that Bazaar, we're fine with it. As long as both teams are able to agree to it, we're definitely fine with it. Like we saw in Bazaar CTF, we saw FaZe 9 putting in 5 total flag caps, and what I believe we heard was a full reset going into game number 2. How do you think that's going to play out, Alex?
Hopefully as well as it played out before the reset for ESA Blue at the very least, right? We had an opening triple out of JK. We had control of shock in the very end of that, and Goldstar, I mean, the confidence that he had to just stare down Stellar, hit the headshot, like they're definitely feeling themselves. They're trading blows, so things were looking good. If they can start with that type of energy again, then they're good to go, hopefully. Maybe they can maintain themselves for the rest of the game. What we didn't see, though, was the turning point, right? Usually around like the 30 kill mark, there's some sort of stark turning point. FaZe 9 might get around to Slays. They might get a bit of a snowball. We need to see ESA Blue avoid those types of situations.
I mean, they did a great job of keeping it close going into the mid game. Obviously, they didn't reach the 25 kill mark, but still keeping it very close towards that 17 kill mark. So I really am a firm believer in ESA Blue. I'm not going to doubt the skill of this FaZe 9 roster. But again, this is ESA Blue that are a team that scrim together literally every day. So within every situation, they almost like a team in football doing 2-minute drills. They know exactly what they want to do when they're down 4 in this situation. They want to know exactly what they do when they're down 2-0 as far as in a flag cap. And they know these situations, and they've played together. They scrim together probably thousands of hours. Although FaZe 9 obviously can win those individual gunfights, I'm not doubting that skill. This is not a team of 4 like ESA Blue are. So I think ESA Blue have somewhat of an advantage going into a game 2 Slayer, and maybe they can come out with the win and at least send us into a game 3. At least that's what I'm telling myself.
Right, and for the most part, that was well said, except for the fact that Krillsy, I don't know how long he's been on this team. Either way, though, they definitely do have some chemistry for forever. Okay, well, good. Well, there you go. You're perfect. They got chemistry, Tony, and that is important coming into this. Do they have the clutch factor, though, against a team like FaZe 9? That's what we're going to find out, because so far it is even to kick this off, unless Boo Boo goes huge, which he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, Krillsy's been on. I mean, they go way back. They've been on this squad, probably scrimming and grinding together for a whole maybe 2 hours and 31 minutes and 14 seconds. Wow. And I'm telling you, man, putting in that work. That's the grind right there. As JK and Chrisley off the screen getting back-to-back kills onto FaZe 9. Goldstar BR now going to change his attention over towards the spawning players towards the seaside. Ends up getting the kill onto Eco, and now JK trying to play his life.
And doing so admirably. He stays alive. No more camo to work with. He's still got the repulsor to get right back into fight, but the risk you run into is being very vulnerable. At least he takes foul as he does it. Udubu will die to Furiously. Furiously just narrowly staying alive. You can see his teammates were pushing up through Turbine. He's got a solo 1v1 that he cannot escape. That's Stellar just hitting shots.
And now Stellar going to try to advance forward over toward the tower side. Ends up catching one player with his pants down, but the bait and switch comes in, able to take down one, but not able to get the double kill. Meanwhile, Eco holding on to the gold side of the map, allowing enemy team to spawn, but FaZe 9 have just gone 2 down, so they really have to slow things down, maybe get a little bit of a reset. Stellar comes off of spawn, ends up being taken down. Excellent shots from Furiously from across the map. Gold Star BR going to join him onto the black screen. Furiously goes in for the melee, can't get the double in there, and now JK overextends to try to get towards his teammates, able to take down one, and takes height and could drop down over toward the back smack onto Stellar. I thought JK was going to go down right there, but he brings down the hammer instead.
That was dirty. I think he backsmacked him. Did he not? That was actually so sick out of JK. That is a highlight of the broadcast for sure. Well played. And the beauty of using Repulsor in this map is Stellar is forced to go through a small doorway. Like, he can't really see the origin or the end point of that Repulsor jump, right? So it's such a sneaky way to use the mechanic, and he did it perfectly.
JK using the repulsor to hop off the top rope right there. That was beautifully played by him. But Stellar somehow able to get away with the camouflage and puts it to work immediately. And Furiously almost able to spot him with the shock rifle. Ends up getting the body shot, so plays being made across the map. Furiously able to take down the camouflaged Stellar and hold on to their lead, but it's only one. Make that 2.
But still massive that they're doing it, right? Trading blows against players of this caliber definitely means something. Can they keep it up, though? You can see Goldstar just doing everything he could to live in that situation. Boobadooboo, in the meantime, he's got a shock to work with. Not the best corner to be in, but he'll make it work. It's a trade. Out of that situation, he'll call it the second player, and you know Stellar is aware of it. And doesn't even need the pounce down. He's got Eco to help him.
Stellar gonna grab himself a commando for the back pocket. Falcon is trading out kills with Gold Star BR. I love that nade placement from Eco Smith, but quickly turning around. And as he does, he ends up getting the kill onto JK with that very nade. 3 down go ESA Blue. The 4th one gonna join them. And now we're seeing FaZe 9 start to take control in game number 2. And this is a best of 3 here in the winners finals. If ESA Blue lose this, they will be dropping down to the elimination bracket.
And this is the turning point I talked about, Tony. We're at that 30 kill mark, and you can see FaZe 9 starting to heat up. 34, make it 35 as they perfectly time that teamwork. And Eco's still doing damage, just baiting his life out here. Bottom stacks. All the time that he takes their attention is time to get to camo and slip away with advantages. So that one player now has it.
Seeing Gold Star BR immediately try to go toward the C platform. Goes in for the gunfight against Stellar, but not able to win it. Boobadooboo gets a double kill, utilizing the shock rifle. Eco gonna go down, and once again, Stellar getting away with the camouflage. 3 players here over toward the A side of the map, and FaZe 9 already putting pressure onto the spawner. Stellar able to take down one, putting the commando to work. Makes that player one shot, but can't find the pick.
But what they did find is momentum in this series. 42-35 at this point. ESA Blue slowly starting to crumble. And do they have time to pull it back together? The lead continues to extend here. Eco continuing to be aggressive. And as he does that, look at the push out of Stellar. So perfectly timed. Easy cleanup for Stellar. There goes Furiously. They make it 45. Now 46. They're bleeding resources, Tony. It's looking like it's game over.
Yeah, I mean, a 10-kill lead, only needing 2 more kills now in order to come out on top. Stellar and FaZe 9 plant their feet here in game number 2 and did not allow ESA Blue to breathe. Like you said, after that 30-kill mark, they only needed 2 more kills at this point, and Boobadooboo was flying in like Peter Parker. Finds one, going in for the double kill, using the grapple to gain that advantage. That's going to be the melee that earns himself an assist, and FaZe 9 are going to be moving to the grand finals.
Boobadooboo kind of does have Peter Parker vibes, though, doesn't he? Now that you say that, I was thinking, I was like, hey, he's got the glass, he's kind of got the look for it, like kind of looks like a Peter Parker. Anyway, flying in like Spider-Man, you've got FaZe 9 coming out very confidently with that win, and unfortunately for ESA Blue, they will get knocked down to lower bracket. The only upside is they're still in the tournament, Tony. They've escaped the single elimination. In the lower bracket, though, are plenty of very high caliber teams, so it doesn't get any easier. With Phase 9 in this position, Tony, it's hard to say whether or not they're going to be shut down at this point, though. They're looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, going into this, if you looked at all of the teams and you saw, half of Cloud9 and half of FaZe coming together, they had to be your favorites to make the grand finals and to even do so through the winners bracket. So there really shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised that ESA Blue were able to make it to the winners finals themselves and then put up one hell of a fight. So huge shout out to them. And there may be a chance they make it back and get the rematch into the grand finals, especially if they keep playing the way they did in the semis and ultimately in the winners finals early on in that bizarre CTF.
We'll have to see it, Tony. Of course, like we said, a lot of heavy hitters in losers bracket. Players like Oxygen Esports, I'm sure, still peeking around in the bottom of or in the lower bracket. You've got plenty of other high caliber teams that are escaping me at the moment, but I can't wait to see him in action once we finally jump down there. In the meantime, let's jump back over to Yeso, see what he's up to.
Actually, you know what? I actually heard that the audience, they don't like too many breaks. They want to see action on action on action. And us at ESA, we delivered that. So we're actually jumping in mid-series. We have Final going up against Built by Gamers. I think BBG are already up 1-0 in the series.
Okay, well, let's do it then. Jump me back into more games, Tony. I can't complain. Like you said, Final. We don't know who Final is just yet, right? I haven't seen
Final.
This. We'll find out. BBG, in the meantime, we know who they are, though. They've been playing pretty damn well. They actually took a game and almost 2 games off of Phase 9, the closest a team has gotten to beating them so far. We'll see how they do against Final. Currently, with a triple kill, they're doing okay.
And now this is the elimination quarterfinals, and it looks like it is going to be a reset of what was a version 1 of this game. Final are technically up by 4 kills already. So although we see a 3-kill lead on the screen for BBG, it is actually Final that technically have an advantage here. And we've seen these players before. Firebird is one of my locals here in Atlanta, Georgia. Dark Matter coming out of Florida, a free-for-all legend. Combine that with Galaxy, former teammate of Swish, and Life Alert. We've seen him on plenty of big rosters, I believe recently in a tournament with Team EXO, to my knowledge.
Damn, Tony with the history lesson for us all. And like you said, players that I've played against in Halo 5 quite a bit as well, right? Very high caliber players. They know how to hit their shots and ice up in these situations, but can they do it against a well-coordinated team like BBG? So far, they're putting in a lot of pressure, especially Mines making the moves here.
Boom, immediately putting pressure over towards the rocket side of the map. And I thought he was going to take a direct route, but instead he might have actually backed down and went towards the shotgun alley, and that he is, but he ends up being spotted here. Dark Matter able to take down one, dropping the nade, and going to switch to the Bulldog, but not able to get away with his life. 2 down, go Final, and Built by Gamers having an early lead here with less than 10 minutes of regulation.
At the very least, Life Alert does have himself, I want to say, a life preservation tool. He's got the shotgun. He can work with this. He's got to get up close and personal to do it, though. 5-kill deficit. That's not the range you want to use it. He'll toss a nade. Work with the BR instead. Dark Matter, thankfully, there to help him, but across the map, he'll get picked off, and in comes Mines. He's shielded up. He'll clean it up.
He's fallen and he can't get up. Life Alert, and currently goosing on the scoreboard right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if he starts to catch fire here towards the halfway point of the game. We know how good Life Alert is, and Dark Matter going off with the 10 and 5. Boom, X dropping down, harpooning the player. I thought he was gonna get the melee. There's a trick with the harpoon. If you actually harpoon a player, you don't have to melee towards the end. You can actually let the grapple do its work, and it will automatically melee towards the end. And if he let that happen, he might have got an easy backsmack instead of having to go in for a second melee. So a little bit of a tip if you're harpooning somebody with the grapple.
So you're saying it will automatically blank melee for you, Tony?
No, it would automatically. It connects. I swear, it normally connects.
I know. Because I'm pretty sure he meleeed the guy, just didn't connect. What was bigger, in my opinion, was the fact that he didn't, allow that to stagger him. He flipped around, still got the kill with the BR, made it happen. And clutch plays like that can allow these teams to pull away. Here's Firebird with a grapple of his own. We'll see what positioning he can gain from it. You got King J with a rocket kill in the feed, so he's got to be careful with this push. Wait for Galaxy to come help out. Galaxy already up in the locker, but soaring in, we've got Bomex with the shotty.
Yeah, Bomex has been around some time. If you're watching competitive Halo early on in Halo Halo 5,
Right.
Home X was really running things. And, you know, some people were joking around calling him kind of AR kid because that's when he was at his best, back when assault rifles and full radar were in the game. But he's really showing out in Halo Infinite as well. And guess what? You don't start with an assault rifle, although you can find one multiple times on the map.
But one of the keys to success, though, sandbox control, which is kind of starkly different from the end of Halo 5, right? Like, as skillful as that game was, you know, the Magnum dominated a lot of the sandbox. Of course, you had your mainstays, but Bomex showcasing how important that control of, you know, the shoddy, the grapple, thrust can be. Of course, does not stay alive. 36 on the board for BBG, so very quickly starting to slip away from final unless they gather their footing very quickly here.
Bomex now taking a perimeter here over towards the Rocket Alley, and then immediately going to take height towards this top Rocket side. When we talked to Clutch back in Louisiana, he talked about it all the time. If you want to control Bazaar, you have to start with the top Rocket Tower side of the map, and you're seeing Bomex use that to perfection. King J gonna get a double kill. Easy kills coming in, most because of the damage coming out of Bomex, utilizing that positioning that we saw earlier. So now we have 39 points in counter. We're reaching the end game here, and BBG having control here of game number 2.
King J, shoddy in hand, and a victim out below. What a perfect opportunity. Can he still get it? He will. As Galaxy down for the count. 12 kill advantage to work with as well, so Final cannot afford to make mistakes here. Note that BBG lead 1-0 in the series, Tony, so if this is the finale to it, that's it for their tournament life.
King J gonna drop down with the Bulldog. I'm not sure if those that player is still actually down there and finally able to clean him up easily. That's gonna be a killing spree coming out of the young man out of New Jersey. 5 kills away from Built by Gamers, not only taking this game, but also the series and moving on to the elimination semifinals.
It looks like they are about to punch their ticket. You got Bohm covering the Rockets. A couple shots to back him down. Does not quite escape, so big kill to slow him down. But is it enough? King J with a line of sight. They'll pick up the Rockets. King J going to slip out of this into a plasma pistol. So nice little use for coverage, at least, on Treehouse out of Galaxy. They'll get a couple kills to even the odds a bit, but still got plenty of work ahead of them.
Well, BBG did momentarily go 3 down, so I mean, we've seen some crazy things happen here in Slayer. And earlier we saw a actually full reset thanks to a tie, so maybe we see another one in final can wake up and go straight final on these kids. Nemesis dropping down, finds a player over toward the pillars. That's going to be an easy kill onto Firebird, and now a bit of a 1v1. Nade starts to fly here for Nemesis, and he wants to take that gunfight, but his teammate ends up going down. King J trading out with Life Alert, and normally a trade isn't bad, but in a situation where Built by Gamers are only a few kills away from coming out on top, that's not what they wanted to see.
I mean, what do you do? At this point, there's nothing you could do to shut down BBG. They're flying like they can't lose. They can get full confident and just ego chow their way to success here. Bohm looking for the final kill. He doesn't have the safety to do it, so he will actually back out, preserve his life. I respect it. But still an 8-kill advantage to work with. Just one minor mistake out of final, and that's the game. 50-41 to close it. Not only the game, but the series. Final will punch their tickets, I guess, out of the tournament today. Not usually how it works, is it? You don't punch the ticket out, do you?
Well, Built by Gamers are going to punch their ticket forward, so you know, with lots of tickets being punched here.
Sure.
Built by Gamer that good, and you know, and I'm a big fan of Final. I feel like I feel like they're always on the cusp of making a championship bracket. They're always, you know, getting that top 24. They're always putting in that work. But some of these squads just, you know, Built by Gamers, they are who we thought we are. They should have been top 16. Or they should have made it to Anaheim. And any team that wants to make it to pro bracket has to do so through BBG. Right. They are the gatekeepers, so to speak. They really are that good.
Right, and not only are they playing well, or did they play well in this series, I feel like they are a team with a ton of potential in this tournament as well. Tony, we saw how close that series was with Phase 9. If they get a chance to fight him again, who knows where that could go. Of course, they've got links to go through to get there, but so far so good. ESA Blue will be waiting for them in losers bracket finals. Tony, we do have another series, I believe, coming up maybe before that. Maybe not. Instead, we will throw to our analysts first. We'll send it back to Yeso and special guest T Squared.
BBG moving on with a 2-0 win there over Final, and our top 4 is set for the night as T-Squared joins me once again. BBG will play against Torrent for a shot at Esports Arena Blue in the finals, and of course, Phase 9 waiting in Grands right now. A couple of sets there in the books, T-Squared, and we got to see, a pretty handy performance there from the C9 and Phase combination roster against Esports Arena Blue. Let's start with that winners finals matchup and really what jumped out to you in the 2 games that we saw.
For me, I think it's just really unfortunate that they had to deal with the lagouts because pro players are so good at making adjustments. I know there's no excuses they lost the series no matter what, but when you're trying so hard and then you get all of a sudden a C9 Phase roster coming at you hot after making adjustments, they know after what you did the first round what your beginning strategies are. They're going to be able to evaluate the difference of what they need to happen during the game. While that's happening in the game before the replay, you're not able to analyze that stuff because it's happening so fast. So all of a sudden adjustments get made, and then adjustments get made again in the second game. So to me, I think that it's just unfortunate, but you have to be ready to deal with those things. I think we're pretty far into Halo Infinite that we know that's going to be a cause no matter what. There's going to be lagouts, there's going to be redos. It happens way too often. Overall, it was a good fight, and I think that they just have to go again and just keep fighting and going forward with the situations because realistically, they were playing really well up until certain points of that game, and then boom, that happens, and it just seems like they kind of fall apart and got stomped on because of the adjustments that got made. It's just going to happen, and it's going to continue to happen.
Yeah, and it really feels like, Esports Arena Blue came into that set with the mentality that you were hoping to get from them, right? You aren't coming in just trying to win one game. Your eyes are set on winning the set. You want to get into grand finals. You want to come in believing that, hey, if we play our game and take care of business here, we can beat this roster. And while they weren't able to do that there, and of course they had to deal with the unfortunate circumstances of the restarts and the lagouts, they've showed that they can match up with that roster fairly well, and they will, of course, have to take care of a little bit of work. They'll have to beat either BBG or Torrent to earn a rematch, but at the very least, they've shown that, if they can get that just straight matchup, they can play against these teams. It's, of course, a more difficult test when you have to win back-to-back sets with the nature of the reset and grand finals, but at the very least, I have to imagine Esports Arena Blue walks away from that series disappointed, but at the same time confident that if they get another shot, they can throw down with this team.
They can throw down, and that's what it comes down to, is coming out hot and continuing that the entire time and keeping that communication up. A lot of small talk has to happen. A lot of things are going to be moving very quickly in the game, and you have to be able to deal with the push when it does come from the Phase C9 roster, because when you do start swinging at them, they're going to swing back eventually, and they're going to be swinging back extremely hard. I think it was Tony that put it really perfectly, that basically this is going to get even harder and harder for them as this is going on. And once you start getting a lead against teams like that, it doesn't get any easier, because then they start, again, making adjustments, changing little things that they were doing, figure out what's going wrong, figuring out what you were doing right, and they put all that together and put it all into their gameplay. So that's one of the things that I think that, again, is lacking from some of these other less experienced players and teams. Keep in mind, there's a reason why they haven't been able to, win events, get into the top 3. There's a lot of work that has to be done, but you're seeing that they have the fundamentals. They have what it takes to be able to at least go to toe-to-toe with them. And then the other part of it is going to be mental, making adjustments, continuing to keep your confidence up, and continuing to keep your energy levels up.
Definitely, and I'm looking forward to that set, but there is, of course, some business to take care of before we see Esports Arena Blue once again, and it is this upcoming series between Built by Gamers and Torrent. And, if I'm kind of just off the top of my head tier listing teams in professional Halo Infinite right now, your S tier is your Cloud9s, your Optics, your A tier is probably your E United, Sentinels, and the like. And then if I'm looking at B tier, I feel like Torrent and BBG are a couple of those teams kind of right on the cusp, looking to try and break into the next level. And these are now, one of them's going to go down here, but this should be a fairly tight and interesting matchup here, and should prove to be an interesting test for Esports Arena Blue. After getting to see that set for Built by Gamers, what's kind of your read on this matchup and these teams?
I agree, and the only way to get you into the next tier is to be more consistent and to handle the teams that are within your tier and then continue to go toe-to-toe with the other teams higher up than you, right? So I think that we've seen Torrent be really amazing at certain points and then be inconsistent at times as well and lose to teams that on paper aren't nearly as strong as them. So this is going to continue to get extremely close. I think that these are, obviously we move further into the bracket, going to be the best matches that we're going to see of the night, so I can't wait to see exactly where it's going to go. I'm assuming that, and guessing that it's going to go all 3 games for both of the series that we're about to see.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed for a similar result there at T-Square. We'll be back to talk more here in a little bit, but our next matchup is ready to go, so we're going to hand it right back over to Shyway and Wynut to get us back into the action.
Thank you, Yeso. Will do. I'm excited to jump into this one. Tony, so far we have witnessed the storyline of BBG, their kind of route so far through the lower bracket. They've been playing well. What we haven't seen is Torrent. I have no idea how their tournament life has gone so far. Very curious to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited as well. I mean, Torrent actually getting a 2-1 win over Excedrin Esports, which I love that because to me that's a little bit of a rivalry. Lots of time, I think Excedrin Esports might hold on to like a tiebreaker, so they might be like 5-4 every time they match up against Torrent, but sure. Torrent getting a big win over them, and we're down to the final 4. You can legitimately make an argument for either Torrent, B/G, or even this newly looked ESA Blue roster to make it into the grand finals and to try to go up toe to toe with C9/FaZe roster. This is now the nitty gritty, and also really I guess a lot of implication on this one as well, because the winner of this slides into the top 3 and also gets a piece of the prize pool.
A little bit of money to add to the stakes here. Perfect. So like you said, big deal. And last second, I don't know if I want to say warm up, but just, some last second reps before you face the big boss sitting in grand finals, because FaZe 9, they will need that coordination. They're going to need that focus if they want to combat them. But before we get there, Tony, let's focus on the series at hand. We've got Bizarre CTF for our first game. We got Slayer on Recharge, and then Oddball Live Fire if we get there. Bizarre CTF, we've seen a few times today. Real test of teamwork and patience, especially when you see the coordination needed to get those flags through. Something we saw with FaZe 9, though, right? The moment that they got things going, they just had flag after flag. I wonder if we can see that type of chemistry with one of these teams.
And we're going to need to see just that. I mean, Built by Gamers are the real deal. And I know for a fact that this win means a lot to them. Built by Gamers didn't qualify for Anaheim. And if you ask King J and the boys, he believes that they should have been there. He believes that if they're playing at their potential, they're a top 16 team. And even further that, they're looking to make top 12 and even get to that top 8 threshold. Torrent, on the other hand, although they have the worst gamer tags in Halo's history, they did make it to Anaheim. They did make top 16. So I think this means a lot for Built by Gamers, and for Torrent, on the other hand, I think this should mean a lot for them too, because this is your final. We keep talking about this is the final weeks leading up into Kansas City. You need to pull off any kind of momentum, and getting a win over BBG, that to me is a decent amount of momentum going into KC.
Well said. Do we want to dive into the fact that you said they have the worst gamer tags in Halo history? That's quite a call-out, Tony.
Am I wrong? Hot Shot Ghost? I mean, he's an amazing player. Hot Shot Ghost? Come on now.
I don't know. Filthy G? You don't like that? You don't think that
I like
hard?
Filthy. Filthy is holding them together. The GM, but Filthy's holding this team together as far as gamer tags go.
All right, well, somebody let him know Tony is not a fan of the name tags. If you guys really want to succeed as pro players, I think the first step might be to change your names, and then you might suddenly become Final. No, Final didn't make it that far in this tournament, it seems. So who knows the secret? We'll have to find out in this series. Tony, our game, of course, already underway. BBG and Torrent, they're already brawling here, center map.
And Hot Shot Ghost trying to actually apply pressure over towards the Rocket side, but looks like Hus didn't even need the help taking that individual gunfight. Beautifully played, and now you're seeing 3 members of Torrent already pushing and playing offense here. Built by Gamers are on the ropes. They're 3 down, and Hot Shot Ghost is ready to pull that flag, but notice how he's pulling a little bit longer route, slowing things down. He needed that slay. That's exactly what he needed, and the drop slide gonna make up all of the timing that he lost by slowing down to secure that kill.
Man, he was a hot shot until he bumped into the west sign and didn't get quite a bit farther here. We'll see. Just consistent little fumbles in the flag run, and that will bite him. You see, he does die. They're sitting on the return. We'll see if BBG get away with it. Aperture going to slide in. Thankfully, Filthy G and Huss get their picks. So that flag does make it through double doors. So the attempt out of Hot Shot was not all for naught, if that's the right word to use here, Tony. It worked out. They capped the flag.
Yeah, and Torrent quickly putting us all on notice, letting us know that they don't have to have the best gamer tags in order to have the best gunny.
Right.
And their shots are starting to hit their objective efficient, and they already have a 1-0 lead over Built by Gamers, and are not satisfied with just that. He's going to snatch up that overshield, but not able to activate it. Great job by Built by Gamers to stop that short aperture. Now going to be by himself. They have the overshield. They have mid-map control. This is exactly what Built by Gamers need in order to apply pressure and to get the slays they need, and hopefully cap a flag of their own.
Tony, was that Aperture with the OS? Because he kind of got robbed, right? He must have been like 0.001 seconds away from planting that OS on the body, and they just didn't give it to him. Instead, they gave it to Nemesis, and you can see the pain that Torrent are feeling off of the exchange. Thankfully, Huss does stay alive, so defense holding strong here for Torrent. Torrent going to hold on to the 1-0 lead. We'll see how long they do. Boom getting aggressive. He won't get away with it, though.
Nemesis quickly getting over toward that rocket side of the map, and just in time. That rocket's coming up in less than 4 seconds here. King J and Mine's in perfect position to support him for anybody who's trying to bait it out. That's going to be a 3 down now for Torrent. I love the positioning. You almost saw like a triangle offense coming out of Built by Gamers as they secured that rocket. Ends up getting the body shot of the first one, takes down the second, but not able to get the double kill. Luckily, Boom X is starting to clear house here towards the palm tree side of the map.
Definitely got to do a double take on that play, right? An unfortunate split spawn for that player in the back of alley gave what should have been an easy rocket kill, but the rocket did not secure the kill. So I don't know if it was like some sort of spawn protection or it just wasn't the perfect rocket to do it, but did not pull the double off to get out of that situation. Instead, Torrent will hold on. BBG will try again. Boom with a big win down bottom shotty. We'll see what vantage point he gains from it. Nemesis just trying to stay up in the meantime because the pressure's still coming in here from Torrent.
And just to remind you guys at home, this is the elimination semifinals of your Series E Open bracket. So only the top 4 remain here in the tournament. We have our pro nights over on Wednesdays, but this is an open tournament that anybody can sign up for. And mind you, Esports Arena Blue may be competing in this tournament, but they have no competitive advantage whatsoever. And apparently they didn't need it in order to make top 3 because they're waiting for the winner of this matchup here to find out who's going to make it into the grand finals.
Exactly. What a beautiful way to get some last-second practice and the last-second excitement here for before KC. You can see Hotshot doing everything he could just to get out of that fight. Unfortunately, did not stay alive. Mines will try to get back to the flag. He does collect it. Not going to get far with it, though. It will sit down behind double doors, so BBG still have work to do to get it to a safe position. Only one not safe, though, is King J. He's dead.
Excellent cross-map shots coming out of Huss right there. Meanwhile, Boom does take out his teammate and Hotshot goes. So doesn't have all the support that he needs, but excellent job of putting down shots and taking as little damage as possible. We do, however, see Boom X here towards the double doors. He's going to be taking some heavy damage, going down to 1 shot. Not very comfortable in this gunfight, so he needs to get towards a perimeter, whether that be a rocket side or palm tree side, but luckily Nemesis has his back.
Just one step at a time here. BBG have been struggling to make any like concerted efforts or just openings out of Torrent in their defenses, right? They continue to batter them, but never come away with a clean pull. And timing is everything for these approaches. You can see Bohm managing 2 by himself. He'll try to skate out. He's got a teammate to replace it, but slowly but surely they're losing their resources. And once again, it just recreates the same situation here. This time the timing is not ideal, though. Torrent, not only do they have kills, they might have positioning for OS. You can see Huss getting to it.
And I'm happy that we have Huss on screen right now because he's currently 13-8 with 6 assists. So really going off for this Torrent roster is probably a large reason why they have a 1-0 lead, especially with plays like that. Notice how he keeps his reticle place, putting down shots and playing his life, but still has the awareness to be able to drop that thrust and grab the overshield while still putting down shots. That tells me that he has a paddle set up for that number 1, but his awareness is on point. Excellent plays coming to Huss. No wonder why he's leading the team in slays and assist.
Either clawing or he's got a paddle set up for the drop combo too, Tony, because he went for the AR combo with the BR. Does secure him a kill, but does this secure BBG a safe flag? You can see they're taking it out through bottom of the alley here. Us waiting down below like a shark. Doesn't quite work out for him. Flag still out. Bohm doing what he can just to escort it. You can see they're taking it through shotgun. Losing a couple numbers as they do it. Nemesis will have to play defense in the meantime.
And Nemesis doing a good job of doing it, but not only, but he is on the Rocket side, on his opponent's side of the map, and somehow still able to find the slays, earning himself a killing spree. Finally going to be stopped short, but the damage has been done. 3 down go Torrent, and now we're seeing Bohm hop in for the return. The dynamo grenades are put there just to deny easy access for them to get the kill, and that will be a capture by Built by Gamers. Excellent job to tie up the game with a little over 4 minutes left in regulation.
Perseverance pays off out of BBG, right? We saw so many attempts, so much pressure out of them before they finally pulled off the pull they needed to cap. But is that enough to hold on to this tie situation? You can see Torrent are immediately in position for a counter here. Huss doing what he can just to annoy the enemy team and stay up. Somebody skates right by him, doesn't quite get the kill. Filthy G going to come back into the fray here to get to the flag. Is it enough, though? They're losing numbers. You can see he's alone. Uh-oh, and he left the flag behind.
3 down go Torrent, and Filthy G tries to win that pivotal gunfight. Not going to be able to do so. So BBG in an excellent position playing defense to clear out their base, and they even have at least one player on that forward position to try to create some offense. But Nemesis ends up going down, and we did see a player overextend to get towards him to try to help, and that's going to be Mines. He's going to be at the black screen as well. So now we're seeing Bohm X. The team is starting to die staggeredly, and Bohm recognized that, and that's the reason why he backs down over towards the pillars and tries to slow things down. So we have Bohm and Nemesis starting to play a little bit cringe, starting to play a little bit slower, waiting for their teammates to come off the spawn and to get that mid-map control.
Oh, but a perfect play, though. Look how it works out, right? Bohm just continues to sit there, getting information. They go through double doors and clean them up immediately. That gives them a numbers advantage to get aggressive onto the base, but can they hold on to it? You can see Nemesis getting tagged up from behind. He knows the enemies are already pushed out. Looks like one is still left behind, so he will meet the grave off of that play. Unfortunate for BBG. They will have to try again, and look at this. Rockets about to spawn. They cannot afford to lose their numbers here.
Ooh, shots coming in from Mines. Beautifully played, but he will end up being taken down. Huss, cross-map shots are looking good for him as well. Filthy G could have sniped that player with the Rockets. Goes right after Nemesis, who has 20 kills and 10 assists, by the way. Wingman medal being earned by Huss, and he's quickly going to advance forward towards the locker side. Puts the Bulldog to work. Bark, bark, bark. His bites looking loud as well.
The man is going in. He's got a double to work with. Just picked up a thrust. He'll collect a flag. Is there anybody here to stop him? He can take it right up through BR. You got Filthy and Aperture cross map to help him out with this pull. Spawner up in locker, though. That's inconvenient for Huss. He does bounce out. Not quite able to stay alive. The flag does sit out bottom mid in a baitable location. Bohm will have to do everything he can to defend it in this situation. Massive kill into hot shot. That gives him the freedom to get the return.
Bohm doing an excellent job of putting down the damage. He even finds the kill onto Filthy J, giving them a momentary numbers advantage. I think he overextended a bit for that kill. I think I would have liked to see him prioritize his life there, but his teammates were able to get away with the overshield, and that's really what matters in that engagement. Huss now going to get behind enemy lines and try to be that Walshy-like player. Try to put shots on the enemy team, force them to change their direction, and make them get Huss out of their base as opposed to advancing forward towards a flag cap. I like this play coming out of Huss. Eventually he got killed a little bit earlier than expected, but still it stopped BBG from being able to create any kind of offense and bought enough time for Torrent to simply come off a spawn.
And Nemesis buying some positioning there for Bohm to just get out with his life. You can see they still got 4 up. Mines with a kill as well, so 4v2. Spawners spawning a back base, and they are all dying. This is exactly what PBG have been looking for. Everyone up in the map. Spawners now dead. New split spawner back base, though. Mines in a 1v1 here. He'll get Bohm to help him out. Mines unfortunately dies. So what was a huge advantage now no longer. Bohm does not get out with the flag. And this is just bizarre CTF 101, right? You got to be so perfect on these aggressive plays because a slight mistake and that flag is just chalked.
Yes, it's weird, but I mean, sometimes in Bizarre, it's almost more important to play your life and sometimes even getting these kills, putting down damage and playing your life, and just being a presence on the map can be so powerful in its own, and you're starting to see that come into play here. Nemesis putting some shots over towards that Mangler spawn, towards the elbow, and now we see the entire roster of BBG towards the mid-map. However, mine's going to be the first one to go down. Filthy G going to try to slide into the action, and Boom X does have the Bulldog in hands. Hopefully he can stay alive and put it to work.
Oh, Tony, what a game of CTF we're witnessing, getting down to the final 10 seconds before overtime. If somebody gets a touch, maybe they can trigger a sudden death. It's Aperture who goes down, boom, with the pickup onto the flag, and that will put us into sudden death territory, but we would need to see a perfect series of plays out of BBG to make this work, and I don't know if they've got it in the money here.
Nemesis going down to one shot, not able to sneak a pull. We're still tied up at one apiece, so that means we're going to go into a sudden death overtime situation. 5 minutes on the clock, but the first flag cap is going to win, whether it comes in towards the end game or towards the mid. This opening strat is so important. Sometimes we can see flag caps in overtime right off of the opening strat by snatching up overshield and rockets. Two quickly go down for both of the squads. A third one will fall for Built by Gamers, and that's going to buy a free overshield for Torrent, and it looks like Huss has the rockets as well. This is what Torrent need.
Right, Tony, you said one good opening strat could be all they need to get the pull, though as those rockets do go out, so does the player with them. Aperture will try to fill in the gaps here. He's got Filthy G with the kill as well, so pressure's still on for Torrent. You can see BBG getting a little aggressive of their own. That's Huss with a kill, though, 2 dead, and the body shots out of Filthy G. The time to do it is now, I guess. Try to destroy their mental. Look at this. Flag out center. Torrent with a numbers advantage. Can anybody on BBG get there in time to stop it? Tony, this might be the game.
I said it when we started overtime. Sometimes that opening strat is all you need in order to cap a flag, and Torrent, well aware of that. They get the rockets, they get the overshield. That was an early pull coming out of them. That's exactly what they need. Aperture didn't even need to get a kill in overtime in order for them to get the pull. That is how strong the opening strategy is. Torrent take advantage, and it's the reason why they're up 1-0 in the series.
Definitely a scary situation to be in Bizarre CTF. One good opening play, like you said, could lead to that just kind of horrendous advantage, and it's tough to bounce back from it. And you love to see, not only the coordination in the end at a Torrent, but also the confidence too, right? Filthy G with the body shots at the very end of the game in a situation where nobody can kill him and body shoot him back, right? Like, they guarantee their win, and a bit of a, mental battle kind of going into game 2. They've got some confidence for it. We'll see. It was so close that I feel like BBG, they shouldn't be staggered by that, right? They should feel like, if anything, one good set of plays, they bounce back in game 2. This is a totally different ball game.
And what makes this so amazing to me is, by the way, this is not a winner's finals. This is not an elimination bracket finals. This is the semifinals. Both of these teams are only guaranteed top 4, not even a piece of the prize pool. And like I said earlier, you can make an argument for either one of these teams going the distance and making it to the grand finals. However, one of them won't even make a piece of this prize pool here going into game number 2. Slayer on Recharge. Built by Gamers, fighting for their tournament lives right now. Meanwhile, Torrent having all the momentum in the series. And Alex, I'm a firm believer in momentum.
Absolutely. But all the more reason for BBG to claw their way back into this is that was so close, right? A better starting strat out of BBG, right? Like they win their picks off the start. That could have been them with the flagpole instead. The fact that they held off the whole game to get to overtime just shows me that they can go toe-to-toe with this team. So ideally, despite the momentum crusher at the end, you expect them to bounce back. And I think the opening strat at a Recharge Slayer really will tell the tale for us, Tony.
Yeah, and I swear, I don't know why we play the 5 caps on Bizarre. I really don't. How many times do we see a game end 2-1, 3-1? Either way, that's a discussion for another day. We'll start a podcast for some Alex and talk about that. Hot shot goes grabbing hold of that camouflage and immediately going up towards his teammate. I like that play. A Hot shot goes. It tells me that obviously he's a very skilled individual player, but he's always thinking 2 steps ahead. He's thinking, let me get towards my teammate and try to do as much damage as possible. Sadly, he will end up hitting the black screen, but he gets 2 kills before doing so.
Does, but that is it for the camo, I believe. So a little unfortunate. We'll see what Huss can do in the meantime from up above. Try to pick up off of his downed teammates. Got one down on Stacks as well. And man, he is hunting him for the... Oh, but the Predator became the prey. Mines with a sword in the back pocket.
Aperture now going to stay alive here toward the gold side of the map. His teammate Filthy G was the first one to fall. That's not what he wanted to see. Meanwhile, Mines coming in from a collapse, coming from two sides, right onto Torrent. Beautifully played by Built by Gamers to create that pinch, but they do end up going 2 down either way. Mines still having sword, and that to me is a bit of an advantage going in favor of Built by Gamers.
Positioning ain't too shabby as well. You can see they got a perimeter from A through to pipes, but Aperture with the shock, so he can definitely impact play here. You can see him starting to get aggressive. Huss, Filthy G pushing up. Aperture will switch back to BR. About to get doubled, though. Look how quickly he got melted. I think there was a player maybe split spawn behind him, but either way, the pinch was real.
Mines trying to put the sword to work, but his teammate getting the kill before doing so. Luckily, the BR comes out, and that's going to be a killing spree being earned by Mines. Built by Gamers coming to play, having a 2-kill lead, but more importantly, having that map control, knowing exactly where Torrent are going to be spawning, and this is going to be up to Torrent to be able to fight out of that long haul or seaside positioning, because Built by Gamers have slowed things down and literally cut the map in half.
Mines about to cut another player in half as well. The dude's still going in with his sword, by the way. I don't think he's died. He's 6-0. He's 7-0. There goes the ammo for the sword as he literally just kills everyone with it. Got a camo spawner up. Not for long. Mines here to deal with him. It looks like Bohm does get the kill, but I mean, damage done. 16-10. BBG, we talked about it. One good set of slays. They can bounce back here in game 2.
I'm just saying, Mine's looking like you with the sword right down. I don't know, man. You don't have to work. You got to work on them sword plays. Maybe he needs to switch to mouse for that one. Aperture having the controller and the plasma pistol in hands. Also having a teammate, but down to 1 shot. Doesn't trust that situation. And I like that play. Whenever you're 1 shot, you're going to notice that a lot of these professional players will always have their teammate play that forward position. If he's full shields, he's going to work literally as a shield for his teammate while the weaker player plays behind and really provides more of a supportive fire or a finishing headshot. 19-13 lead going in favor of Built by Gamers. Hotshot Ghost able to get away with the shock rifle.
I think we call it body blocking, Tony, and it works pretty damn well unless you're all dead, right? 3 dead on the feet. That's got to hurt. Hotshot not even with a victim to work or worry about. You can see they all spawned up in C as well, so this is perfect for Torrent. BBG, how do they come off of this deficit and maintain their lead? Look at this. They might be... Oh, my God. Hotshot looking for it. Doesn't find it instead. He finds his death. Mine's taking advantage. And a double. He'll get off it as well. Make it 3. Not quite. Would have been huge.
And that would have been a clutch and really flashy triple kill coming out of Mines, but he stays alive and still has the shock rifle to his disposal. Now, you notice he's the only player here towards the gold side. The rest of his team are trying to push towards control. This could be a really nice pinch, but it could also really be bad if Mines ends up going down and losing the shock rifle. As you notice, he starts to throw some denial grenades over toward the glass, and he wants to rotate more towards his teammates. Off screen, Nemesis finds a kill. Filthy G gonna go right back at him, and that's gonna be a perfect kill. Mines putting that bullet right to the mind of his opponent.
I mean, he barely took a second to think about that one, though. Tony just looked up, snap, reaction. Makes it happen. Let's see what else he can do. He's got Nemesis, King J. Well, King J now dead, but Nemesis right-hand side, Bohm left. So great perimeter on the map. You can see they're stuck in control because of it. 6-point advantage as well. This really will open things up for the team and limit the options at Torrent as Mines just looks for another angle. Look at this. What do they do?
Nemesis pinging left and right, letting everybody know that that enemy team is over towards the control side of the map. King J, who was holding that gold side perimeter, will be the first one to fall, and Torrent might be able to break through to that side of the map, and now they're pushing forward into A as well. Torrent waiting for that one slay for them to gain their advantage and to play offense. Beautifully played by them. Aperture now going to try to stay alive because they're still down by 4 kills. They still need to continue to play good fundamental Halo like they were able to do in that sequence of events.
Expertly played out of Torrent, though. Oh, whoa, until we get to this little traffic jam here in pipes. That's got to hurt, but thankfully, Filthy G, Hotshot, they're there to pick up the pieces. So King J, he'll slow his roll immediately. But just the fact that we had Torrent stuck in control, the fact that they worked off of each other's information to break out of what could have been a horrible situation is testament to the caliber of their play. And let's see if BBG could do the same, right? Because a similar setup here for Torrent now. And the the camo is what will draw everyone to center.
Yeah, we saw traffic jam over towards the bottom gold stairs due to an overturned Built by Gamers trailer, but luckily cleared out by Nemesis, so that everything's going smooth as far as traffic. And we're going to go back to Shyway for sports.
And for sports, we've got... Soccer is boring. Let's stick to Halo. It's more fun. No, I'm kidding. Soccer's good. No shots to sports fans out there. But I am a Halo fan, and if I wasn't, then I wouldn't be here, obviously. Nemesis, what can he do with the camo, though? This man is, oh, man, almost turns and burns. Looks like the nade might have done the trick. And look at the game, Tony, dead even.
Mine's going over to the back goal side, ends up catching the flank onto Huss, beautifully played, and then look at the awareness come out. He's one shot. He knows that the communication's coming in, and there's a player going to try to come for the cleanup. So an excellent nade right off of the ground, landing perfectly onto that goal door to deny access right there. Little plays like that are what keeps them alive and keep their 3-kill lead alive as well. If he doesn't throw that grenade and allows that Torrent player to slide in and get the cleanup kill, then it's down by 2, and then that's momentum going in favor of Torrent, though, but beautifully played by Minds. Now we're seeing Filthy G having to rotate back, and we're seeing Torrent really trapped here towards the A side. I think that's exactly where Built by Gamers want them.
BBG just finding ways to push these players into corners, though it doesn't seem to stop them. What a pinch. Look at that as they all move and file. They'll clean up the team with a nice little 4-3 trade, I think. Or sorry, what was it? 4-1 trade as they hold on to bring it to 36-35, make it just a 2-kill deficit here. Hotshot doing what he can with his life. He still gets a kill, which is massive considering his odds. But they still got some work to do here.
Bomex now going to try to stay alive here towards the A side of the map. We have Nemesis with the commando in hands, wrapping towards bottom A as well. And all this is happening while camouflage is coming up. This is a crucial camouflage in the game. Neither one of these teams can just dive in there without finding the slays yet, but Torrent does end up finding 2 kills, and Filthy G very happy with that. It looks like camouflage will go into the hands of Torrent there. King J off a screen, taking down Hot Shot goes 2 down, go Torrent. But looks like a player on BBG gonna lose their life. Another slay goes in, so that's 3 down for Torrent, and Amateur, the final player alive, but he has the camo and the shock rifle and the game in his hands. He can close things out with this combination.
I don't know about close things out, but man, he's clutching up. Massive kills he just picked up. That's a double. He'll die, but that brings him to 44. Torrent needed that little boost to get a little farther here. You can see 45 now. Built by Gamers are staggered. Hotshot goes in with the melee. That leaves Bohm to 1 shot. Nobody in position to clean him up, but a 2-kill advantage. And remember, if they win this game, they win the series. So Torrent, what a huge play. That will slow things down for everyone on the map.
2-kill game here. Neither team wanted to make any mistakes, so you're seeing things slow down to a snail's pace. You can cut the tension in the room with a butter knife if you really wanted to. Minds were a really smart player. Notice how he was sitting over towards that top attic side, but using that glass to try to gain information while also having cover as well. This is a really good position, not only keeping height, but also gaining information. And now you're seeing Minds going to start to advance forward toward the perimeter. Shots go down on the C side, but he's to be aware that there is more than 1 player there. So he quickly gets out of dodge, and now we're seeing Nemesis start to go in for a flank of his own. Minds might have created an opportunity for Nemesis to sneak right behind Torrent.
Remember, audio cues are very loud in this game, so he had to creep walk his way behind enemy lines. And look at the result of this play. He'll repulse him off the map, but he gets 2 and almost 3 kills. Along with it, make it 45-47 here. Mine's still going in to clean it up. He can't find it. A sword. Oh, wait! The sword lunge doesn't go through. He gets the bolt true and the kill to tie the game. What is going on? In back C. He can't save himself. It's chaos back here, but it's a tie game, Tony.
That it is. Those like tried to repulse himself back onto the map. That would have been really creative if he was able to do so. Sadly, it didn't work in his favor. Both of these teams only needing 2 more kills. Minds off a screen, able to take down Hotshot goes, and that's gonna be it. Built by Gamers, finding the kill that they need to make it a 50-48 win, tying up the series and sending us to an elimination game number 3. This elimination semifinals has been way too good. There's no way we can't see a game 3 here to decide who will move on to the losers bracket finals.
That has to be the craziest close to a Recharge Slayer I think I've ever seen, Tony. We can see it again, by the way. There's a 1-minute delay on the broadcast, so I'm just witnessing it happen again. But holy crap, what an end, right? Everybody's in C. We've got Grapple Sword coming into play. Multiple people have repulsors, and they're all used like... Dude, just watch it back, Tony. It's insane. But BVG clutched up, I guess, is the story. And in the end of that, we've got a series still in our hands, a Game 3.
Yeah, we saw a repulsor. We saw, like I said, the grapple sword come into play. We saw a repulsor play to deny access from that sword slice. Then we saw someone get mined the gap, and that player even having the awareness to try to create something with his repulsor to try to get back on the map. Sadly, that happens. Everything you want out of the Halo Infinite sandbox there towards those final 3 kills. And now we're going into oddball live fire. We saw both of these teams leave it all on the line, and only 2 kills separated them. I would not be surprised if this goes to a round 3 in Game 3.
I think it might. Based off of what we've seen, we had a Bizarre CTF go to overtime. So already that was dead even. We had a Slayer go to what, like 50, 49, or 48. So insanely close. It could have gone either way. So now all evidence points to live fire oddball going far into round 3. Tony, buckle your seatbelt. This might be a hell of a final game. And one for the ages. Can't wait for it.
Yes, this is game number 3 of the losers bracket semifinals. And for those of you guys who are new, this is Series E provided by Esports Arena. We had a qualifier earlier in the season, or I guess pre-season, to decide who will be our 2 sponsored teams, one of them being Esports Arena Blue, that are waiting in the losers bracket finals to come out with the winner of these 2. A semi-professional league where you guys can compete every week on open nights for $1,000. And then if you want to see some top tier action, don't forget about Wednesdays where we have our pro nights. Only the cream of the crop are invited to compete for a $500 winner takes all 4-team single elimination bracket. There's just 3 really crazy games that we have for $500 in a winner take all scenario. Series E is here. Esports Arena are, in my opinion, carrying Halo Infinite competitive, at least for the amateur semi-professional scene.
Tony, you are not wrong. This is coming in full force, and so are the players in these teams. Look at the start to this game as they brawl it out to open the strat. We've got 6 seconds already on the board here for Torrent, so it looks like they have won the exchange, at least on the ball. Holden Huss, a killing spree to start the game. This man has been eating the enemy team for breakfast, apparently. I don't know.
Come on, man. I'm hungry. Don't
breakfast? I guess it's a dinner, late dinner.
Hey, I love breakfast and dinner. I ain't mad. I'll definitely eat some breakfast and dinner. Give me some French toast, some eggs, and give me some bone BR shots too. Cause that's a part of a balanced breakfast. Ends up earning the assist, and now chasing that player down. Luckily, he was able to play the ball off the map. 3 down, go Torrent. That's soon going to be 4 down because Mines is right in his head.
So great start at a Torrent despite it. They got 31 seconds. Not too shabby, but that could change if Mines can make a big brain play. He's got the weapons to do it. Might be in trouble in just a second. He's in position to play them if he needs to. You can see his teammates do pick up the ball, so he does actually fend the attention off of himself. Now he's got an opening to maybe make a play. Comes back with the heat wave. Tags 1-to-1 shot. Can he do anything here, though? Wait, somehow gets a bank shot? Killing spree. Maybe a team kill comes in. He's still got the weapons, which is good, but they don't have ball time.
That they don't, but soon they will, because the heat wave comes in, repulsing that player back against the wall to put him in distance to get the 2-shot with the heat wave. Beautifully played by Mines. This man is great. He got the heat wave sniper rifle repulsor, even trying to nade his teammate to try to steal that kill from him. Meanwhile, Built by Gamers are now going to rotate that ball over toward the C side of the map. Huss over towards sandbags and sitting at height. I'm liking his play there until King J comes in with the cleanup.
Yeah, man takes over. Now up to Aperture from back green. We'll see what he can do. Ball still in the hands of BBG. They're slowly closing the gap on the lead created by Torrent here. You can see Huss playing it slow with Aperture. Does he win this 1v1, though? Around the corner, he will. My God, King J going in with a challenge, but Aperture with a shutdown. That's 2, now 3 dead. And a quick opportunity to get back to ball, likely going to be played. So I like the positioning at Aperture. Early pickup opportunity. He's got to rotate it quickly.
Yeah, and I love that play coming out of Aperture. You notice that Built by Gamers were still 2 down. That was a perfect position for him to grab that ball, and nobody on BBG baiting it and putting themselves in an advantage to stop Aperture from doing so. So we do see a little bit of separation now coming in the scoreboard. Mine's going to try to put the Needler to work. Fear the pink, Misty says, but that player having no fear, taking him down. Bowman going to take that down. Huss as well. King J now going to try to take advantage to push the C side. That ball is off the map, and BBG having the Slays advantage. Maybe they can take the ball and get it towards the C-side setup of their own.
Oh, I feel like I've been sleeping on this Needler, Tony. I don't pick it up. I got to start picking it up, right? We're seeing it more and more in competitive play, especially with things like, Mangler GA kind of limiting some of the weapons on the sandbox and almost, encouraging players to discover the advantages of others. And we know the snipe has an advantage, that's for sure. Let's see what Filthy G can do with it. At the very least, he's snapping, hitting bot. Oh my God, what a double. He's still going.
Great plays coming out of Filthy G. Going to put Torrent to 3 down, but the final player going to take him down and get the sniper out of his hands. Now we're seeing Mines holding on to the C side, drop wall down. Mines going to use this with the sniper rifle while Nemesis rotates that ball over toward the safety of that drop wall and the C side setup. Again, this is the plays that you expect to see from a squad like Built by Gamers who scrim every day. That is a practice maneuver that we've seen, and now camouflage, ball, and sniper rifle in the hands of Built by Gamers, but not the Slays just yet.
They might be in a second, though. There's one. Looking for a second here as well. Just going to use the dummy for a little bit of cover and a peek shot. His way to the triple. Goes for the safe BR play instead, but he's still alive. That's what counts. Ball in the hands of BBG. They're going to rotate it away, and this might give Mines an opportunity to go to town here. If he can stay up, you can see they've caught his scent. They'll take him out. I think that was 2 dead off the exchange as well, so Bohm drops the ball. Just looking to play defense in the meantime. That ball gets collected by Torrent, though, and they're approaching victory on round 1 here. So Bohm, he's got to get a little bit more than just a kill. Unfortunately, he cannot. Oh.
Yeah, luckily for Mines and BBG, they did waste all of the ammo on the sniper. But the bad thing is they're 3 down, and we're seeing Torrent still put points on the board. They're less than 10 seconds away from coming out with the win in round number 1. BBG needs to come off a spawn to get the ball out of their hands. Shots come in. Nemesis able to get the double kill off of a well-timed flank, now forcing Aperture to play the ball off the map. A really high IQ play out of him, but BBG still on the ropes. They have to play near perfect Halo if they're going to come out on top and stop Torrent from getting even 4 seconds of ball time.
So beautiful ball play out of Torrent. Like you said, it does give BBG a chance to set up. Notice how they did the equipment juggle. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's round over, right? Immediately they got deleted, and the ball got picked up by Torrent, and they will collect a well-deserved round 1 win. BBG, despite some moments of brilliance there, ultimately not enough to hold any guaranteed setup. Torrent just doing this a little bit better so far.
Starting on board now with Torrent. I mean, they're 1 round away from coming out with the win and making it to the top 3 in this tournament. BBG needs to find an answer back from Torrent's not only Slays, but also their objective efficiency. I feel like they've been playing really well. And BBG, although playing good themselves, sadly, it's not enough to cut the mustard here. Aperture holding on to top mid control, having 2 players over toward the A side, obviously not aware of it. Comes out, ends up getting the back smack onto King J, but finally Mines able to find the kill. Somehow Aperture able to take down 1 before going down, and without having any numbers advantage, Torrent have the ball in hands.
Surprised he did as much work as he did with the poor timing there, unfortunately. But yeah, he does get away. Torrent, like you said, they got the ball. Only 7 seconds with it, so BBG will shut down what could have been more quite early on, and Mines looking to shut down another if he can stay up in this situation. Still got some snipe to work with, only 2 shots. Just living down bottom mid. Looks like King J and his teammates' attempt with the ball didn't work. The snipe's working out, though. That ball going to continue to be rotated for Torrent, but Mines on the chase here.
Yeah, great play by Monster to go in for that early, that initial ball pull, despite having the sniper in hands and then trading off that ball with his teammate. Lots of players who have the sniper in hands and like not even to go for the ball pull, but if you can grab the ball, pull it, and trade off towards your teammate, that's ball time that you're ultimately not giving up. Aperture trying to stay alive here toward the tower side of the map. Filthy G off the screen, taking down King J. Aperture taking down the one-shot mines and going in for the challenge. Filthy G putting Built by Gamers 3 down. There's only one more player left for BBG on the tower side of the map, and sayonara to Nemesis. Torrent putting good time on the board and having two players here towards B, so they're already trying to apply pressure to the A side spawners, but is this a bit overextended for Hotshot Ghost is the real question.
Well, he backs up
they rotate,
immediately, which is good. Right, the ball rotates out to B. I like this as a counterplay. They knew they were giving up camo, giving up weapons in this situation, so the best way to counter it is just to play the ball when they're in trouble. It looks like the ball actually doesn't play, though. That camo play with the needler startles them and stops Torrent from getting the ball off the map. You can see Huss is here to maybe save the day. He tries to get the ball. He'll toss it out once again. So Torrent doing everything they can to limit the options of BBG, and there come the nades at a hot shot to secure the camo player. Bohm will get a trade, but ultimately Torrent making some good plays to keep BBG away.
Nemesis baiting the ball with the heat wave all the way from top mid. What a cheeky spot coming in. And because of that, ends up getting the two-shot kill onto Hotshot Ghost. A new challenger appears over towards Pillows, but looks like there'll be two players. Nemesis feels the pressure coming in and wants to collect a different angle. Cuts off that angle from Huss to make it toward the tower side of the map. And now we're seeing Slays go in favor of BBG. That's 3 down for Torrent.
And this time Bohm has the snipe. Let's see if he can do something with it. You got Mines with a kill on the feet already. He's going to back up the tower. Teammates on BBG collect the ball. Gives him an opportunity to line something up here, but instead he ends up in the reticle. He's already dead. I think that snipe ended up landing up top tower, so we'll see if Torrent can get to it. In the meantime, they're in trouble. Hotshot doing everything he can behind this dummy, and it does pay off for a bit. Aperture gets back to the snipe. Now they've got the advantage they were looking for. And they're hitting shots, too.
Body shot coming in out of Aperture, not able to finish off the kill, but it ends up planting the headshot onto Nemesis. Someone get that boy some Excedrin. He's gonna need it. Hotshot Ghost taking down Bohm X, and while all this is happening, Torrent 50 points in counting, and they already have round number 1. This could be it for BBG.
It seems like it. Everything points towards Torrent just playing more efficiently as this game goes on. BBG losing their grip. Aperture not making it easy as well. Look at him as he just takes peak challenges here. Being elusive, trying to find opportunities to do damage. In the meantime, looks like BBG do rotate the ball away from him. That will limit things. It's a nice play out of them to try to get some scrappy time, but this is going to make Torrent get aggressive as I say it. Nemesis, what a massive flank. Almost turns it into 3. That definitely disrupted their chances, and the ball continues to rotate away from them.
Who says the camouflage isn't good in Halo Infinite? Nemesis using it to perfection to get right behind enemy lines and getting a pivotal double kill. That's going to net BBG some very good time, and they're keeping hold of their advantages. We have 2 players sneaking over towards Garage. Nemesis is going to win this gunfight against Aperture. That's going to be a killing spree. Ends up getting a double kill, so that's another 3 down for Torrent. BBG making a statement here. They have taken the lead and are looking to tie up this game number 3.
Taking the lead, completely taking the momentum here as well. Just a short minute ago, we were contemplating whether or not BBG would bounce back. All of a sudden, they got a firm hold in this game. 74 points to their name off of that rotation. Huss coming in with energy, though. There's a double for him. Prenate into the spawner back green. He's going to chase this down as well, getting a little risky. Teammates in position to pick up the ball while he does this. Nice positioning, too, escaping a melee. Do they play the ball off the map? They don't do it just... Oh, they do, actually. So there goes time. Huss still alive, though, and still doing damage.
That is Huss trying to put in the work.
Rotation.
3 down is Torrent.
Wow.
Huss really doing damage for almost all 4 players on his team. He makes one player one shot, able to kill the early ball carrier, but BBG still end up finding the ball, and Nemesis going to shut him down for his 16th kill. Nemesis is 16-8 with 6 assists, by the way. A large reason why Built by Gamers are not only still in the game, but also have the lead and are poised to bring this into a round 3.
It's kind of old news now, Tony, but that was so efficient at a Huss, right? Just that concept of dealing damage and rotating to, important objectives at the same time. He gets himself out of a fight, into a new one, and kind of stalls the enemy team in that situation. It didn't hurt him too badly, though, because they're about to close this round out, and I don't see anybody getting to this ball in time. BBG, in a couple clean bouts of team control, they find themselves around here.
I love how Mize just kind of put the icing on the cake by sniping one of the enemy team as they were pushing after the ball, after the play. After play, get yourself some momentum any way possible. This is do or die for both of these rosters. Round 3, game number 3. We called it before this game even started here. Either Built by Gamers or Torrent are going to be advancing to the losers bracket finals, and Torrent starting off with an early lead, but they just have gone 3 down. Make that 4.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what way you look at it, Tony, this is definitely the most closely matched team, I think, across all the series we've seen today. These guys just continue to trade blows, both Game 1 and Game 2 going down to the freaking wire. In Game 3, it looks like it'll be the same.
Esports Arena Blue, I hope you guys are sitting here watching and taking notes right now. Both of the strats coming out of both of these teams, and either one of them are going to be quite a hindrance on you getting your rematch against Phase 9, who are still waiting in the grand finals for the winner's bracket. Hotshot Ghost going to play that ball right off to the tower side and immediately try to put in work with the sniper. His teammate was down there to relay the flag, so points coming in favor of Torrent, but they need another round of slays if they want to put some good points to turn these seconds into minutes.
Honestly, so clean and efficient at a Torrent in that situation. Look at Huss just take the brunt of the damage here, too, as he's going in with the aggression nades. Did he nade under the podium? Right? Because you can shoot and I think nade through the bottom of that podium. So I think that's what he might have done, is banked it while he had coverage. I don't know if you guys in the chat are aware of that little feature in this game, but that was a smart play right there at a Huss.
And now his teammate Amateur making some high IQ plays as well. Putting the heat wave to work and just thanking that player for handing the ball to him. Filthy G and Huss getting back-to-back kills on the kill feed. That's going to put BBG 3 down here. And Huss, look at that. Look at Huss's awareness. Wow. Already knowing the players are coming from the B side and immediately clutches an angle towards Ness. Makes one player one shot, takes down the other. That's a good life coming out of Huss, because now his teammates have that information and the advantages in this fight. Just more ball time going in favor of Torrent because of excellent awareness and teamwork out of the boys in red.
Right, couple good lives we've seen at a Huss. The man already has 8 kills to his name, so a main slayer in this round. He'll toss the ball off the map as well, keep it away from BBG. So 49 points collected early on the first round of slays. We've seen it at BBG, though, just comes into play. So they'll collect the ball. Let's see what they can do off this rotation. They finally have timing, and it's up to Mines and team to ensure that's a good amount of time that they get off the situation. At least they rotated to B.
But look at that Torrent coming right off a spawn and immediately finding the slays they need to force this ball off the map. Built by Gamers don't momentarily had Torrent 4 down. They just don't care. They come off a spawn, they put in the damage, and that they don't get much ball time at all. Does BBG, and now Torrent are right back on the efficiency. 2 down, having the ball in hands, but not playing the ball off the map. He wasn't able to get it towards the perimeter, so now that's 3 down for Torrent, and now BBG needs to not only put these points on the board, but with the C-side setup, they need to find another round of slays in order to take the lead. This is the advantage that they need.
Huss doing what he can with Snipe in the meantime. You can see BBG very slowly clawing their way back, though. 46 on the board here. Huss coming into the fray. Torrent, before the ball gets played, they do collect it. Looks like they will drop it off map. They drop the Snipe as well, so BBG with a little moment to breathe here. Filthy G going to make it difficult, though. He'll toss pre-nades in, but he's a second too late. And these quick rotations out of BBG, Tony, we saw it in the last round. It was the rotations that allowed them to turn the game around and clutch up. And boom, right now, look at the line of defense he's got.
Oh! Sniper rifle over toward the top tower. Ends up getting the no-scope from across the map. King J taking down 1 as well. So that's going to be 2 down for Torrent. And boom, not done yet. Goes in for the challenge for the 3rd one. Sadly, not able to get a kill. But what a snipe coming out of both.
One with a nasty one, for sure. But Torrent, they don't let that batter them. Instead, they get the kills they need. They'll pick up the ball as well. We'll see if they can rotate it out of this, though. Things are getting a little grim very quickly. So nice rotation out of Aperture. He's got to get around the corner. He will. 64 and counting here. Huss, a line of defense on the perimeter. You got Filthy G up and Nest above. They can get a temporary hold with this. They're in position to play it if they need to, but Haas getting tagged up from behind. Look at that little rotation he does to at least pull a trade out of that situation. Filthy G, unfortunately, cannot get to the ball. So BBG, they've turned it around.
But that's now twice that Torrent gonna get the ball early, but not able to play the ball after Slays come in.
Right.
BBG taking advantage. Sometimes when you go for that early ball time, it's good. You get those few seconds, but don't have that unawareness that you don't have the kills just yet. BBG taking advantage, not only getting the Slays, but catching them before playing the ball, and that might be the game. That might be the win now, because now Torrent on the ropes. They're 3 down. BBG have the ball in hands. They have 7 seconds left of ball time. There is a player that sneaks in though. Mines wasn't aware that player flies over towards this and able to get the kill on the ball carrier and play it off of the map. What a play coming out of Torrent.
That was insane at Aperture. He just saved the game, but it might still be over. They collect the ball. Final 3 seconds at bottom mid. Nate's going off. Can he do it? He will. BBG, despite getting... What do I even say to that, Tony? They clutch up. They close it out. What a game. What a series. For a second, I thought that Torrent might have been able to save it, but BBG, they shut it down.
That was twice that Built by Gamers were able to stop the ball from being played off of the map, and all of those points, that was free points. That must have been a good maybe 30 to 40 seconds of time that they shouldn't have gotten. That ball ends up getting reset, and great job from Aperture to somehow be the only player live on his team to sneak in there, get the kill, and finally get the ball off the map. But at that point, the damage has been done. It's just a message going to, if you don't get that ball off the map, all of that free time that goes towards your opponent is literally your fault. I hate to be that blatant, but I don't care how much you're able to milk your life for 8 to 10 seconds with a good ball time. Fantastic. If the enemy team kills you and then gets 24 seconds with uncontested time, well, guess what? 24 is more than 8. 24 is more than 10. And BBG did a great job of collapsing and getting the ball out of their hands and stopping it from going off the map.
Yeah, well played by BBG. Well-deserved win for sure. The fact that they didn't falter despite losing round 1, despite being at a huge deficit in round 2. Even in round 3, they were down 50 points to start that. So they always found ways to claw back and to clutch up. The end of that game, though, I think Aperture did everything he could, right? He got to the ball, he played it off. Very high awareness, very skillful play to just give his team a small opportunity. Unfortunately, I think his remaining 3 teammates weren't able to get to the ball quick enough. Might have been the situation, right? Like they would have had to all just beeline focus ball, get pre-nades in for that new ball spawn, and just ensure that nobody gets time on it right away. That was their only option, and it just somehow they didn't get there in time, and it was too late, and BBG closed it out. And that's been the name of the game for BBG in this losers bracket run. They just close things out. Let's see if they do it again, Tony, because their next step is losers finals.
Yeah, we have Esports Arena Blue, which, mind you, had one incredible tournament today, making it all the way towards the winners final and giving FaZe 9 a bit of a run for their money. Now they find themselves here in the losers finals. You know, they had to relax. Their bones were probably aching, so they probably took a couple Excedrins to make sure that they're good for this fight here, and they're going to be going up against Built by Gamers. This is your top 3, and the winner of this goes to play in the grand finals against FaZe 9 for the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool.
Can't wait to see it, Tony. It's been a hell of a tournament so far, right? So many close series all the way down to the wire. I expect this to continue as well. ESA Blue, hopefully they've been playing matchmaking or doing something to keep warm, because you've got a very hot BBG coming in to contest you. Tony, we're about to jump into the series, I think, as quickly as possible. We got our series layout already on screen. Looks like it's Strongholds, Recharge, Slayer, Live Fire, and CTF Aquarius. Any thoughts coming into this one?
I mean, I gotta go with BBG being the favorites on this. However, I am really happy to see Strongholds is gonna start off our series, because I really think Esports Arena Blue are strong Strongholds team. So if they're able to get the win and ride that to some momentum, maybe they could pull off the 2-0. The problem is that I think BBG, as far as firepower goes, as far as individual skill goes, I think they can go toe-to-toe with Esports Arena Blue
100%.
when it comes to Slayer, and especially when it goes to CTF Aquarius, where it's the same thing. You know, firepower really rules all, especially on Aquarius. It's very easy to manipulate those spawns after you get a 2, 3, and sometimes even 4 down. So I think BBG have the advantage. Esports Arena Blue need to come out swinging and win game number 1. You know, it's shocking. They need to win game 1 if they want to win the series, but then need to ride that momentum and steal this 2-0.
Yeah.
I don't want to see a CTF Aquarius for Esports Arena Blue.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes. Either way, ideally, they're bringing their A game for this one. I expect them to, of course. One thing I'll say is BBG, we don't really have a lot of history, at least through ESA, to go off of, right? BBG, we know they're a very high-caliber team, top 16 at the very least. But when it comes to ESA, we haven't witnessed them as much as we witnessed ESA Blue in their journey. They tend to be inconsistent, ESA Blue, which is kind of my worry with them. This is one of the best tournament performances we've seen from them, and I want to say months at this point, to get to losers finals. But as high as their highs have been, they've had some very low lows. So I'm hoping that this isn't one of those, dips in consistency, and that they can hold on to what they've maintained, at least so far in this tournament. And I think that maybe, their new teammate is a big part of that. Tony, you said they had a lot of chemistry with Krillsy this time around.
Yeah, and I'm going to say Chris Lee.
Chris Lee, my bad. Yeah, Chris Lee.
No, sorry, Krillsy, Krilsy. I'm gonna say Krillsy.
Right, we're gonna see it again in a second. We'll get it right.
But I will say I think Krillsy is really good for them. So Esports Arena Blues looked a lot different. Starting off with Eli Elite, then it's a Diagram, then it's a Mortally. But those are 3 very accomplished players, and 3 players that are very strong-minded. Maybe Esports Arena Blue needed a youngster who is an up-and-coming talent that they can mold into their own player. Maybe that's what Krillsy fits in this roster right now. He's young. He's a grinder. Has a lot of experience in the game. But he's also so young that you can mold him into whatever player that you want him to. You want him to be that support player, great. If you want him to be that forward player, whatever you want him to be, I think he's hungry and he's willing to listen. So I think that's the reason why Krillsy fits a really good mold for this team, because he can literally become whatever you want him to be.
That's a good point that you bring up. In that, I think especially with Halo 5 and how long Halo 5 was around on the circuit, there's a lot of expectation, and I want to say kind of egos that develop with the little accomplishments that you achieve throughout Halo 5's life cycle, right? Like so many different 2v2 tournaments and ESA tournaments and all the wins and even lands, of course, as well. The wins that you get from that and the kind of build of expectation, the confirmation in your mind that you are a top player, so that when you come to Infinite, that's your expectation, right? You're like, I'm a top player. Put me on a top team. I should be, with X, Y, and Z, whatever. And that can create a clash in chemistry. So I like the fact that you bring up the new blood kind of aspect, and that this player might not have that type of chemistry. They might expectation. They might just instead want to just be on a good team like they already are and bring the best that they can to this opportunity. So that kind of fresh blood idea, I think, is a good one, Tony, and maybe that's part of the reason why they're vibing so well in their chemistry. We'll have to see if it keeps up, of course. I think our series is almost ready to go, but before we jump in, we will continue to prep the lobby. We'll get right back to you very shortly after a quick break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with more ESA. And we're back right where we left off with our Series E Halo Monday, and that was in losers finals. We're about to jump into the series. We had to wait for the players to get into the lobby. Turns out they now are, Tony, so we're ready to jump into our game very shortly.
Yeah, I'm ready for this. Like I said, losers bracket finals. This is the top 3, and the winner of this gets to advance forward to the grand finals to get their rematch against Phase 9. Half Cloud9, half Phase, and all scary.
Definitely scary. You know what? Grateful we're not on the other end, on the receiving end of it, Tony. Once, again, just to jump back into our series layout, we got Stronghold's Recharge. Kick this off, Slayer, Live Fire, and then, of course, Aquarius CTF if we get there. Stronghold's Recharge, we've seen it already in play. Curious to see how it plays out with these teams. Of course, ESA Blue, they've had some time to maybe cool off. Hopefully that's a good thing for them coming into this, because BBG, the momentum they must have off of that long series we just witnessed, you would think it would help them, or maybe exhaust them, Tony. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, normally I'm on the side of warming up is really good, but I mean, I also like the fact that Esports Arena Blue had the luxury of being able to watch it and just kind of learn, because I mean, we're going back to Recharge, we're going back to Live Fire, so maybe they might have picked up a few tips to kind of give them a little bit of an edge. And you know, while we're waiting for the game to start up, can we just give a shout out to Excedrin for sponsoring the awesome games that we had tonight? I know if you guys suffer from a headache like me, actually I suffered a headache literally just this morning. Type in !Excedrin in the chat. Not only are they obviously helping you to get rid of headaches, but they also have a lot of tips on their website to stop you from getting headaches, to stop you from going forward. So this way you're using their product to get rid of it, but you won't have to use their product going further. So !Excedrin in the chat if you guys want to read up more about that.
Very well said, Tony. Get yourself some Excedrin, and these players might need it as well, especially considering the level of focus required to stay cracked at this game. Tony, look at JK as he flies in full aggression, but this is it. Losers bracket finals, BBG, ESA Blue, already in play.
Yeah, ESA Blue started the game off 3 down. Not what you want to see if you're a fan of the boys in blue, or the boys in red, actually on the red team right now. Gold Star BR, though, already coming off of the A side of being that perimeter side protection, putting down that long-range shots and opening up some lanes for his teammates to come off a spawn safely. He ends up finding the assist onto the first one as Flurcy gets the kill, already putting down shots over towards bottom tower. Hopefully Flurcy can come in and take him out, but Nemesis, being a hard target, ends up getting a double kill before hitting the black screen.
Gold Star going to do what he can. Look at what they've already gained off of this opening here. Trip cap in their favor. A is currently being captured to slow the bleeding here, but Gold Star not worried about it. He's getting positioning to stall them over on C. Nice little flank to do it. He'll try to stay up here. Repulsor back pocket if he needs it. Defend them off from getting too close. Now that he escapes too, if they go for the chase, Bohm knows how risky that chase is, so he doesn't do it. Instead, they get the cap. Maybe they can bait Gold Star out. Goes to the box instead. What a beautiful play out of Bohm right there. Just the layers of mental preparedness you need to know that the player is down there with Repulsor, and then to position yourself perfectly to deny him.
Well, we are seeing Esports Arena Blue try to create an avenue here over toward the B side of the map, and they already have that capture, but it looks like there is one player that's able to get the kill, and that's going to be Nemesis. Chrisley putting down shots on multiple players, takes down the one-shot player, and almost able to get the kill on the sword before getting the slice and dice, and that bolt true, but sadly BBG eventually put ESA Blue 3 down, and now you're starting to see them put a trip cap on the board and finally finding their first points.
Right, now BBG's turn to start to turn the tides, I guess, the momentum in this game. Nemesis just needs to stay up to do that. He goes back for grapple. Can grapple himself the shock, and he will do just that. So great little setup opportunity for him. You can see they're already pushing up onto A, though. He's got everything he can need to make big plays, but he's going to go all in to A. He'll take 2 with him. Does die to a stray nade. So a little trade comes out there to slow that, but all the weapons sitting up in A.
Mines flying in over towards the C side, able to take down one, and that's going to be a double kill coming out of Mines. Beautifully played. Should have rewarded them with a C side. Gold Star beyond, though, throwing a well-placed grenade to clean up the one-shot player. A trip cap in favor of Built by Gamers, and just like that, they're right back in the game. They started off in an 0-60 deficit, but they have fought their way back into it and have not only map control, but might have a lead control here soon.
Right, you can see Nemesis just on the prowl as well. Sword player above him, though. He's still going in aggressively. That player's going to run away. In the center map, you can see Nemesis does not want to jump into those sight lines. Instead, he'll join the fight for C. Love the movement out of him, too, as he lands on the side of the window there. Repulses one away just to stay alive and keep this fight going in C. But ESA Blue, they are not going to go down easy.
And we do see Flurry holding on to this top gold side of the map. There is a player that flies in, tries to go for the one-shot kill with the shock rifle, but King J not able to connect. And Flurry not only getting the kill, but might be able to pick up on that shock rifle and make a play of his own. Just barely going to miss out on that player towards bottom BR. Body shot comes in, but most importantly, Flurry playing his life. He doesn't want to give this shock rifle away, but looks like he won't have a choice. King J demands it back.
It was a nice try, but unfortunately didn't quite work out. King J's turn. Let's see what he can do. Gets a clean up with the BR. Teammates already into B to control that, and a random player behind him, but he'll turn and take that kill for a double. Looks for the third. Snaps. There's the triple. I mean, maybe a late one. I'll give it to him, Tony. He's going to get out with his life.
We'll give him an honorary triple for that one, as Built by Gamers holding on to the 3 down. And notice him shooting the stronghold pads over toward the A side. If there's any opponents in the immediate area when you're shooting at a stronghold pad with electric-based weapons such as the shock rifle or disruptor, it will actually, the bullets will literally bounce off of that pad and find the nearest target and put some damage. I don't know if it does the full damage as a direct shock would do, but it does do that early damage. You get the hit markers, and you do get information and possibly a cheeky kill from it.
I mean, I doubt it's the full damage, but that's actually a good point. Something to test. It's one of your Halo Mythbusters topics right there. Either way, it looks like that player will die. Bottom mid, shot going to go down with him. Gold Star, his turn to do the damage here up in A. He's going to fly straight up in for the melee. He needs to get out with his life. And he controls the cap because of it. AC currently held down. Spawners up in pipes. They're going to try to get aggressive. Gold Star, can he milk his life in this situation in time for JK to come in and help out? What a beautiful little play. JK does go down, but they got a numbers advantage to get back to C. And Furiously, what a way to close the distance.
I'd say the grapple is extremely useful utility. The sword is so dominant on the map, but when you combine them together, it is an absolute nuisance to deal with, and you're seeing that coming out of Furiously right now. Look at him throwing some of the grenades over toward the top A side, sliding in to take down one, but there's another player over toward the heaven side, and it looks like Furiously not only putting damage, but almost able to get away. 4 down, go Esports Arena Blue though, and now we're going to see Built by Gamers steal away B and rain down shots toward the spawning players that are rotating from long haul all the way toward the B side of the map.
King J just doing what he can from this position to keep them aware. You got Camo about to spawn up as well, so this position is going to be so crucial to pick up kills and to keep them away from it. Going back for more here, too. He's got a sword in the back pocket. He'll put that to good use. There's a double. We'll start coming in to pick up the pieces, though. He will take a trade. Still a 2 cap in favor of BBG, though, so they are closing the gap in the score here. Nemesis just looking to defend it. He can get back to C if he wants to, or ensure his teammates get B. It looks like instead he'll meet the grave there. Nice little play out of Furiously.
Gold Star BR hanging out toward the bottom side of the map. Surprised he chose that, but it was a cheeky angle all the way over towards the bat ledge side. Meanwhile, his teammates do end up going 2 down, so he's going to have to immediately get into a more advantageous position here. Bone going to take out Quilsey as well, so that's going to leave Gold Star BR as the final player alive. He eventually finds the angle that he wants to take, but he's hunted down by Built by Gamers. 2 caps going in favor of the boys in blue, but they still have a little bit of a deficit that they're fighting onto.
Yeah, and you can see Nemesis with some great positioning for that flank as well. If he stays alive, that would have been huge, but he does get picked off. Not sure what will happen with the fight in B here. You can see Gold Star trying to get back to it just to clean up the capture. It looks like he does. That'll give him a little bit of time to hopefully pull away with the score here. JK in position to clean up and help him out. You can see spawners up in C now as well, so Gold Star getting very aggressive very quickly here. Cleans up one. He can flank for the others. I like this play about the form here.
And this is really what I was talking about with Esports Arena Blue. You notice that they're not really winning the Slays battle, but their objective efficiency is allowing them to have the lead in this game. And it's not even like a lucky one. It's a, we're talking about a 50-point lead that they've been able to hold this entire time with, despite not getting the Slays. They are a very good Strongholds team, and that's why I was happy that they're starting off this series with it, because if they come out with this win, I'm going to make them a believer. But I mean, I'm sorry. If they're not able to take game number 1, I don't see this team grinding forward in a best-of-3 series. Chrisley does end up getting the double kill. Goes in for the challenge onto the triple kill. Beautifully played by Chrisley to hold on to their double cap. Built by Gamers are now 3 down and on the road. We have Esports Arena Blue that are approaching the 200-point mark.
Okay, Tony, we got to get this name right. It looks like Krillsy, right? It's got to be Krillsy.
All right.
The dude's popping off. Deserves the credit, right? 20-17 right now. Big part of the reason why this team is still holding on to the advantage they do, about to hit 200 points. He's going to grapple his way to safety as well. He'll get to A by doing it. We've been waiting for that moment that ESA Blue pick up the chemistry they need to dominate. Maybe this is the roster to do it, or maybe I've spoken too soon. A trip cap in session by BBG. It's definitely not over yet.
King J gonna bounce that sword over towards himself here. And he doesn't have a player to sneak it over towards the seaside. Able to take that one. Goes in for the sticky grenade onto the second one. Not able to connect. But Gold Star BR coming in and gonna finish out that seaside. But that's not gonna be enough. It takes 2 to tango. And they're gonna have to put at least 2 caps on the board if they want to start earning points again.
Looks like Krillsy's gonna get shut down here as well. King J with the sword. He'll get the C. B will be capped by ESA Blue, so they're doing what they can just to keep away from BBG, keep the points on their side. You can see them now rotating to A as well. BBG looking to shut them off, but Krillsy in position for a bit of a cross. Can he get there in time, though? You can see that one player just evading him perfectly. Nemesis with a team kill there in the meantime, but they do control A. It's okay. Krillsy here to basically party crash. He's got a lot to worry about, though. He'll get a kill and go down with it.
King J gonna try to provide some supportive fire here all the way towards the BR side of the map. They're currently holding on to A and C, but not for long because Esports Arena Blue are trying to take C away. A beautifully placed the grenade gonna put King J down to 1 shot, but not take him down. He's gonna go down fighting, but he does end up losing the sword. Now we have Krillsy trying to make a play over towards C. Damage starts to go in, goes down to 1 shot, but he's able to play his life. A small lead going towards BBG, but they just momentarily with 3 down, and looks like another one going onto the black screen is King J. Esports Arena Blue needs to take advantage.
Right, this is where the pressure sets in, the turning point in the game here. BBG, we've seen them in positions like this all tournament long, Tony, and they consistently find ways to clutch up. Can ESA Blue be the ones to do it this time? You can see Furiously with a sword. Coverage on A and B. Well, they have it. Furiously in position to get a clean kill, but the stick goes in. Doesn't hit him. A double he'll take instead. And he's still staying alive as well. He's going to milk his life for this player, make it very difficult. 216 and counting. And what a great play out of Furiously to slow the roll of BBG. They got a numbers advantage to get aggressive here, too.
Cross-map shots coming out of Furiously. He does have a teammate that's currently trying to take away C, but Bomax able to get the kill onto JK, and the reset is going to come in out of BBG. That is a pivotal play out of them. Nemesis going to get the stick, so that's all 4 members going down for Esports Arena Blue. They need to come off a spawn and try to make something happen here, because that's a momentary trip cap going in favor of Built by Gamers.
Tony, was it Nemesis who did that? Like, BBG just broke them down with that flank on the C, right? He stopped the cap. He got 2 kills. Completely disrupted their momentum there. They will get to C, though, and maybe get a capture in this situation. You can see Bohm with presence onto A just to lock that down. AC held down. 244 and counting. ESA Blue, they got to get to Hill. They got to do it ASAP, whether it's A or C. Can they get there in time? 249. They get to A. They got to win their fight. Still 2 stack into A to do it, but then BBG, they're coming in hot. Getting tagged up from across map. Your mines will die, so will King J. They've got A and B. They've got the team as well. Tony, they're spawning in C. Maybe they can close it out here.
Full squad wipe going in favor of Esports Arena Blue. Chrisley going to quickly go toward the top attic side. Excellent cross-map shot to take down Nemesis. He's staying over here toward the attic side. An A-B setup still being held by Esports Arena Blue, and they're holding. They're trying. Bohm tries to sneak in, but he's going to end up getting back smack. That's going to be 2 down. 3 members go down for BBG, and Esports Arena Blue advance forward, get the trip cap, and that's going to be it. Stealing game number 1 away in the losers bracket finals does the home team, Esports Arena Blue.
My God, what a close to that game. Tony got me on the edge of my seat. I'm sweating out here. 249 they made it to before finally closing it out. We had a 2 stack into A, and then that cover fire over on Attic to make sure that nobody, like BBG thought they had the game in their hands. So they kind of desperate it over to A, and they got tagged up for it, right? The entire team died. And then off of that, you'd think spawn control, which we saw at ESA Blue. But what a scary situation, because they sort of split them, right? They must have rotated too far out of pipes. And some of them spawned in pipes. I think some of them spawned in C, which for any other team, I'd expect they might falter off of that. But if you're aware and you can kind of conquer those openings, in some cases that might be better, right? Because they're kind of split on the map. And maybe you can pinch them from all sides. So, I mean, they found it. They clutched up. And my God, got my heart beating on that one, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it comes down to that spawn awareness and pressure. You know, you can get the kills, get their opponents 2 down or 3 down, but lots of times it comes to, you know, what do you do after that? Are you applying pressure? Are you manipulating the spawns the way you should be? And both of these teams at the top level know how to do that. Esports Arena Blue doing it just in the right time in order to get those slays, steal away those objectives, and ultimately steal away the win on Built by Gamers. Now we're going into Slayer Live Fire, and we're going to find out if Esports Arena Blue can continue to ride this momentum into another win and stamp their ticket into the grand finals, or will BBG not go down without a fight?
It seems like they won't, because one of the closest games I think we witnessed all tournament, and all we saw was close games in the last series leading up to this. So it just seems like that's all that's coming. But, Tony, one of your keys to success, you had mentioned ESA Blue. They needed to win game 1. Well, here is that reality. Now it's BBG, their turn to try to answer, or tournament over for them.
And we're going to start on board now with Fluency of Esports Arena Blue going in for the cleanup kill immediately, but his teammates are 2 down, so he has to try to be cheeky to get out of this, out of that line of sight, and able to do so. Wraps towards JK, but JK can hit the black screen as well. Finds the body shot of the player, stealing away overshield, but that sniper rifle will change hands over to Built by Gamers.
In the meantime, Nemesis seems to have slipped away with the OS as well, so he's getting aggressive into B already. You can see 7-4 on the board here. Not going to let up. Cleans up 1, looks for 2. He'll take the double. No repulsor on either of those bodies. Can he turn it into 3? He will. Here's the 4th right up front. And he doesn't even need... Oh, he takes it! He'll get it all. That's Nemesis with a full team wipe, and their teammates ready to collapse.
Nemesis absolutely going off, shots going in and pinging that player, trying to let everybody know where the pressure should be coming from. King J coming in off the screen, able to find the kill, so that's going to be numbers advantage momentary going towards Built by Gamers. Nemesis somehow still alive here over towards the B side, but I love this high. There's no reason from the overextend, no reason from the make a mistake. Finds his opportunity and strikes when the iron is hot. That's another 4 down for Esports Arena Blue.
BBG says, nah, we should not have lost game 1. We're going to make him feel it in game 2. Nemesis, this man's popping off. Tony, he's 7-1 right now. Yet to be shut down. Mines with a with a snipe and a heat wave. Might as well give him a freaking camo too. He's got it all. He'll take the kill as JK. They're dead. 2 dead on the feed. That's a 4v2 for BBG and ESA Blue. More staggered than I've seen them in a while.
Somehow Nemesis and Mines have only died a combined 2 times at the moment. I don't know how this is going. Like, this must be so tough to deal with if your Esports Arena Blue. Built by Gamers are applying pressure, they're putting down damage, but they're also not dying. They're not overextended. They're playing literally perfect Halo. They are putting on a masterclass on how to play Live Fire Slayer.
23-8. What a blowout this has been to start. I mean, it isn't over yet. It is still early on, unless this momentum continues, right? You can see ESA Blue stagger continuing to bleed. Mine's just going in. The confidence is so apparent at a BBG. They got to find a way to slow them down. Kelsey will get 1. Nemesis back once again to clean it up. 11-2 at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say it's not over yet? Because I was slowly starting to take off my Esports Arena jersey. Okay. Alex said it's not over yet. Okay, I'm going to keep it on for now as JK ends up dropping the sticky grenade right before being taken down. Boom. Going all the way down to 1 shot, but Esports Arena Blue once again going 3 down. Forget getting kills at the moment. Esports Arena Blue are having a hard time simply staying alive.
Well, if they secure weapons, like you can see Floriously has done, then maybe there's some, you know, semblance of success they can put together here. That's how you do it, right? Just hit headshots. Floriously just getting started. 17 kills. They got a lot of work to do. He just needs to keep it up. And he's got a competitor out front. Wow, he is ballsy. He's going all the way in. That's a heat wave opponent. He's whiffing snipes. Not sure if that's what you'd like to see, right? Could he have not rotated back to teammates in that situation?
Bowman's going to go in for the challenge onto Sandbag. That's going to be an easy kill coming out of him onto JK. Mine's now going to be forced to rotate all the way down through bottom mid towards his teammates, but Built by Gamers are collected together. At this point, they are literally playing for trades at the moment here because they have such a dominant lead. Overshield is coming up, though. Goldstar BR was able to take down Mines. Nemesis having the awareness and the communication to be able to clean up that one-shot player. Now goes in for the challenge onto the player, onto the dummy side. Dummy thick is Chrisley as he takes him down. 38-20 lead going in favor of Built by Gamers.
Yeah, kind of staggered by this one for sure. 18 kill advantage, 19 at this point. Mines has got a snipe. Just add insult to injury. If he hits shots with it, he's got a teammate there to clean it up anyway. Spawner's likely up in green. You can see he's already ready for it. Looks like they're split. Out to tower as well. As long as he lives, he's good. 42-22. Tony, we could maybe see a stake in this one.
I mean, a 20-kill lead going from Built by Gamers. For me, it's not even a question of, who's going to win. More of a question of, when is it going to happen? Back-to-back kills going in favor of Mines and King J. Once again, ESA Blue are 3 down here. And they're shutting them down. Like, they shut down JK to the point where JK only able to add 3 kills and 2 assists to the scoreboard. That's not the JK that we've known to come to see in this tournament long. He is a dominant slayer for this team.
It's wild to see just the energy out of BBG off of that loss, though, right? Like, you can tell they really did not want to lose in that fashion. Just the level of confidence and team chemistry in this game. It's over, too. ESA Blue, they know there is no chance that they win this. So, if anything, they're just kind of flying in, taking trades along the way here.
And it looks like we're just looking for one more kill here from Built by Gamers. Nade starting to fly. Nemesis throwing a nade. And it looks like, mind you, ESA Blue are not rolling over. At this point, they're still fighting in. Goldstar PR was able to find the kill. Flurcy able to take down King J. But, oh my gosh, Nemesis, despite being one shot, going to come out. And look, he's trying to provide CPR on that player, trying to bring him back to life. Sadly, nothing will do that. Built by Gamers adding 1 to the scoreboard here. We are going into an elimination game number 3 here in the losers finals, and I feel like it's been forever since we've seen a 2-0. This has literally only been game 3s.
I like that CPR one though, Tony. I'm gonna steal that from you. He's a nice guy. He's a gentleman, right? Putting the body tags in. We'll have to see, right? What an answer. That's gotta, hurt them. Will it hurt the mental? We'll see. It's just the bounce back was insane. Nemesis, I think, the biggest bane for them, right? 19-7 to close that game. He started it out like 11-2. Overkill to kick it off as well. Like, it was easy from that point on, it seemed, for BBG. So now it's ESA's turn to see if they can show up and show out after being just completely dominated in game 2. Thankfully, with CTF, it doesn't quite snowball in the same way. You've got more opportunities, I'll say, to kind of regroup yourself.
The one good thing for Esports Arena Blue is that, they are a very good Strongholds team, but they're also a good Capture the Flag team. The only thing I was afraid of is that I feel like BBG are also very good at CTF, and when it comes to on Aquarius, there's nowhere to hide. If you are not winning your individual gunfights, if you are not slowing down your opponents, they will run over you. I wouldn't be surprised if BBG end up coming out with the win on this one. I don't care how objective efficient ESA Blue are. Built by Gamers come with that firepower, and the way they looked in game number 2 is the exact same energy they're going to bring right here to game
3. He's brought the energy, of course. Who else but Nemesis do we jump on with in game 3? The man was on a heater in game 2. He's still going. Double kill to start it off. Looks like ESA Blue tried to get to that camo. Likely didn't get away alive. Nemesis still going around bottom mid as well. Looks like he's finally going to make his way to the base, and who will stop him at this point?
Nemesis quickly going to curb slide that flag all the way down to the car side, and nobody able to stop him just yet as he makes it towards the courtyard. There is one more player that's quickly going to be dealt with, and look, Nemesis now going to toss that flag over towards his teammate. There's a reason why he has assisted his name.
What has happened here, Tony? This is just textbook. Nemesis popping up, but so is his entire team. Look at the shutdown on the side of ESA Blue. We got 2 geese so far to start. 1 breadstick, gloriously with 3 kills. But a flag on the board already, and Nemesis still putting pressure on them as they come up off of their spawns. Heatwave to do it. Beautiful bank shot off the roof. He hits another. Tony, Nemesis is way too lasered in at this point. If they don't shut him down, I think it's curtains. I think their confidence might be shot at this point, Tony.
Yeah, Esports Arena Blue literally look gassed right now. I mean, they've gone 3 down multiple times. Luckily, they do answer back. They did momentarily put BBG 3 down before that flag got too far. Gold Star BR finally going to gain them a little bit of momentum, taking down King J. Goes in for the challenge for the double kill. Not able to connect, but we should see a return coming in from ESA Blue and even a counter pull coming in for the boys in red.
Okay, and like I said coming into this, with CTF, at least you do have a little bit more time to kind of regain. It's more straightforward, right? Spawn up in your base, push forward, win your fights, get the flag, make it through, rather than just the snowball effect that is Slayer. Maybe ESA Blue can still find their footing here. Camo up, and you can see, I think it is a member of ESA who did slip away with it, so Boom won't get the tag. Looking for another, but here's the bait and switch opportunity you like to see at ESA to keep the resources, keep the slays up on their side.
Nemesis and Boom, though, going into black screen here. So now we are seeing ESA Blue show some life here. Mines, excellent shots from across the map with the side. Going to finish that player off with the BR. The drop weapon meta ain't just for the Mangler, as Fluency comes in for the cleanup kill. King J taking down JK, and ESA Blue once again going all 4 down, Alex.
ESA Blue wiped out, which gives BBG an opportunity to keep this aggression up. You can see Boom already in back base. That'll force the spawns over to Fridge. They're already trying to get up to pink, but you can see Nemesis, who's already got the flag out through utility here. So Boom just a line of defense. That flag didn't get too far, but they've still got an opportunity to bring it further here. Nemesis just milking his life, making it tough for ESA Blue. Still alive in this situation, too. Look at the bait and switch as Boom picks up 1. Nemesis does die. Boom's still alive. Does he know he's here? How does he not know he's here? You'd think the call-out would come in, but Boom is a ghost.
And it looks like Boom going to try to use the thrust to get the kill. Sadly, he finally will end up going down. Ferociously trucking a nade right up the wall to deny access over towards the flag being pulled. 2 down for Built by Gamers. ESA Blue are trying to clear out their base so they could turn this defense into offense, but now it's 3 down for both of the teams. Fluency, the final player alive out of ESA Blue, and finally he finds the opportunity so they can be able to push up here over towards the car side of the map.
Right, moving up quick in pairs, or at least they were. Nice double out of Mine's going to delete the pink side players. He's got his teammates out on car to deal with the remainder. Furiously with a big pickup, though, does go down, unfortunately, so no advance for him. Mine's near the camo. Camo about to spawn here. Snaps onto 1 for Krelsi, now down for the count. And Mine's in position to get the camo. We'll see if he makes it there, though. Instead, he might get tagged and burned here.
All the way down to 1 shot goes Mines. Luckily, he still has that heat wave in hands. You're seeing King J and Boom actually pushing up over toward the P side of the map. If Mines can find this kill, this could be a really good pinch coming out of BBG. But Gold Star, BR, and Krillsy getting back-to-back kills. And it's only a 1-kill game, and ESA Blue are showing some life here. They're still in this game, and it's certainly not over yet.
Mine's just doing what he can to stay alive for now, at least. Still got that advantage. ESA Blue with a quick turn on the flag, though. While they're compromised, they'll get it out front. Baitable position. Furiously just needs to stay up. JK with a clutch kill. Gold Star fending them off while Furiously goes for the fast run. So maybe ESA Blue can pull this one off here. You got Furiously almost home free with it. Nice quick run to do it. I don't think anybody will stop them. So ESA Blue, slowly but surely, they're back in this game.
JK trying to advance the flag forward. Instead of going down the car side, he actually ends up going up towards car and tries to get it toward the utility side, but looks like that flag might have gotten caught towards the wall. Meanwhile, Gold Star BR going down to 1 shot, trying to play his life. Mine's trying to stay alive to everybody on the map, not trying to make any mistakes whatsoever. Mine's going to take down 1. That's going to be 4 down once again for ESA Blue, and nobody in position to stop this flag cap from going in. We will see a 2-1 lead going for Built by Gamers.
That 1 live out of Mines, the fact that Gold Star didn't see it, that completely disrupted everything right there. They all died, spawned in their base. Because of it, look at, they're already in position to get aggressive for another flag. JK going to try to stay up. In the meantime, you got Krillsy up on Fridge to slow down the pole, but that pole's already out. Defense already in the window. Multiple targets here for Krillsy to deal with, and it's just too many. He's got a teammate waiting back in for the alley-oop as well. The toss, not going to work. Here's round 2. Thankfully for them, they got time to do it, though, right? That just goes to show how dominant BBG are right now in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that first flag cap was pretty dominant. ESA Blue did a great job of kind of answering back here, but once again, BBG taking firm control here on Aquarius. Chrisley going down to one shot, doing a great job of playing his life, but eventually he's just hunted down here.
Wow.
Nemesis is able to find yet another kill, and stop me if I sound like a broken record, 3 down once again for ESA Blue.
Is that a camo player they're looking for? We can't see it either, right? That's the interesting thing about camo in Halo Infinite specifically, is like even with camo, we can't see that in our observer feed. Looks like that player does slip away for now. King J gonna get the double melee he needs to fend off Gold Star at this point. Still 5 minutes on the board, Tony, so with a little ice at ESA Blue, they could find their footing here. You'll see they do pull the flag. King J now compromised. There's 2 to take him out, so flag out for them. Maybe some progress here.
JK advancing forward. He does have a couple of dynamo grenades. That could be really good value as they're trying to run this flag over. There are 2 players over to the utility side, and JK gonna scare it away. Get off of my lawn, says JK. Now finds the angle onto top blue. Shots go in. Doesn't find the kill just yet. Drops in for the melee and trades out with King J. 2 down. Go ESA Blue. A third one gonna join them. And what happened to that flag gap?
Not to be that guy, Tony, but technically JK was on their lawn. He had no business being there. He's flanking behind enemy lines, getting up in their face. Looks like, did it work, though, right? That flag got returned despite the efforts at ESA Blue. They did not get away with the capture. Mines right now might not get away with this fight. At least throw the dynamos out before you die. And I like to play. He'll do that. Enough to damage that player, but not enough for the kill.
Once again, though, we do see ESA Blue striking first onto this one, built by gamers in a momentary lapse in numbers, but they answer right back. Florian and Chrisley will end up getting back-to-back kills, but a double kill coming out of Bohm when they need it in most. He's gonna hop right in for the return, pop camo, and deny access from utility towards the courtyard, all at the same time. What a play coming out of Bohm. The camouflage ends up going down, but still, no flag cap coming out of ESA Blue with 3 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, good play for sure, but unfortunate that he would die there with camo. Makes their resources a little limited as ESA Blue trying to... Yeah, look at that milk, by the way. And something to keep in mind, if you do spawn up in fridge, if you sit in that corner, you can see JK could not return fire. Like, it does fully cover you. So JK was just getting milked there while it was happening. At least ESA Blue is running the flag out through utility, though there's a last-second stop. A little bit of a goal-eyed stand. Krelzy with a kill of his own, but can he get back to flag to touch it? You can see they're on for the return. They'll stop it. Bohm with a huge save, and he's got the flag out as well.
And Esports Arena Blue dedicate all of their resources to trying to cap that flag, and it not going in ends up netting in the counter pull coming out of built by gamers. We do see Krillsy try to get his advantage and try to stop that flag from running through, but once again, ESA go 3 down, and this is going to be a 4-1 lead out of BBG.
Oh, no.
I don't know how ESA Blue are going to fight out of this. Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, Shyway.
All of the odds stacked heavily against ESA Blue. This is it for their tournament life. They need to show up, or that is all she wrote, Tony. They only got 2 minutes 20. Like we said, time is of the essence here. Krelzy just trying to stay alive, but he's getting tagged no matter where he looks. He's now dead. Mine's going to take advantage. Do they even go for a 5th flag? I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
And I hate to say it, but at the start of the series, I said Esports Arena Blue do not want to see a game number 3. Normally in game 3s, I say it's anybody's ball game. It's all about who wants it more. And, you know, I give anybody a fighting chance. But in this one, they needed to 2-0 built by gamers. They really did. And sadly, they didn't. We're less than 2 minutes on the clock, while ESA Blue would have to put 3 captures on the board. If they were able to do it, it'd be absolutely insane. I'm just not a believer, Shyway.
Yeah, I mean, not off of what we've seen. I love the smooth recognition here, too, out of Mines, by the way. He got shot down to 1 shot. You thought he was just trying to stay alive, but he very swiftly picks up the carbine at the same time there and then puts it to good use as well. King J, unfortunately, he will die to 2, but at this point, they got 1:23 left to just get some slays, Tony. They can hold things down if they want.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about Built by Gamers. I mean, at this point, they're less concerned with even capping a flag and more to just controlling the 50% portion of the map here. ESA Blue decided to overextend as an early pull does come in. One ends up going down. Nemesis able to take down one. The thrust, though, out of Krillsey, beautifully played in order to get the kill, and they are grinding that flag forward. They may be able to put a second cap on the board.
Now, Tony, this is super, super unlikely, but it's technically possible. But we're talking like this would be historic if they somehow pull it back, which is just, it's not looking like it's in the cards here. Less than 40 seconds. They'd have to plant a flag and get a touch for a sudden death to make this happen. And instead, they're just dying out center. Floriously will pick up the heat wave. He's going to get aggressive with it. But, of course, he is going to get melted with it as well. Just the aggression. The coordination at a BBG, they are just shooting, playing a little bit different here today, Tony. Looking like a well-deserved win for them.
And another forward down go Esports Arena Blue, Built by Gamers, now 10 seconds away from not only coming out on top, but also they even ended 5-2 win for Built by Gamers there. They're going to be advancing forward into the grand finals to play against Phase 9.
I mean, man, ESA Blue, they gave us a series, right? One of the best clutch comebacks we've seen in Game 1, probably all tournament long, to see a 250 to 249. But man, did BBG answer and return the favor, right? They're like, hell no, did we expect to lose that? They come back with what? I think it was like a stake, Game 2. And then Game 3, not even close by the end of it. 5-2 to close that out. BBG, not only did they take that game, they're looking amazing coming up against Phase 9 in this next series, Tony. They were also the team to get the closest to beating Phase 9. They took one game. They almost took that second game to close it out as well. So, there's a chance here. Despite them having to reset the bracket, I want to say we got a bit of a story on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm a big fan of Built by Gamers. I know King J pretty well, and I've never once doubted them. Oh, wait, hold on.
There you go. Of course. He's ready. By the way, in case you guys didn't know, under the FaZe shirt is a BBG shirt. Under the BBG shirt is Tony's a Torrent shirt, right? How many we got? Imagine.
Just a Russian doll of
6
shirts.
jerseys. Yeah.
I promise you, I never doubted Built by Gamers one bit. I mean, this is a been there, done that team, a team that should have made top 16 to make it into Anaheim, and I know they're looking to make it to Kansas City and put on their best foot forward.
All right. I wouldn't expect anything else, Tony. One series left to go. Grand Finals is all that's left for the show, so if you're just tuning in, you picked a great time to do so. Before we jump in, though, we're going to send it back to Yeso and our special guest, T-Squared.
Back here with T-Squared as we get ready for Grand Finals. And Tom, a couple of the best sets we've seen so far today. We kick it off with loser semifinals between Torrent and Built by Gamers. That one goes 3 games. Then we get another full 3 games here between Esports Arena Blue and BBG. BBG comes out both times on top. They head to Grand Finals. What impressed you the most about that squad in these last 2 series?
I would say Nemesis coming in hot, really. I mean, that was so impressive to watch him come through and have that 19-kill performance and then kind of keep that pace going into the next game, because that type of pace between going there, playing aggressive, getting the killing spree, running the flag, that was just perfect Halo, and that was just great confidence. But what's crazy about it is you go and look at the stats when it's all said and done, and you see Mines is popping off, you see King J's popping off, you see Bones popping off. Everybody on this team started to pop off, and sometimes it just takes one player to kind of instill that confidence, but a lot of times what makes a great team is when you pass that torch to somebody, right? You're like, all right, Nemesis, I'm gassed now, I'm going to pass this on over to Mines. He goes and takes the torch and then passes it to the next player, and they kind of go through that, and sometimes it's about where players are on the map and how you can respond to that, and other people have to create scenarios and open things up on the map, and that's what I thought Built by Gamers was doing really well. And at a time, it didn't even look like the last 2 games were the same series, right? Because it was just so dominant. It was a great game 1, one of the best games that we're going to see in a very long time. 250 to 249 is really rare, especially in that type of situation, going and getting that overtime. So I loved everything about what we saw from Built by Gamers, but I think that it started with Nemesis and then everybody else kind of followed suit, which was really awesome. But I would say also the really impressive thing is how much Tony's wearing, right? And I don't want to know what's beneath there, if he's got like C9 phase, man thongs underneath too. We gotta keep the camera above here.
Tony, we'll keep that BTS in the DMs. All right, we'll enjoy that on the backside. But he's showing out and supporting here today. Of course, Esports Arena Blue Falls. I do want to talk about though that first game that you mentioned. Very clutch performance at the end. Of course, I will say overall, especially when you consider how games 2 and 3 played out, not quite as close of a series as that 2-1 scoreline would indicate, but we do have to give credit where it's due for Esports Arena Blue. The resiliency and the clutch factor to be able to hold Built by Gamers at 249 points. It's so difficult to do. Of course, the changes to Stronghold that we've seen from Halo 5 into Infinite make that kind of play possible, right? You weren't seeing that almost ever. It's still rare in Infinite, but you were never seeing it in 5 with how the point scoring worked. But it's still a clutch play, well played from Blue. And sadly, they weren't able to parlay that momentum into games 2 and 3 because we saw a very emphatic response. But Esports Arena Blue, a team that has been struggling mightily over the last couple months, really had a solid showing today, had some good performances against the C9 phase combo roster, started off this series strong, and while they do finish the day, they end up in 3rd place, and they have a lot to be proud of.
They really do. I think that they played amazing, getting 3rd place. It was a long day, long night of Halo, and I'm sure some of those players, if not all of them, are going to get right back into it and continue to scrim and play ranked for the rest of the night and evaluate what just happened throughout all of that series. But one thing's for sure, Built by Gamers is a team that looks like they could put up a fight against this C9 phase roster, so I'm excited to see what happens with that. But like you said, ESA Blue, great job by them. I think that there's a lot of things to be proud of, the 250 to 249, but also just the way that they played also in the winners bracket. I think that they have to be really proud of that for them to get that far and allow them to get to a chance this far into the tournament.
Yeah, good statement victory from them in the winners semifinals against Oxygen. Good showing in the winners finals, and they do bow out today in 3rd place, but they have a lot that they can build on here with the way that they perform. So well done from them. Of course, now we're getting ready for that C9 and FaZe combo roster to face up against Built by Gamers in the grand finals. Of course, with the nature of coming out of the losers bracket, BBG has to win back-to-back best of 3s if they want to claim the title. Meanwhile, C9 just needs the C9 FaZe roster just needs one of the 2. You talk about thinking that BBG can take it to the C9 FaZe roster. Are you willing to put it on the line with a prediction? Do you think BBG takes the win, or are you still leaning towards the heavy favorites?
Well, the way that the night's been going, everything's been going to game 3, so you would think that these games are going to be pretty close, and if they're, whether it's going to be, 250 to 230 or even close to that, or, 50 to 45 or even closer than that, I think that's where around the scores are going to be. But in terms of X factors, I'm really looking at King J, to be honest with me, because he was slow to begin with in terms of like the stat lines and things like that, and there was a couple games, and especially in Oddball, where the stat line was really struggling, but there was a time where they needed 5 seconds. He grabbed the ball, he dodged around bottom center for a while, and ever since then he's played phenomenal. And I really think that he's such a talented player that's someone that I'm looking forward to seeing kind of pop off here. Again, Nemesis is playing out of his mind, Mines is playing some really great Halo 2, but I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do, and keep in mind they're going to be a little bit warmed up, and then the other squad, the C9 FaZe squad, is going to be a little bit cold coming out, so we'll see how they hit them. If they're going to hit them, they have to hit them hard in game number 1. I think that's the only chance that they're going to have.
You already highlighted it, T-Squared, all of the names. King J, Nemesis, Mayans, Bohm have all had those big moments in their run here tonight. We're going to a break right now, but when we come back, we'll find out which one of those names will stand up against C9 and FaZe here and see if they can get things going in the grand finals. When we come back from this break, we'll see the final matchup of the night, so don't go far.
This is all we've got for our tournament. The biggest matchup of the day. So if you just got here, you picked the best time to tune in. Grand finals. On the winner's side, we've got Phase 9. And the loser's side, we've got BBG. BBG are on one hell of a run. Tony, they get better with every single competitor. Is this the finale that they can come out on top of, or will Phase 9 just ice up and shut them down?
Yeah, the last time Phase 9 and Built by Gamers matched up against each other was actually round 4 in this tournament, where it actually ended 2-1 in the best of 3 series. So Built by Gamers definitely did a little bit to Phase 9 and made me a believer that maybe they could win this out, or at least reset the bracket. They are coming out of the losers bracket, so they would have to win 2 best of 3 series. And as of right now, they're down 0-1 in just 42 seconds worth of gameplay.
Right, just a reminder that despite the fact that this is grand finals, this is a best of 3 series. So Phase 9, apparently they got somewhere to go tonight, Tony. They want their money. They want to get out because, like you said, 40 seconds of flag already in the pedestal, and just a clear example of the skill gap in this game. There's layers to this, Tony. BBG, they better be ready.
Yeah, Eco starting the game off 5-0 and already has a flag cap in. Like you said, I guess he might have somewhere to go. Absolutely putting in work with a hop bomb board with Eco to find out what the heck he's doing in this game number 1, as Phase 9 are pulling another flag. And look at this flank. He gets behind 2 Built by Gamers players and able to put damage on both of them, even takes down 1.
Somehow they all turned away from him as they came up through the util hull as well. So I don't know what happened there. Boo Boo, what a snap, too. Thrust in, puts a shot into one player. That flag's still out. It's going to get touched by Falcated. He'll relay it a little bit here. Stellar there to provide some coverage. And that's exactly what he'll do. I think his teammates are in position to collect the flag, take it further. That's Bohm down for the count. Now Stellar can keep the damage up, too. They got to respect him. And while they tried to, you got Eco already taking lengths with it.
Stellar going in for the challenge, not able to get the kill onto Nemesis. Boo Boo Doo though getting away with the camouflage. That player coming up towards car side was able to spot Boo Boo Doo, but spotting him is not going to be enough. It's going to be really hard to actually put him down. 2 down go Built by Gamers, and Boo Boo Doo already starting the flag run.
I mean, tell me how many times we've seen Boo Boo Doo in a camo followed by a massive play for his team, Tony, since Halo 5 and beyond. He's carrying it into Infinite. That's 2 dead. He'll pick up flag, take it down through bottom mid. I like the little rotation. Keep it away from any split spawners coming up through pink. At this rate, it's looking like a second flag might be planted.
No more camouflage. It looks like he doesn't need in order to cap this flag. We might see a 2-0 lead going in favor of Phase 9, but Boo Boo Doo gonna be stopped short. Can Built by Gamers pull off a goal line stand? Sadly, they cannot. Built by Gamers really in trouble. Phase 9 just having their way with them on the very map that they were dominant against Esports Arena Blue.
That whole exchange, Tony, did you see the power of that slide? First of all, he hits the curb slide. It sends him directly to bottom mid, which was beautiful for the rotate, but he still doesn't get the kill. And honestly, something I love about Infinite is, like, as powerful as that opening was, he didn't give him a free kill in the end of the day. Like, he still had to work for it. He went out to chase it. He died because of it. We'll see if BBG can find any sort of advance off of that little opening, though. They did pull the flag. They've got it out through P1, and they're going to try to escort it, kind of pass the baton as they get through. I love the teamwork here.
Yeah, Built by Gamers did momentarily put Phase 9 3 down right there, so that should be a flag cap going in favor of them. They're not out of it just yet. Stellar not going to be able to win that individual gunfight, especially when that enemy player having the thrust. It's so strong in Halo Infinite. If you're just walking past thrust, I don't know what you're doing. This game's been out too long for you not to be taking advantage of it.
Definitely. Considering how quickly it spawns, also, you could have multiple on the map with it at once. King J might need one in this situation. You can see he got tagged up, forced to back down. Eco in the meantime, beautiful shots to win his fight. Well-deserved camo he'll get for it. That flag already out as well. Down car 1. Last teammate up, that's Stellar. Can he work with Stellar to secure this kill? Looks like he will. But now he's last man alive with a camo.
Eco having 12 of his team's 32 kills right now, really going off, keeping that top mid control right now. Excellent shots across the map on the player over towards top flag, and he does have his teammates that are starting to advance forward onto the B side of the map. So love the positioning coming out of Phase 9. If they can find the slaves, they can get a flagpole, and BBG think they're being slick, but Eco already on the... Wait, what?
On the... I don't know, he just slid backwards. He got a beautiful back smack. You know what? His name is Mines for a reason, right? He's just Jedi mind tricked him or something, Tony. I don't know, but that was a massive play. That flag's out.
I have no idea. Eco comes in with a 2-shot melee, and that was really wonky. 3 down, go Built by Gamers. There is a flag that's outside of the base, and it looks like King J, the final player alive for Built by Gamers, will be hunted down. Boo Boo Doo now gonna advance this flag forward. He can't go up the utility, so he goes right out of it. Now gonna go right to the jump up, and that's gonna be a 3-1 lead coming out of Phase 9.
So despite the save we witnessed, that little fight there, it really didn't amount to anything, right? Cloud9, or what is it, Phase 9, I guess, will find the opening. They need to get that third flag in. They'll keep the pressure up as well. Boo Boo, the little twirl on his reticle looks scary for a second, but he still hit the shots. He'll take that kill. His 3 teammates still going to push up. Well, he doesn't.
Eco's trying to stay alive toward the middle of the map. Sadly, not going to be able to do so. Mines keeping his height advantage, and luckily Nemesis coming in for the cleanup kill, but they're finally able to take him down. Nemesis taking a new angle here over towards the car side. Someone on this utility and his opponent's utility as well, so that's not looking good for him. Eco cross map shots. Boo Boo Doo right behind that player. Eco finds the kill, and Boo Boo Doo plays his life.
Eco going to continue to back up here as well. He's got his teammate out front to help out. That's Stellar. Boo Boo with the pickup. 3-1 still on the board here in coverage and center map. Eco, he just waits to receive pressure. Looks like he turns and still gets the kill despite it. And you can see BBG just the result of this situation. It's hard for them to get out of their base at all.
King J going all the way down to 1-shot, dodging nades left and right, and finally going to be taken down. Eco getting the kill. Now just waiting here. I feel some pressure coming in from somewhere on the map here. Looks like the flag is going to make it all the way toward the courtyard, but a bit of a fumble. Rooski Stellar ends up going down quickly, so Eco now going to have to drop down from his top position in order to keep that flag alive, and he will be stopped short. Boo Boo Doo now the final player alive coming out of Phase 9.
BBG need to take advantage of this little opening, get the return, get a pull out, maybe secure a counter cap of their own. You can see they did get the re. They still got a numbers advantage here, so Spawner's up in fridge, but 2 do die thanks to Falcated Stellar. Boom to turn and burn Stellar. What a use of the heat wave. He gets a second as well. Can his remaining teammate pick up off of this? I don't know. I think they might all be dead. Look at Eco coming in like a wrecking ball. And so much for BBG's attempt.
And despite Eco catching himself a little bit with that grenade, he's still able to get the kill and a +1 onto King J, trading out kills with that melee. Falcon quickly going to replace him here over toward the car side of the map, and I believe we see Camouflage coming up very soon. Boo Boo Doo taking down Mines. We have Falcon now rotating all the way through the opponent's side of the map here, ends up finding a weak player. The melee comes in, but he's not weak enough. Boom X going to take down Falcon, and now Stellar going to try to extend, but he's not even full shields either. Takes down King J, plays his life. A player dropping down, 1 shot in front of him. That's going to be a double kill. Not quite the triple kill, but Stellar so hard to take down.
All right, it doesn't matter what situation you put this man in. He's finding ways to clutch up, take 2. Falcated, he'll do the same, too, and tries to convert it for another. Won't quite do it. Stellar, Eco, they've got positioning off of that, though. You can see Eco spots one running by. Can he take the fight? A little bit awkward, but that's a trade in the end.
Still a 3-1 lead going in favor of FaZe 9 right now. And a little bit over 3 minutes on the clock. There's still plenty of time for Built by Gamers to mount some kind of offense, but they don't want to leave it to the last few seconds. So they need to find these slays as quickly as possible. Falcated, the first one to go down, but BBG end up going 2 down. Booba catching the flank. That's 3 out of 4 members hitting the black screen for Built by Gamers. And now you're starting to see the collapse coming out of FaZe 9.
Yeah, this pinch, Eco on one side, Boo Boo on the other. He sent the Dynamo nade in first, too, to deal the damage. Eco cleans up 2 weak players because of it. Boo Boo still lighting them up with the sidekick from this distance, too. The man's just cracked. Not quite hitting all the shots, but he's annoying them enough to make it difficult for them to get out of bridge. And as they get out of the base, what a perfect little flank, too. Snapping onto his second, he'll take a double. Drops the weapon, he'll look cross-map and keep that damage up. My God, the efficiency out of Boo Boo. I think this might be the flag, Tony.
You know, the sidekick is so good at shredding shields, and with that drop weapon meta to be able to pull out your BR immediately faster than just switching weapons, the sidekick is really a dangerous sidekick to your main character being the BR, and that's going to be a double kill for Boo Boo Doo, almost able to get the triple kill. But while all that happens, Stellar not only sneaks in and relays the flag, but also puts it in to give them a 4-1 lead Shyway.
All that slaying power, what can you do, right? Coming off a spawn, trying to get back to the other side just to touch the flag, but you got a wild Boo Boo Doo Boo just going rogue out front base. Eco as well, just spinning with the melees. He'll come out with a trait. And that'll leave some space for Falcated to do some damage of his own. You can see the pressure still coming in from BBG as they're fighting, doing anything they can to get a flag, but Tony isn't completely chalked at this point, right? 3 flags they need in a minute 30.
I mean, this is what I was worried about before. Like I brought up the time. I said it's not impossible, but they don't want to put their backs against the timer, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Boom! Now going to try to patrol the bottom middle of the map with the camouflage. Nice. All 4 members momentarily going down here for FaZe 9. So finally, that flag will make it over here towards the courtyard side. Boom! Trying to watch the P side of the map here. We should see a second flag cap going in, but they're not out of the water just yet.
Right, but not only is that a cap, that's a cap with positioning, like forward positioning on the map as well. 2 teammates over on pink. Nemesis going to push up through center to try to get the car to cut off a flanker. You can see 2 died, though, unfortunately. 1 already in the base. Nice turn. Had a Nemesis to deal with him. He's got mine spawning up fridge. Bone back blue, so doesn't need to worry about his backside anymore. Instead, 1 out front. He'll take it. What a beautiful kill.
Killing spree coming out from Nemesis right before being taken down, but once again 3 out of 4 members no longer alive here from Built by Gamers. Stellar putting down some massive damage, but not able to get the pick onto mine. Eco takes down Nemesis. Nemesis getting very cheeky. He was about to go for the ninja right there. He literally was turning it and was just about to go for it. Sadly, not going to connect it. With 17 seconds of regulation, I'm pretty sure it is mathematically impossible for Built by Gamers to come back. We will see a 1-0 lead going in favor of FaZe 9.
Right, and this is something we saw from the moment the game started. FaZe 9 didn't let their feet off the gas pedal, right? 40 seconds in, they already had a flag. BBG, the pressure they've been receiving, and it's not even like they're not trading blows. Like if you look at the slays, it was pretty damn close, right? Multiple players on BBG over 20 kills or at 20 kills. It's just when it comes down to objective efficiency and acting off of the openings, there's a clear winner here, right? FaZe are coordinated, they're deadly, Tony. And because it's a best of 3, that might be it. Just 1 game left to close this whole tournament.
Yeah, and a really bad thing for Built by Gamers is that we are going to Streets Slayer, and this is probably one of the most unforgiving maps that we have. Yeah. If you're almost the same thing with Aquarius. If you're not coming in with that firepower, if you're not slaying, and I mean slaying with the purpose, getting that 2 or 3 down, influencing those spawns, you're gonna have a very hard time. And I promise you, FaZe 9 are well aware of how to spawn trap you, so it's not looking good if you're a fan of BBG.
This map snowballs hard, Tony, especially when you got so many resources to do that with, right? With the thrust on the map, the stalker, the shoddy, and the rockets especially. Even the sentinel beam in close quarters, such a deadly weapon to control. So everything having a place in, you know, that dominance, that snowball that we mentioned. Just a matter of whether or not BBG can early on establish a lead of their own, right? Because if they can't get a grips early, I think this will barrel out of control, and that really could be it for the tournament.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways you're going to see these. You're going to see Phase 9 try to spawn trap the enemy team, and one way is going to be holding height advantage and maybe trapping them toward the C side of the map. That's one way. But what we've been starting to see recently towards like higher end tournaments is there's a spawn trap over towards PD. If you can influence the spawns, you have to block the B street and you have to block the purple street and the C side. But if you could trap your opponents into spawning in PD, it is so deadly. There's only two ways really to get out of it, and they're both nade heaven.
Arguably the worst place to spawn on the map, to be honest. Like C, you know, despite C being in low ground, you got more area to maneuver within, whereas this one's just a nade trap. And I mean, might not matter where you spawn, you might die anyway. With Eco making the plays he is, he'll convert that into a triple and a spree. And Tony, once again, we're 40 seconds into this game, and it's just utter dominance.
And look, you notice like Eco slowed down over toward the A side. He was trying to influence the PD spawn. Looks like at least one player spawned towards it. He slows down right towards bottom A, but keeps his sights set on
Look
PD.
where he is.
He definitely was trying to do it. Eco does end up going down with the Bulldog, though. Two members of Built by Gamers going to join him, but Boo Boo Doo was able to get away with the Stalker rifle.
And the thing is, like, they're forcing little split spawns, right? Like, they want that. They got that little awareness advantage as well. They're in good positions where they get that perfect timing for the first shot. Once you get first shot and infinite in a 1v1, like, most of the time, you're going to come out with a win in that fight. So, splitting them out, spawning around the map, as long as Phase 9 are ready for it, they just kind of pounce and they keep you guessing as to, you know, where they're coming from. Mine's, in the meantime, going to try to find his footing here. He's got the BR to do it, but the shot's just a little better out of Stellar there.
Falcon hunting down King J over toward the bottom subway side of the map. It looks like there's multiple players spawning from the red to B. And look, you notice how Falcon like snaps onto that side. As soon as he realizes where his teammates are, he's well aware of where Built by Gamers are spawning at, trying to stay alive with the Commando. Ends up finding one thrust, but Nemesis is breaking through the subway side. Excellent shots coming out of him, but not able to get the kill. Once again, a squad wipe going in favor of Phase 9, and this is quickly getting out of hand.
You see how ready Boo Boo is for that spawn as well, perfectly like peeking the sight line. He gets early shots in, and then Stellar comes in with the collapse. It's so nicely timed. And that player spawned alone with no hope of survival whatsoever. The remaining three will spawn up over on Red Room, and Stellar patiently approaching it. He's got the rockets to secure the kill, almost dealing himself the hand in the end there, but he will stay up.
Stellar denied access towards the beast tears with that nade, trying to drop down behind the enemy, ends up getting taken down, but the information is just enough for Eco to slide in and steal away that kill. A 25-17 lead has broken out here for Phase 9. Eco gets the assist onto one, goes in for the challenger over towards the tire side, ends up overextending a bit much and goes down. Boom X taking down Stellar as well, so Built by Gamers showing a bit of life here.
Jeez.
But Boo Boo Doo looking to shut that down. And that's when you have this kind of a lead, you know, Phase 9, they're going to play aggressive. They're going to play for trades. They're just going to keep the pressure on you.
Phase 9 really never miss an opportunity to grab a weapon either on the floor or on the wall, though, right? Like using the Sentinel beam to full advantage, which sometimes does get neglected, but just every little opportunity they'll take as far as you possibly can. Despite the dominance we've seen, though, Tony, it is not out of the running completely. Mines with some beautiful damage here. Teammates there to help him out. Make it 25 now, a 4-kill deficit, and maybe an opportunity for BBG to clutch up a little bit here.
And now at this point, if I'm Phase 9, you know, they've been kind of running around doing their own thing. I think now at someone in the comms, maybe Eco needs to come in and say, okay, let's slow things down. Let's get a bit more coordinated. Built by Gamers are starting to show some life, and they're starting to fight back. As I say that, Stellar just drops the spike grenade right on that player's head, turning into a unicorn. Eco now going to replace him over to the purple side. 2 down for each of the teams, but still holding on to a lead as Phase 9.
Oh my God. Oh, Boo Boo. Stray nade will take him out. Does everything he could to live there in Eco. He's moving so quick they can't even keep up, right? Nemesis now dead. 35-31. Make it 32 at this point as the trades still continue, but ultimately Phase 9 just holding on to the lead they've got. Falcata will die in that exchange. Boo Boo once again with the Sentinel, right? Like deja vu. We've seen that exact play happen just 2 minutes prior. And we'll see it again now. And once again, they'll keep the kills they take off of this.
Mine's going to try to go toward the B Street. He thought he had early access to it, but there was 2 players that were hunting him down, forcing him to back down to try to play the life. Now, while this happens here, Falcon does have an avenue towards the seaside. Bo tries to slow him down, ends up losing his Bulldog in the meantime, so a 6-kill lead once again from FaZe 9, but great job for Built by Gamers to get the Bulldog out of Falcon's hands.
It's not the largest deficit we've seen. It's one that FaZe 9 have held on to all game long, and at this point, at 44, that's when it gets extremely scary for BBG. They'll lose another. You see the shotty coming in thanks to Falcon. Falcon is going to keep going. He takes 2, make it 47. Tony, it is quickly slipped out of the hands of BBG, and despite their valiant efforts in this tournament, I think this one is clearly over.
There was one more player hiding toward the PD, and they sniff him out. The final kill gonna come in. Eco putting that player down to 1 shot. Nemesis and Boom, though, do get back-to-back kills, but it feels like it's only a matter of time before FaZe 9 find it.
Just 1 kill left. Oh, no way. Does he do it with nerdy nades? Tell me he gets a kill with one of those. Oh, that would have been so great. Boo Dubu will be the one to do it. Instead, he takes his dub, his Dubu, for a 50-42 close to a tournament, a dominant performance out of FaZe 9. A hell of a story we had to get here, Tony, but ultimately at the end of the day, the skill gap, right? Just the presence from these top 4 players in this tournament, they're on a different level, apparently. They could not be shut down.
And I learned a new nade spot. I'm gonna have to use that
Keep
one.
that in mind.
I've
Where did he
never
hit,
tried
though?
chucking nades all the way. It was like
Red
above
room.
B stairs, and then I think they landed right on the
Red
B
room.
railing. Oh, I thought they were landing towards B railing. Either way, I'm gonna start practicing those and try to figure out how to get it. FaZe 9 come out with the win. They take the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool. Big ups to Built by Gamers for making it this far, for making it to the grand finals. They matched them up before and sent them to game 3. Sadly, wasn't able to do that here in the grand finals. But hey, Built by Gamers definitely have a bit of momentum as they're going into Kansas City. They did get a big win against Torrent.
Yeah, I mean, good point, right? Despite the fact that they lost this, I'd say overall a net positive in terms of the performance that they put on, the teams that they beat. They had some amazing, series overall. So BBG should definitely not hang their heads low off that performance. Of course, still in the money as well, still part of that prize pool. But of course, taking the majority of that and well earned is FaZe 9 for today. Tony, thank you so much for joining me. A pleasure as always. Kept the energy through the whole show as expected. My dude, any final thoughts before we send it over?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for being here with me, getting some reps in before Kansas City, where we both are going to be there, and I'm so excited for an Esports Arena for obviously throwing this event. And let me tell you, the admins were tested. There was a couple of crashes. We had to figure out a few things. The competitors were putting on one hell of a show. Really cool to see the heavy hitters back in, playing in our open nights, such as half of that Cloud9 and FaZe roster. And you guys in the chat, you already know, so easy for us to get hype here in the broadcast when you guys are in the chat making some noise as well.
We got the viewers in the chat. We got great gameplay to witness. Tony, we got everything we can need to get hype. So once again, pleasure to work with you. And let's send it back to Yeso T-Squared to close out the show. Great night. We'll see you again Wednesday.
Hats off there to both Shyway and Why Not. Great cast on the day, gentlemen, and always a pleasure to hear your voices over some awesome Halo gameplay. I'm joined for the final time tonight by T-Squared there as we saw FaZe 9 take the win. Built by Gamers fall in second place, and it seems like FaZe 9 just came in and took care of business, kind of played to the level that we would expect from a roster of that caliber in those grand finals, huh?
Yeah, you just had a feeling once they ended up winning in the winners bracket and, getting kind of tested there that they were not going to really lose the rest of the time. And it could have been a matchup thing, could have been, Built by Gamers running out of steam at a certain point. But it's like this is when they play their best Halo. and to be honest, this is where a lot of Halo players are up at night. It's not surprising to see people playing just out of their minds at midnight, 11 o'clock, wherever you are, West Coast, East Coast. That was just really, really awesome to see, especially coming through with immediate aggressiveness. And I forgot who missed the flag. I think it was Stellar and Aquarius, where you're like, okay, this is 3-1. It's about to go to 4-1. Oh, they missed this flag. Can they make this 3-2? You're not going to get many opportunities against these type of players. And that was the one opportunity where you look in this series and you're like, okay, could they have turned things around? And then you start to see Street Slayer get a little bit more close. And then all of a sudden, FaZe C9, they're like, no, we're not going to allow that to happen. They closed it out. And that's what great players do. They were not messing around.
Yeah, of course, Cloud9 and FaZe, 2 teams you're definitely going to want to keep your eyes on going into Kansas City in a little less than 2 weeks, but definitely eyes on Built by Gamers as well. We touched on it a little bit earlier alongside Torrent. A couple of those teams really looking to take some big steps forward in the professional scene here in Halo Infinite. They will have a huge opportunity to do so in a couple weeks' time, and they'll definitely be looking back on a lot of the series that they played here tonight to kind of build the foundations for what they want to do in Kansas City. Before we close out for the night, Tom, I want to give you just the opportunity for any kind of final thoughts on what we saw here today and maybe what you're looking forward to here in the very near future.
A great cast by Tony Shaway. Shout out to Esports Arena, shout out to all the viewers, shout out to all the players. Excited for Kansas City. I'm excited to see what these players are going to do. If you were playing in the tournament, this is a great opportunity to just go back, look at theater. There's no better, practice stage than playing in Series E, whether you're playing in Apex, whether you're playing Halo, and the handful of other games that we have here. This is, the top of the top in terms of competition when you're able to play for money, play for tournaments. So, everyone's trying their hardest, everyone's bringing their A game. So, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this continues to evolve week after week and watching Halo Infinite continue to evolve as well.
It's going to be great. I mean, you want to take a step into competitive esports and Halo Infinite's your title. You're telling me you're not going to take that opportunity to come and play against members of Cloud9, FaZe Clan, and some of the hottest up-and-coming rosters in the scene. Monday night is your night. Make sure to sign up and show up because it's always a good time. T-Squared, always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. Thanks so much for taking the time and coming to break things down with me. Enjoy the rest of your week. That's going to do it for us, folks. Make sure to tune in on Wednesday night when we're back for Pro Night. That's going to be a good time. But for myself, T-Squared, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you all next time.